This episode was pre-recorded as part of a live continuing education webinar. On-demand CEUs are still available for this presentation through All CEUs. Register at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's class, 50 Mindful Steps to Self-Esteem. The book was written by Janetti Marotta, and obviously I am just presenting information found in the book. What we're going to really look at here, we're not going to go through the book in depth, step by step, because obviously if this is something that sounds like it's a really good fit for you, you're going to want to read the book. But I am going to hit the highlights and talk about how self-esteem is developed and how mindfulness activities can really be used to help enhance self-esteem. One of the things in this book that I didn't like as much was the fact that that connection really wasn't made between why are we doing this particular activity and how does it build self-esteem. So that's really going to be my goal throughout this presentation, is to connect the dots for us. We'll explore how physical sensations give clues to what's important and whether you're living in harmony with your values, whether it's your head saying this is good, your gut saying and your heart, and whether that's telling you that it feels like it's something you should do. So we're going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. We'll identify and address thinking errors that may keep you stuck. We'll evaluate how emotions and the heart contribute to the development of self-esteem. And we'll examine how the environment impacts your self-esteem. So with the nature of self-esteem, what is it? How you feel about yourself is in contrast to who you think you should be, is really what we talk about when we're talking about self-esteem. So it's sort of a loosey-goosey concept, if you will. It's not something you're going to find in the DSM. It's just a concept or a construct that we are trying to help people understand more about themselves. The more rejecting you are of yourself, the more distress you experience. So if somebody is constantly telling themselves they're not good enough, or they're stupid, or they're fat, or they're ugly, or they're lazy, well, yeah, they're not going to feel too good about themselves. Imagine how you would feel if somebody was constantly telling you that. So whether the rejection is coming from within your own head or from someone else, it's still creating a negative impact on the self-esteem. And the more rejecting a person is of themselves, they're telling themselves they're not good enough, then they seek other people to tell them they are okay and say, no, honey, you're fine. So it's important that people have their own self-esteem and their own ability to tell themselves, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. In order to develop healthy relationships, you need to feel good about yourself. Self-esteem is basically your relationship with yourself. It's you telling yourself you're okay. It's you being your own best friend. So before you can have a healthy relationship that's based on mutual respect and not just forming relationships to find somebody to validate you, you have to have good self-esteem. In order to develop healthy relationships, you also need to get in touch with yourself and your true values. When you're forming relationships with someone, you don't have to agree on everything. You may only agree on one or two things, but if those one or two things are very salient in your life, then you may end up being fast friends. So understanding what's important to you, because, like attracts like. We're not like magnets. We like to be around people who share similar values and similar interests. And we also need to choose actions that are in harmony with our true self. So if we're doing things that really don't fit our personality, maybe if I think back when I was in college, for a little while I was in a sorority, and that just isn't who I am. I'm not somebody who goes out to parties 4 nights a week. I am not somebody who is exceedingly social all the time. that's just not my temperament. That's not who I am. So choosing actions that are in harmony with myself ended up meaning leaving the sorority, not because it was a bad thing. It just wasn't for me. But if I should have stayed in that, or if I would have stayed in that situation, then I would have been kind of going against my own internal tendencies, and I would have always been sort of fighting myself. And self-esteem means feeling okay about who you are, the way you are, without having to fight yourself. So where does mindfulness fit in here? Mindfulness teaches people to live in the moment, so they're not stuck in guilt or resentment of the past. Things have happened in the past, and a lot of my clients will, when they present for treatment, whether it's for depression or anxiety or anger or addiction, I can't remember a client, and I'm sure it may have happened at some point or another, but I can't remember a client who's ever gotten to the point of presenting for treatment who had just a rockin' self-esteem. Generally there were some self-esteem issues going on there, whether they had developed over time or whether the person really had never had a strong self-esteem. It didn't really matter. When they were in my office, their self-esteem was pretty low. So helping them focus on the fact that you felt that way back then. That's how you felt. Not going to take that away from you. Let's talk about how you're feeling right now. Not being paralyzed by fear of the future. People who have low self-esteem often have a lot of anxiety because they fear rejection, they fear failure, they fear isolation. So anything that changes may cause them to have a lot of high anxiety. So mindfulness helps them learn to put one foot in front of the other, focus on how they're feeling at the moment, and realize that they can tolerate a little bit of ambiguity. They can tolerate forward movement. The cornerstone of mindfulness is acceptance. So when we're teaching people to be mindful, we're teaching them to accept how they feel non-judgmentally, letting it be, not saying I shouldn't feel this way, and being patient with themselves and with the situation. So when we think about self-esteem, again, if we're experiencing a situation, we experience it non-judgmentally. It's just it is. You went to work, you got your evaluation, it wasn't what you had hoped it was. It is. It doesn't mean you're a bad employee. It doesn't mean that the world is going to come to an end. It is. Letting the feelings of frustration or guilt or resentment or anger or disappointment be. That's just where you are at that point, and not judging yourself harshly, because self-esteem is something that's always evolving. We aren't perfect. Oh my gosh, none of us is perfect. So even if you think of yourself as a relatively intelligent person, occasionally you're going to do some things that are really kind of silly. Are you going to let that negatively impact your self-esteem? Or are you just going to accept that, you know what, sometimes I goof? Hopefully we can get to that point with our clients where they can accept lack of perfection. They can just be non-judgmental about it and see it as it is, and maybe find some positives in it eventually. Mindfulness teaches that when you trust yourself and act with awareness and purpose, you become more self-reliant. When some of my clients are in early recovery, they've spent so much time minimizing, denying, blaming, justifying, rationalizing, that when they start getting honest and doing the next right thing, it's really scary. And they know what they're supposed to do, but their addicted mind says, nah, you really don't want to do that, or that's going to be hard, or you're going to fail. But they trust themselves, and they do the next right thing, the acting with awareness and purpose, because they want to start living that recovery lifestyle. And lo and behold, they realized that they were able to do it. So they increased their sense of self-reliance. And sometimes that'll happen, and whatever they did, they acted with awareness and purpose, and it fell flat. Well, they can realize from that they can also tolerate failure. They don't need somebody else to pick them up. They can exist even if it's imperfect. So let's switch gears a little bit to mindlessness and talk about how that impacts self-esteem. When we ignore or invalidate how we feel, we're telling ourselves that our feelings are not important. Think about how that would make you feel if your significant other or your best friend came up to you and said, "You know what? I don't really care how you feel," and went on about their business. It would impact your self-esteem a little bit. It would hurt. It would say, "Really? You don't care about me enough to pay attention to how I feel." Now, as a therapist, I'm going to say, if your best friend came up and said that to you, that probably means there's something going on with him or her. But when you're saying that to yourself, you got to say, all right, if I'm constantly ignoring and invalidating how I feel, then I'm telling myself I'm wrong or I'm not justified. So moving from that, how can I start paying attention and validating how I feel? One of the things that we talk about in mindfulness is just accepting that you feel the way you feel. It's not good or not bad, but once you acknowledge it, then you can do something about it. Mindlessness also encourages us to fail to integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. How many times, and I think we're all guilty of it, have you had a feeling and you didn't even really notice the feeling? You just went to a drop back behavior to sort of numb it. I'm guilty of stress eating, and occasionally I will be wandering around in the kitchen and just randomly eating, and my husband will be like, "What's wrong? You're stress eating. You need to go out into the garden or do something because you're going to be miserable later." And he knows. After 20 years he knows. But it's important to be mindful of how you're feeling. So when we talk about mindful eating, for example, we talk about paying attention to why you're eating. Before you eat, say, okay, am I hungry or am I stressed? But mindlessness causes us to just basically stuff our feelings or ignore them. When we're running on autopilot and not making time for things that are important, which is getting us closer to where we want to be, how does that impact our self-esteem? After, a day or two, it's not probably a huge big deal. But at the end of a week or a month, when you look back and go, well, I really wanted to get all this other stuff accomplished that was important to me, but I never found time for it. I just kind of got up, went to work, came home, took a shower, went to bed, repeat. So when we're running on autopilot, we're forgetting the things that are important, that we are assigning meaning to. Another impact of mindlessness on self-esteem is blindly adopting mainstream messages of who we are and what we should be, which may not be in harmony of who we really want to be. If we think back into the 70s, I think it was, when I was little, and they wanted to have everything gender neutral, because they didn't want to communicate messages to children about what they should like or what they should play with. Today, there is so much mainstream media between Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook and Google and television, and I could go on and on. We are bombarded by messages telling us what we should wear, what we should look like, what our thoughts should be, what our opinions should be. And if we follow those blindly without checking in and going, is this something that's important to me? And or is this how I really feel about it? We can get caught up and then look back later and not feel so good about some of our choices. We can also adopt mainstream messages that are not achievable or realistic. One of the things that always flabbergasts me is the models that are used in some of the fitness magazines that are stick thin. The camera adds some weight and they look stick thin in there. I'm like, there is no way she is running 25 miles a day because she's just so thin. She doesn't have the musculature to sort of support that. But if that message is coming from the advertiser, coming from the media, saying, you need to look like this. If you are going to be considered fit, you need to have this body type. That may not be achievable or realistic for the majority of people. So what does that do to their self-esteem if they keep trying to achieve that goal and not meeting it? Mindfulness will encourage us to look at how we feel and validate ourselves, telling us it's okay to feel this way. Integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges so we don't act just randomly. We're actually paying attention to what is motivating or supporting our feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. And we're adopting messages and values that are consistent with who we want to be. Breathing in the body. Breathing is one of the first techniques in mindfulness that we can teach to just about anybody. And it's can be challenging with certain groups, but depending on how you present it, it can be, a relatively easy activity to do. By developing mindfulness and self-awareness, you can quiet your thoughts. Our constant noise in our head, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, oh, I shouldn't forget this, I need to remember to call that person. It often prohibits us from addressing the underlying issues of any emotional turmoil. There's just constantly chatter. So life becomes focused on just treading water. You're not dealing with any of the underlying issues. You're just trying not to drown in the day-to-day activities. So forward goals are exchanged for just surviving. Then when you look back over, like I said, when you look back over 2 months, 3 months, a year, and you had all these goals that you wanted to accomplish and you accomplished none of them, what happens to the self-esteem? By making contact with the present moment, you can find your strength, learn to grow, and choose how you wish to respond. So what does breathing have to do with all this? Well, the first thing you do when you're born is breathe and then cry. But it's one of our most primal basic instincts. When we breathe slowly, our heart rate slows down. When we breathe rapidly, our heart rate speeds up. When we breathe slowly, not only are we slowing down our heart rate, but we're also sending out the relaxation response to the body, which helps quiet the chatter. One of the activities is just taking a deep, full breath. Abdominal breathing signals the brain to slow down and relax. She calls it the rest and digest. By simply paying attention to your breath, you can often cause it to slow down. If I'm running or right after I finish running, I intentionally pay attention to slowing my breath down. When you go on a diet and you start paying attention and completing a food diary, and you're paying attention to how much you're eating, for most people, they automatically cut down on how much they're eating. When we start paying attention, things kind of slow down. Another activity she has in there is called feeling the loving touch, which is the breath. Life begins and ends with breath. Breathing helps relax the body and move the chi around. And it wasn't really discussed a lot in the book as far as moving chi, but remembering that our energy comes from getting this oxygen throughout our body to the organs, to the muscles, to everything else. As we breathe, when we breathe deeply, it gets more oxygen in there. It helps us relax and helps the oxygen gets to where it needs to be. In order to encourage people to stay in touch with their breathing, a lot of Americans tend to breathe poorly. We breathe shallowly and through our chest because we're stressed. We're clenching our teeth. We're tightening our back muscles. We're just like little stress balls. So if you put visual and auditory breathing reminders around, it will help you stop and take a breath and get that relaxation response periodically throughout the day. I have a activity monitor, and it goes off periodically reminding me that I haven't moved often enough. But I also use that activity reminder to remind me to take a deep breath or three before I get up and start moving around, and then I usually take another couple when I'm sitting back down again. That's an auditory reminder for me because I tend to habituate to visual reminders. I'll see it for the first 2 or 3 days, and then I'll just totally not even notice it's there anymore. In and out. Inhale and take in positive affirmations. Exhale and let go of the stress and negativity. Now, this sounds pretty easy to do. When you're working with adolescents or you're working with people with cognitive disabilities, you may need to break it down a little bit less abstractly. Have them list a bunch of different positive affirmations. One of my favorite is Hakuna Matata. So we'll put that up on the board and we'll start listing different positive affirmations. And it's amazing how many of them actually come from Disney movies, but I digress. As people figure out a positive affirmation that they want to hold on to, when they start to get stressed, you want to just remind them to breathe in and tell themselves that. And when they breathe out, feel the stress kind of leaving their body, because stress is a lot of heat and energy. Taking another step further, imagine inhaling a cooling, calming blue air and exhaling the stresses, which could be red, black, or gray. So if somebody is more visual in nature, obviously the second one that talks about the blue versus the red can give them something to really visualize when they're doing this activity. Read the inscription. Pay attention to what your body is trying to tell you. Last year, it's been a little more than a year now, I was having a lot of heart problems, and I would start feeling a tightness in my chest, and it just kind of wouldn't go away, and I ended up naming it Lenny from Of Mice and Men. And Lenny would just sit on my chest, and I couldn't get rid of him. So what was my body trying to tell me at that point in time? Was it a physiological heart issue? Was it stress? Was it panic? What was going on that I needed to read on the inscription to figure it out? Because it was a symptom. When you pay attention to what your body's telling you, you're going to be living more in harmony with your values. You're going to be getting closer to where you want to go. And or you may be able to tell yourself, I feel really stressed about this right now. Positive affirmation, I can get through this, or this is what I need to do to cope with it. It's important to practice noticing points of tension, tightness, or heaviness and feel them relax or loosen as you exhale. So these are all still breathing exercises, but we want to encourage people to become more in tune with their bodies. As Americans, especially, we tend to somaticize a lot of our stress and anger and anxiety and dysphoria. So if we pay attention to what our body is telling us, we can identify when we are starting to have emotional turmoil and address it from there. If we're having emotional turmoil, then we want to go back to the self-esteem and say, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me, and what is it that is this burr under my saddle right now? Because as you feel strong, as you feel capable, as you feel more resilient, you're able to handle life's stresses as they come along. Thinking in the mind. One activity that I kind of like is the fly on the wall or an impartial witness. If you were sitting in a situation that was, maybe you were in a meeting and it wasn't going so well, and you took a break from the meeting, and generally what we're thinking at that point is what we are thinking, what we are feeling. Oftentimes when we're in an emotionally charged situation or state, it's hard for us to take multiple perspectives and take a time out and go, okay, what might be going on? So this activity can kind of help sometimes, because you can say, what would that fly on the wall tell me was happening? If that fly had to describe what they're seeing, what would they see? Stop sorting things into good and bad. Go through the day, just to kind of get a clue about how often we do it, because I mean, everybody does it. Some people do it more or less. Instead of sorting things into good and bad, they just are. It was raining today. Is that good or is that bad? Well, why do you need to put that into a pile? I didn't go to the gym today. Is that good or is that bad? You can argue both sides of the coin, but why argue about it? That's what happened. Too many times people spend so much time sorting, and they focus or pay more attention to the bad stuff. A lot of times they'll artificially elevate the number of bad things. So we want to have people just stop it. Instead of looking at things as bad or good, they just are. Encourage them to see the whole elephant. Back to Lenny again. We want them to look at the issue. What's going on at that point in time? But what are the strengths? Because every situation has good and bad. So what are the problems and what are the strengths? If the person is not feeling very good about themselves because they lost their job, they may feel like they failed. They may feel like a failure. And we want to say, are you a failure at everything? Because that's kind of a global statement. So you got fired from your job. Good or bad, it's what it is. So what are the strengths that you have that can help you overcome this? And what are the positives of this situation? Maybe they didn't like that job. Maybe they can find another job. Encouraging people to not take one situation or one event and take it in and have it reflect who they are as a whole person. If they're walking down the street and they trip and they wipe out and fall on their face, and gosh knows I've done that. I am not the most graceful person in the world, but does that mean I am a complete klutz? No. It just was not one of my better days. I didn't take it as a stable, global, internal attribution. Spin the wheel of paradox. What is the opposite? If you're feeling like something is going against you, then encourage yourself to look for all the positives in it. So maybe you hate your job, and because obviously if you loved your job, you wouldn't be trying to have an intervention. But if you hated your job, it's like, okay, I really hate my job. I don't want to go to work today. Let's spin the wheel of paradox and say, what are the positives I can get out of this? Why are we looking for positives, and what does that have to do with self-esteem? Because as we find successes, as we find peace, we will feel more confident in our own abilities to handle distress. You're driving to work and traffic. Oh my gosh, traffic is backed up. You're going to be 45 minutes late. Well, yeah, that may kind of stink. What are the positives? Well, you weren't the one that was in the accident that caused the traffic jam. Maybe you can start making phone calls or checking your email if you're at a complete standstill. Finding both sides is basically where thinking in the mind comes. And in one of our prior classes, we talked about walking the middle ground and finding where both things can happen. Yes, we can be in a traffic jam and it can really suck, but we can also make use of that time doing other things. And it may just be doing breathing exercises, but okay, so cool. You have time to do some of your breathing exercises. And encouraging the no blame game. Yeah, not the blame game, but the no blame game. Not blaming yourself for everything, not blaming other people for everything, because generally everybody has a little part in it. So instead of using the energy to blame anybody, figure out how to fix it. Figure out what the positives are, figure out what the issues are, figure out how you got to this point, and figure out how to make it not happen again. When people experience successes, when they're able to fix things that go wrong, when they're able to see things as not catastrophic, they will start seeing themselves as stronger people. Emotions in the heart. I told you we were going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. Now we're moving on to the heart. And our heart's kind of small. It's about the size of our fist, but it's bigger on the inside. Encouraging people to recognize all the emotions contained within their heart. There's love, there's empathy, there's compassion, there's curiosity. There are a lot of emotions that are contained within the heart. And no matter how much you love somebody, there's always room to love somebody else. It's not like there's a finite amount of love you have to give. And encourage people to cultivate warm-heartedness, not just towards others, but again, we're talking about self-esteem here, toward themselves. What would they tell themselves or tell other people? And whatever they would tell other people, they need to turn around and tell themselves. Plant your garden. And I like this one. Around my house, when we first moved in, I ripped out the majority of the shrubbery because my feeling, whether it's right or wrong, it just is, if I'm going to put that much effort into taking care of something, it darn well better produce something for me. So I replaced everything with edibles. When you plant your garden, you've got to choose. You only have so much time to cultivate a good garden. You can't just plant 150 things and tend to 6 of them. So when you plant it, choose what you're going to care about. There are a ton of things you would love to do, but what is going to be your focus? When we focus on too many things, a lot of things tend to wither and die. So encourage your clients to figure out which plants they're going to cultivate. And sometimes, you can take this metaphor out and talk about companion planting and all kinds of stuff if gardening's your thing. But sometimes it's helpful to actually do sort of a visual representation of the garden so they can see what they want to care about, but then they can also focus on, are they giving it water? Are they making sure it's getting sunlight? Are they taking care of it? Tend and befriend themselves. They need to tend to their own needs. They need to become aware of what's important to them, and then they need to be their own best friend. Some days you wake up and you're like, I would really, well, I do. I would really love to just sit around in my jammies all morning and drink hot chocolate and watch cartoons because that's where I am today. And that's okay. I'm like, all right, well, let's do it. So myself and my dog and cats and whoever else wants to does. But being kind to yourself and not saying, well, you shouldn't, you're almost 50 years old. You shouldn't be watching cartoons. Well, the heck with that. I will be my own best friend. People don't need someone else to take them out to dinner. People don't need someone else to constantly provide rewards. We need to learn how to provide rewards for ourselves. Now, is it cool to have somebody else to take us out every once in a while? Sure. But it's important that people can provide their own rewards. Encourage them to count their blessings or do a gratitude list, however they want to phrase it. What is going right in your life? And what part did you have in that? Because guess what? You probably had a big part in that. Life doesn't just happen, and especially if everything is going, relatively well, that means there was probably some hard work and dedication, and it wasn't just luck. So let's look at what's going really good and how you've cultivated that. And delight for others. Sometimes we can get the greatest amount of joy in being happy for someone else instead of being jealous or envious and thinking, well, I should have that. We can be happy for them. Yeah, they have it. Wonderful. Awesome. Does it make us any less worthy or any less of a person because we don't have that? No. Looking at other people's successes in terms of great for them is a lot better on our self-esteem than looking at their successes and going, well, I should have been able to do that. And being in the world. Claim your emotional baggage, please. Don't let it stay on the conveyor belt. How many times have we been guilty, or have we had clients come in who've had the same baggage that just keeps coming back? Maybe it's the same basic dysfunctional relationship that comes over and over and over again. A part of that as clinicians is for us to say, okay, clearly there's something that's not getting resolved here, so we need to do something a little bit different. But as clients or people who have baggage on the conveyor belt, it's also up to that person to go, I need to figure out how to get this baggage off. And don't give it to somebody else when you take it off. Don't say, okay, this is your problem now. Don't blame other people for your situation. It's important to claim it and go, this is my stuff. I'm sorry. I'm having a really bad day today. I'm not going to blame you for making me feel X, Y, and Z. It gives people a sense of personal power to go, yeah, it's my stuff. But you know what happens when we say that, yeah, that's my stuff? We can say, and I am going to let it go. If we give it to somebody else, then we've got to wait to figure out what they're going to do with it. So when we claim it, we take power over it, and we can choose what to do with it. Listen, just listen. Listen to hear and understand, but that means listen to yourself as well as others. We talk a lot in counseling about how we spend too much time talking and not enough time listening. When the other person's talking, we're already formulating our response. Well, that's true for ourselves too. So we need to stop and be quiet and tell ourselves to just hush and listen to what is it we need and what is it we want. That also means silencing, going back to the very beginning, silencing all that chatter. You've got to get up and make dinner, you've got to do laundry, you've got to do this, you've got to make sure this hush all that so you can listen to yourself. It's kind of like the difference between trying to have a conversation in a noisy restaurant versus on a park bench. We need to be in the world on the park bench. Speak with compassion to yourself and others. Try to take the compassionate viewpoint of what's going on with that person right now that might be contributing to them feeling angry, feeling hostile, feeling down, being just grumpy. Went to get chicken feed at the feed store the other day, and the young man who was at the desk is usually just all kinds of bubbly and all about customer service, and he was so flat that day. And I didn't take it personally because we all have bad days, but I felt that it was important to go the extra mile to make sure that I smiled and spoke with compassion, because he was clearly having a bad day. But we need to do that with ourselves. When we're having a bad day, say, you know what? I'm just going to do what I can do today, and be okay with that. I love this next activity. Write your job description. What is your job description for being you? What are your goals and what are your duties? At work, every year we write our job goals and whatever else in our performance plan. I don't remember what I used to call it when I was supervising people. And then at the end of the year, you had a performance evaluation based on the goals that you set forth and the duties you were expected to accomplish. So why don't you sit down and write those out and figure out what's important to you to get a good job evaluation on being you. This is the time when, as you start writing it down, you start realizing, maybe I'm putting too many goals here. Maybe I'm putting too many duties here. I wouldn't do this if it were my actual job, because I know there's no way I can accomplish it. Once you start writing it down and seeing it visually, you're like, yeah, maybe I'm being a little too demanding. So writing your job description is an excellent activity, and adolescents tend to do this pretty well too. They haven't had as much experience with performance appraisals and things like that, but they can get an idea about how to write a job description, especially if you give them a template. So ultimately, the goal is to realize that self-esteem begins in childhood. And we want to start teaching children to be mindful. We want to teach them to stay in contact with how they're feeling and learn how to calm their breath from the very early age. When they start feeling all hyped up, when they start feeling tense, help them figure out how to diffuse that. We want to help them figure out what their values are and what's important to them. We want to help them be aware of themselves so they can identify their strengths and develop their me identity. So, who are you as an individual? In our society, we tend to want to be part of a group. We want to be interdependent, and that's great. But interdependent does not mean having the same identity as everybody else. We're not the Borg. Interdependent means taking our own individual identities and strengths and combining them to make sort of a greater good. Part of self-esteem development includes values identification, and this can start early. We can talk about honesty, we can talk about compassion, we can talk about trustworthiness. Kids get that. They know some of the basic values, and they can start learning why those are important and making decisions about some of the other ones, about what's important in their life. What do they see as an important value? We can help them start separating their wants versus their needs. A need is something that's going to keep their body, mind, and spirit going. A want is something that, they may really want in their heart, like a new bike for Christmas, but is it something that they need? And we can also start helping them address those cognitive distortions, the all or none thinking. We can start helping them address the sorting into the good or bad piles and learn how to accept that some things just are. And we can encourage them to be aware of sensations, feelings, and thoughts. Why? Because it helps choose behaviors which are in unison with your values. Not all of us notice sensations first. Not all of us notice feelings first, and not all of us notice thoughts first. That depends on you. I may notice that I'm being a negative Nelly as my first clue that I might be under stress. On the other hand, other people may feel a knot in their stomach and go, "Oh, I think something's going on," or "I've got food poisoning." But I digress. Probably something's going on. And still other people may hone in on those feelings, and they know they're angry. They don't know what they're angry about right now, but they know there is something that is ticking them off. Whatever it is that they're most in tune to, helping them integrate those will help them figure out how they're feeling, thinking, and choose behaviors that can help them feel happy. Being aware of these sensations can help support people through the difficult moments. Knowing that this tightness in your stomach before you go out and do a speech in front of 100 people, this is your anxiety. Strong self-esteem and a sense of self-awareness, acknowledging that anxiety and saying, "All right, it is what it is," can help people learn that they can move through the difficult moments. They can experience distress and succeed. Being aware of all these things also silences the critics, because a lot of times the critics are the ones that are bringing on some of these thoughts and sensations. They're heckling you. Silencing the critics, you can say, "No, that's not how I feel about that," or "That's really not how I think," if the critic is saying you should feel this way. And it helps you clarify who you are and what you want, because ultimately self-esteem is feeling good about you, not what your mother thinks about you, not what the woman down the street thinks about you, not what your boss thinks about you, but how you feel about you. Because once you have that, then you are going to start attracting other people who have a strong sense of self and can say, "You know what, we can have differences, but we can be friends. We can have different experiences, but we can share those to make something that's a stronger something." So kind of to tie it all up in a bow, mindfulness is really just a tool to help people get in touch with what's important to them and to silence the critics and the negativity that often dashes a lot of self-esteem. So people realize and become more aware when they're being unjustly negative and critical of themselves, and holding them to a standard that they wouldn't hold their child or their best friend, or for that matter, anybody else to. We want people to feel good about themselves. Until they do, they're going to experience dysphoria at some point or another. If you enjoy this podcast, please like and subscribe either in your podcast player or on YouTube. You can attend and participate in our live webinars with Dr. Snipes by subscribing at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. This episode has been brought to you in part by allceus.com, providing 24/7 multimedia continuing education and pre-certification training to counselors, therapists, and nurses since 2006. Use coupon code Counselor Toolbox.
We explain creativity in the workplace. This is Sean, a product manager working on the launch of a new sailboat. The presentation has to be ready by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Sean feels stressed because he's missing the big idea. Sean's supervisor, Vincent, wants to help him. He's read that creative spaces lead to creative work. So, Vincent decides to build the best workplace on earth, with open plan offices, common areas, and wellness areas for Sean to be resourceful. But Sean still doesn't feel creative when he's at work. Sean has his best ideas outside the office while running, chatting with friends, listening to music, or having a shower. Like Sean, the majority of people are not creative on the job. The main reasons are too many distractions, having no time, being too focused, or feeling stressed. So is it ever possible to have outstanding ideas at work? This is Lisa, Vincent's daughter. Lisa works on her startup in a garage with her two friends. Surprisingly, Lisa has her best ideas in the garage. Vincent wonders why. The garage isn't the best workplace on earth. Furthermore, he knows Lisa is stressed too. Being an entrepreneur is like jumping from a plane without a parachute and trying to figure out how to make one on the way down. So why does Lisa have her best ideas in the garage? What matters most for Lisa is her team. 1, they inspire her every day. They share their thoughts openly and have respect for their expertise. 2, there is a creative atmosphere. It's okay to be yourself and do whatever you want. Sing out loud, do a workout, or daydream. 3, they know creativity is required for their startup to survive and grow. How can Vincent help his employees to be creative? He works in a big corporate balloon. Vincent realizes that creativity in the workplace depends more on the people and the energy between them than on the environment. He identifies 4 key elements behind Lisa's creativity. First, surround yourself with people on your wavelength, folks you would like to go sailing with. These are people you are more likely to communicate with, which builds trust. Trust is a major element for creativity because people are more likely to give honest feedback and come up with daring ideas. Second, allow time to not focus. Under extreme time pressure, people are likely to focus too hard and hold on to a narrow point. Not focusing helps to widen the horizon. For instance, informal talks with colleagues help to see problems from a bird's eye view, offer different perspectives, and thereby open the horizon for unusual solutions. Third, demand creativity. To accelerate creative thinking, get a genius on board. A genius places high standards on himself, is passionate about his job, and inspires others to deliver creative excellence too. And finally, have a common purpose. If people are driven by the same goal, they help each other to have great ideas. 6 months later, Sean, Vincent, and his new colleagues go on a sailing trip to test drive the new boat. Like good friends, they have the time of their life, and they keep one promise. What happens on the sailboat stays on the sailboat.
and welcome to your Boost Willpower hypnotic download from hypnosisdownloads.com. My name is Mark Tyrrell and I'm a Director of Uncommon Knowledge. Now, to get the best from this download session, please now make sure that you're seated in a comfortable chair or lying down. As you begin now to relax very deeply, I'm just going to say a few words about willpower. Do you know the old Chinese proverb, "Great souls have wills, feeble ones have only wishes"? Your capacity to take positive action, your willpower, shows your strength of character, and you can strengthen your character by exercising your will. Willpower is the determination to succeed and the ability to control oneself and one's actions. Willpower enhances self-development and freedom. It increases confidence and the ability to achieve. I wonder if you've already noticed what a strong will it takes not to use that willpower, because it certainly takes real determination not to make use of all the natural willpower you possess. And you can use that determination to work with that willpower and give up on giving up, becoming one of life's achievers. So many things in life are much more achievable than they first appear. How many times have you summoned up the willpower to do something, and then, when you've accomplished it, thought to yourself, that was easy? And even with the things that aren't so easy, I'm sure you can remember that sense of achievement you felt when you'd exercised all your willpower and reached that goal despite everything. Because you know you need to set yourself clear goals and plan how to achieve them step by step before setting your willpower to work. Tell yourself there's no going back and pretend it's a mastermind challenge, so once you've started, you have to finish. Willpower means never giving up if you really believe in your dream. Willpower is an energetic intention, an energy leading to compulsive and sustained action directed at bringing about your plans and dreams into reality. And hypnosis can increase the power of your will because hypnosis also depends upon a narrowed focus of attention. Willpower is a laser-like beam of what we call intentional focus. All great plans and projects begin within the imagination, but it is the strength of your will that brings them to fruition. And you know your willpower is naturally there. Sometimes it just needs a boost, just like a rocket needs boosters to give it that initial blast off. And once it's had the initial boost, that rocket can travel easily on its journey, blasting on to its destination. And now, you can just let your eyes close, if they haven't already, as you begin to relax very deeply. Noticing how everything can begin to slow down as you begin to feel this calm relaxation flowing through your fingertips and into your toes. And rest how each breath can slow as you relax more deeply. Deeply breathing in that relaxation, allowing that to circulate gently around your body, carrying comfort and calm to every part. Those muscles letting go and relaxing, taking a well-earned rest, taking time out from those less relaxing, everyday things, like a journey into relaxation. Soothing and calm. Massaging deep inside, digesting that calming warmth, allowing that wave of relaxation to surround you now, like a warm glow, wrapping itself around you like a soft blanket. Every muscle and fiber slowing down, vibrating gently and gratefully, allowing that rest to soothe every cell, feeling the relaxation that can hover in between those cells, spreading outwards, over and through and around you. That wonderful calm that only such deep relaxation can bring. How time can slow and almost stand still. Just allowing that relaxation to slowly build as you rest deeper. Noticing the color of that relaxation as it envelops you. Perhaps the color changing with each breath. A deeper color for a deeper relaxation. A calm, comforting shade. Anticipating how the color of that relaxation can change again as you rest more deeply. Changing with each soothing breath. And the air around you dancing gently as it relaxes deeper. And then slowing down, vibrating more slowly and relaxing deeper. And I wonder if you can imagine standing on a great wall, a great wide wall, perhaps the Great Wall of China, looking into the distance as the wall snakes out of sight far away, hugging the contours of the land, the rolling hills, dipping up and down, almost like a roller coaster, smoothly following every contour, sinking deep into the valleys and climbing through the mountains, gracefully disappearing into the clouds, fluffy white wisps drifting around the stone. And now, getting a sense of setting out on a journey along the wall, that wide path leading into the distance, feeling the comfort of the ground beneath your feet, and relaxing deeper with every stride. The crunch of the stones beneath your feet, getting a sense of movement, the fresh air up here, a sudden refreshing breeze caressing your skin, breathing in the clear air, relaxing deeper with every calming breath, picturing your destination, the immensity of the wall, so old and strong, magnificent and serene, knowing that once this was just a grand idea. Maybe many people laughed at the idea, the notion of a wall thousands of miles long being built in days before cranes and technology and building equipment reached sophisticated levels. The notion of a wall comforting and protecting, the vision of those pioneers thousands of years ago, their will to succeed, the notion that anything is possible, the achievement of that far-off goal, the result of that willpower, the desire to reach the summit no matter what, noticing how those solid foundations have allowed the wall to endure, to survive the centuries, a legacy of ancient willpower, and noticing how relaxed you can be with that thought, that notion that anything is possible, getting a sense of that now, building within you. And now, thinking of those areas in your life, those projects and goals, where having this supreme willpower will allow you to put those endeavors into overdrive. Really think about what you want to achieve. All those areas where you just need that initial boost, that willpower boost to set you off on your journey. Just as a rocket needs that initial boost, setting a true course to those goals, allowing that willpower to naturally take over. Good. And now looking down from the wall, noticing a line of metal figures, ancient Chinese warriors made of iron, erect and proud, noticing their gaze, how incredibly focused that gaze is, feeling those stares, the intensity of their iron-willed force, constant and unrelenting, the incredible intensity of those warriors of old, unwavering and firm. That's it. And now notice those iron figures, those iron warriors, come to life. And turn those stares of pure will towards a chalice of magical liquid. Almost like a laser beam homing in, that combined will, the incredible intense stares of all those iron-willed warriors, focused and coming together on one chalice of magical liquid. That combined will, that irrepressible combined iron will floating into that chalice, filling it up with pure and utter willpower. Noticing how that liquid can change colour as the chalice fills, the color of pure willpower, a magical elixir glowing with energy and vitality. Excellent. And you can walk towards this chalice, that immense will drawing you in, like a magnet, drawing you closer, sensing its pure power. The colors intensifying with every step, glowing brighter and brighter, feeling the warmth of that power radiating outwards until you are right in front of it. Reaching out and grasping that chalice. That's it. Feel it in your hands, the contents of the combined will of all those iron warriors from days of old. And now bringing it to your mouth, touching your lips, anticipating that refreshing taste, drinking that magical elixir. And drink it now, feeling that wonderful power deep inside enter into you, digesting that willpower, the combined will of all those ancient iron warriors right now as you drink that back, filling up your mind and body, spreading to every cell right now. Good. And now, drifting forwards in time, taking that ancient iron will with you, that's now a part of you, it's now inside of you, that wonderful old power, that intense combined willpower, noticing yourself achieving those goals, setting those targets, using that willpower to keep going when others fade, easily and naturally, with energy and purpose, driving forwards, feeling that sense of self-empowerment and freedom right now, noticing doing those things in your future that you're going to do. Great. And now further into the future, knowing how well you've used this willpower, enjoying those achievements, that sense of a job well done, noticing that tasks that used to be daunting can be undertaken easily with real focus, intentional iron focus, using that powerful strength of will, just getting a real sense of that now, really exerting your iron willpower in future times. And then really getting a sense of almost like a button inside your mind. A button with iron will printed on it. Get a sense of what that feels like when you switch that on. Almost as if you can feel that in your mind being switched on, pressed down right now. Something that you can do at will. You can switch on your willpower at will, you're going to find. So just practice switching that on and off right now. And notice the buzz you get each time it's switched on. and now, drifting back to the here and now, bringing with you all that strength of will, that wonderful willpower, your unconscious mind knowing you've learnt well today, knowing you can access this power anytime you need to, naturally and easily, coming back to the room with a renewed sense of energy and vigor, becoming more aware and opening your eyes. Excellent. And remember, the more you relax to this download, the more benefits you're going to notice. Remember also to check out other useful and associated sessions from hypnosisdownloads.com, such as improve concentration and focus and achieve your potential. My name is Mark Tyrrell of Uncommon Knowledge.
Hello, and welcome back to the Deborah Peters Show. It is an absolute pleasure to have you join me today. This is a real big time in the world and in business and in how companies function. We've got every kind of environment now, from complete remote working to hybrid to full-on, full-time in the office and everything in between. But bottom line, it's all about relationships. And that's what this podcast is all about. This podcast is all about being conscious in every area of your life, your business, your relationships, your health, your wealth, your self-expression. And of course, you know, the highest level relationship you can ever have is with yourself. And so today we're going to dig into what relationship dynamics play out in your life, especially in your work life, and how you can navigate that in such a way that you're making people feel like they're part of the team, and therefore they're bringing even more to the table. So my guest today, thank you so much for joining me. This is the second time we get together, Carrie. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, and you're an educator, and your background is in relationships and work relationships. So with all the changes that have been happening post pandemic, and people making personal changes in their lives and where they live and how they live, what are you seeing that's really happening in terms of relationship dynamics?
I think the biggest thing is that the more you talk to people, the more they will start to reveal that they're feeling really disconnected.
Yeah.
That it's a struggle. And even if they've gone back to work, like things are a little different. And, I think a lot of people are really finding that challenging of how do we get reconnected to each other? How do we get reconnected to the work and the purpose? And what is this all going to look like? I think there's a lot of fear out there. And so that's really the biggest challenge that I think most people are having.
Yeah, well, I mean, seriously, we've had the fear of Jesus put into us about, you can't talk to people, if you don't act a certain way, you're going to make the world die, and people are going to die around you because you're not behaving a certain way. I mean, there's been a lot of programming and conditioning that's taken place with the propaganda that's gone on around this. So I see it too, and I'm just generalizing, but to make the point is that people are afraid to engage. They want to.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that this summer when I was working remotely and traveling throughout the South. I noticed in different states, people were handling getting to know the new person differently.
Mm-hmm.
And some were just completely afraid to even look you in the eye. And others were like, I want to talk to you, but I'm shy. It's a little bit of everything. And so that's the tricky part, isn't it?
It is. And I think you're right. I mean, I think there are so many sort of cultural, societal messages out there that are things I like when I talk to folks about relationship and the importance of relationship and how do we build relationship. I often will point out to them that there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationships. Sorry, my dog's
he's like chiming in. Yeah.
He's like, I would like to be in relationship.
Like, I want to do that.
Dog I heard outside. Stop, you're fine. Sorry. Anyway, so there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationship, and they are power, competition, and fear.
Sure.
And man, look at the cultural messaging that we've gotten, especially in spades in the last 3 years, right?
Yeah.
Power, competition, and fear. Those things actually prevent us from being in relationship with each other. And
absolutely,
the 3 building blocks, or some of the building blocks of healthy relationship are the opposite of those, right? Trust, reciprocity, and cooperation. But those things are things that take time, and we have to build those things. And somebody has to be willing to be vulnerable and take that first step so that somebody else can come sort of meet them halfway. And when we're constantly bombarded with all of these cultural messages about we should be afraid of each other, and we don't know how to get along with each other, and our differences are bigger than our similarities, then it can feel really overwhelming to figure out, where do I even start?
Well, and it creates a whole program. It's the process of, let's just say, the 0 to 7 imprint years. It's really easy to create a program within a child's mind. They just are quite accepting, very malleable. Mm-hmm. With an adult, it's different. It takes a lot of repetition, 3, 7, 21 repetitions to create a new thought pattern or adjust to a new habit. So to see people become so shut down and so afraid to engage with each other, really does signify the enormity of how much hammering on the nervous system has actually taken place. And The bizarre thing about it is that we are, as human beings, we're social animals. We need that. We need that interfacing. And if we don't have it, then I think science has shown us that parts of our brain start to shut down, and our health starts to decline, and our immune system starts to collapse, and it's not good all the way around.
Yeah, no, it definitely isn't. And that's in one of those instances where our brains are kind of at odds with our body, right? Because our brain's job is to like keep us safe. But if your nervous system is in this constant state of awareness, heightened awareness, then everything looks like danger, right?
Yeah.
And so unless and until we can figure out how to settle our nervous systems and really feel calm, we don't know how to discern the difference between discomfort and danger.
Yeah. Right? And to bridge the gap with a hug, just need a hug. Like I think most people right now just really need a big old hug.
Yeah, I think a lot of people definitely need that. Or even just a warm smile, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm just going to meet your eyes with my eyes, and, and I'm just going to look at you kindly. And just give you a smile. Like it's kind of amazing the difference that can make when you feel like somebody is actually paying attention to you.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember during 2020, I was based in downtown LA, and I would walk down the street and I would smile at people because I was happy, I was taking care of my mental, emotional state and taking responsibility for that. And so I'd walk down the street and I would smile and say hello to people. I was just my normal self. I didn't dial that back. But they would run. They would cross the street. They'd scurry to the edge. And it was really, I laugh about it now, but it was really hard at the time. Because I was just really I was that one craving that hug. I just really wanted to talk to people.
Yeah.
Now what I'm seeing, which is fascinating because I'm in a different geography, different market, because I'm remote working now since like the end of May. What I'm experiencing is just these random big old smiles on people's faces as I roll in and out of the grocery store or stop by, the department store to pick something up, and it's beautiful. I mean, it just warms my heart. It's almost like getting a hug, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's one of those things, like I will often tell employers, right? Think about what a difference it would make, right? If somebody comes into your office and you're like looking at your computer and you go, yeah, hey, I'll be with you in just a minute. What is it that you need, right? And we're not making eye contact and I'm not paying attention to you, versus I close my laptop and I look up at you and I go, hey, it's nice to see you. How's your day going? Sets a completely different tone. And it doesn't take any longer to have that interaction. But if I'm going to set that tone with like, I see that you are an actual human being that is in my physical presence, and I'm going to smile at you, then chances are whatever interaction we're about to have is going to go way better than it was.
It's interesting you say that, because that's probably been my pet peeve, I guess, if I have one, for the last couple of years, is, you can walk into a store and walk up to a counter. They'll be doing something on their computer and just, it's like you're non-existent. It's like you're not even standing there for minutes, like not a fraction, but minutes. And I think that, it really takes a certain kind of training and programming to be able to pull that. I can't pull that off.
Yeah.
Like I have to work really hard to completely ignore someone that's right in front of me. So if we're going to get into, let's maybe talk about this a little bit, communication styles, right? So then I will say hello, and sometimes they'll acknowledge, sometimes they won't. Now I understand everybody's got a different kind of concentration level. But I really feel strongly that if you can't handle interruptions, you really shouldn't be in a customer service frontline role.
Right.
And I think I'm probably really old school, because where I learned to acknowledge people was I was in the service industry. You know, I was bartending and serving cocktails and you know, occasionally didn't enjoy it much, but food service. I'd rather serve 100 cocktails than one plate of food, you know. But the thing was is that we were always taught that you acknowledge everyone. Like you could be totally caught off guard, the only person working the room, and you get slammed and every table's full. But if you acknowledge everyone, just look them in the eye, give them a smile, let them know, hey, I'm working on you, I'll be back. They will wait forever.
Yep.
But if you ignore them, nobody likes to be ignored.
Right. We all know what that feels like. You know, if like you walk up on the street and you see a couple of your friends standing there talking and they wait 5 minutes to acknowledge you and you're just standing there awkwardly and feeling weird.
Mind blowing.
It's horrible. Like we all know what that feels like. And that is physiological, right? Like one of the most basic psychological needs of human beings is belonging.
Yeah.
We need to know that we're not invisible. And you know, I used to do a lot of street outreach with folks who are unhoused, right? And the thing that they would say more than anything else is like, yeah, it would be really great if you could give me $5 so that I could go get a warm cup of coffee. But more than anything, just acknowledge me when you walk by. Just say hi. Like it feels so horrible to think that I am literally just invisible. Because
I have a theory on that. I have a theory on that. And I have a theory that most people don't acknowledge someone who is, say, living on the street and panhandling for money because they don't want it to be contagious.
Right.
You know, I think there's an element of that going on. It's like if I engage with this person, you know, and of course it's not, but you know, there's like a basic sense of self that's missing. Because I do a lot of, I go to a lot of networking events, and I've been in situations where I'll walk up to a group, or someone will come and walk up to a group that I'm talking in, and everybody will just, you know, ignore that new person rather than just take a breath and go, hey, you know, this is what we're chatting about. How are you? What's your name? It's so easy to do.
Yeah. Yeah. It really is. It's amazing the impact it has, right? I often tell people building trust and building relationship is both easier and harder than we think it is. You know, it's easier because oftentimes that's all it takes is to start, right? Or to just acknowledge that there's some awkwardness here. You know, I'm feeling weird about this. But it's harder than we think because we have to be willing to be vulnerable and we have to be willing to slow down. Like building trust and building relationship takes time. And
is it a basic? I think these are basic manners that we either are or are not taught as a child.
I think that's part of it, but I think the other part of it is that it's those hierarchies, it's those power structures, right? Like, I don't know about you, but my parents were baby boomers and I was raised that children are supposed to be ignored, right? Like you are not,
that didn't hold me back.
You're spoken to, right? Oh no, me either. I always got in trouble for that, right? But there was this, like I was brought up, and even in school, you know, I was brought up like there's a time and a place for you to speak and you wait until I acknowledge you, right? As a child. And then, you know, we do all these we set up all these competitions. Like a lot of times in workplaces, there will be these sort of artificial competition things that we set up because we think it's going to increase productivity, and maybe it does increase productivity a little bit, but more than that, what it does is it divides people, because who wants to be in relationship with someone you're in competition with? Like
horrible.
That feels awful, right? So I think there's a lot of that is sort of instilled in us over time, right? because like, I know for a fact, I've been in situations where I know someone was ignoring me as kind of a power play.
Yes.
And it's like, that feels really gross. And also I can totally see through what you're doing. Like, wow,
Mhm.
that's just weird. But also we're socialized to do that. It's a competition thing.
Yeah, I think, there's a lot at play. Like, I just, some of it is just lack of social graces. Like, just, it's like chewing with your mouth full of food. It's like, just don't, just don't. Like, have some awareness, some self-awareness that you're actually out among other people and that you're not the only one standing here in this conversation, and that it's okay to include other people. You're not going to lose your grounding. Like, you can still make your point and be inclusive of, who else has come into the mix. So just,
Yeah.
I just, I don't have a lot of patience for that kind of thing. I don't,
Yeah.
it's
I agree. It's those sort of social dynamics just are
awkward at best.
Yeah. Kind of
Yeah.
feels super gross.
So well, and also kind of annoying. Like, sometimes I'll be standing there thinking to myself, wow, this is fascinating. That people can pretend you're not there and think it's okay. I mean, professionally, it's not very professional. On a personal level, it's just, like you said, gross. It's just like really rude. So I think it's a few things. I think it's a lack of self-awareness, bad manners, just in general, poor social skills, and to your point, just maybe a desire to have the upper hand.
Yeah. I think that's true in a lot of cases, which also I think leads back to that fear thing, right? It's like, what, I can't give an inch to this person because what if, I got to look like I'm the one who's in charge, or the one who's the most knowledgeable, or the one, whatever, which, I don't know. I think it's really funny to think about what we think we're getting out of that. What are you winning? If you're
I don't think they think that far down the road. I think it's very much an instant gratification kind of deal. And there's just a lot going on in terms of how status quo runs, the rules of society function, what you're expected to accept as being a norm.
Right.
So there's just a lot, and I see too buzzwords. So we'll have in the professional world or the executive world, there's a concept like servant leadership. It's like, well, that's wonderful, but who's responsible? At the end of the day, somebody's got to take responsibility. So is it really that effective? And I think that there's a point of, I'm going to step up here and I'm going to lead. I'm going to remain open and I'm going to remain flexible, but somebody's got to take responsibility. So how do I do that without putting people down? Like, how do I lead and be and keep the charge moving forward, as they would say, like, moving the needle, and yet remain where I'm not developing this staunch hierarchy.
Yeah. I mean, I think that one of the best ways to do it, like, we need to have, if we're working together as a team, we need to have sort of a shared sense of reality.
Sure.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Somebody is ultimately responsible for this deliverable thing, whatever we've all agreed is the important deliverable thing. Yes, this is the person that's responsible for that. And the reason that we're a team and the reason that we were all hired is because we each have different skill sets that feed into this person's ability to deliver that thing. And so as long as we all understand that there isn't one person who's more or less valuable than anybody else on the team, right? We all have a role to play, right? If you think about it back in, caveman times when we were, roving around sort of nomadically and figuring out everybody had a different role, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, somebody was in charge of starting the fire and somebody was in charge of cooking the thing that they'd hunted. But you can't do that unless there was the person that gathered the wood and the person that went and hunted the thing. And then the other people who prepared the thing once you caught it. And if we have this shared reality that we're all in this together and we all benefit from this ultimate deliverable, there are all these little smaller deliverables along the way. And those are equally as important, right? There are all these building blocks that go into the same thing. And so I think if there's someone who's a leader, they're going to be most effective if they're able to create a climate where everybody actually understands their own worth in this larger system and embraces it and feels good about it, right? Like, this is my skill set. This is a thing that I know I'm really, really good at. And it's important to the team for this to happen. I mean, that's
right.
Instead of, I think in the past, what we've done is placed way more emphasis on one part of that puzzle than another. And then, made it seem like you're actually not all that important. You're kind of disposable, actually. And nobody wants to be disposable. I don't want to be disposable. I want to feel important. I want to feel like I'm contributing.
Yeah, well, I think we all do. And, it's the challenge is that usually with higher level positions, let's say in a corporate makeup, there's greater levels of responsibility and the stakes are higher. I coach CEOs of small to mid-sized companies. I have for 20 years, and 99.9% of them are men. Not that I don't like coaching female CEOs. There aren't very many, there's more today than there were then, but it just became its thing. It became a niche market. And the stakes are super high. Like, these guys lay their entire existence on the line for the success of that company. And they know that they're responsible for paying everybody's mortgage, right? So, but what we have to find, I think, is some kind of awareness that, yes, you are in this role of greater responsibility, the stakes are higher, and everyone on your team plays a part in this wheel moving forward.
Yeah.
So it's, how do we create, first of all, value and awareness of value, and then secondly, acknowledgement of that.
Right.
You can't acknowledge something you're not aware of.
Right. Yeah, no, there's this great thing that I discovered about probably 10 years ago, and I do it a lot with adolescents as a way to sort of build their self-esteem. But I think I've done it with teams as well too. And it's called wealth mapping. And it's, when we think of the word wealth, we think of money, right?
Sure.
But we all have all of these different alternative forms of wealth, right? Some people are amazing at navigating bureaucracy. Like, some people can do that like nobody's business, right? Some people are phenomenal at a spreadsheet. Some people are really, really great at walking into a room, sort of reading the situation and calming everybody down, right?
Yeah.
Those are not things that we necessarily, the spreadsheet thing, maybe you're going to put that on your resume, maybe even the navigating bureaucracy thing. But there are like all of these other different kinds of skills that people bring to
soft skills.
Yeah. And so there's this whole, thing that I do with teams often, where we'll do wealth mapping, and people can have a really hard time wrapping their head around it. It's like, I don't know.
I know.
But usually once we get on a roll, or once one of their coworkers will be like, oh, here's the thing, you're really good at, remembering everybody's birthdays, which seems like a silly thing, but it's super important, right? Because who doesn't want to have their birthday acknowledged, or, whatever, right? You're paying attention to everybody on the team, and everybody feels cared for by you. That's an alternative form of wealth. And then somebody will be like, oh yeah, I am kind of good at that, actually, right? And so doing that in a team, and being able to recognize and acknowledge all of these other things that your coworkers are doing, the way that they move through the world that is slightly unique, that makes them who they are, that also really benefits everybody else around them, can be huge, right?
Yeah.
That's a great way for people to understand. And it's also a great way to, often leaders don't know those kind of things. Those things are sort of
people don't talk about it.
Them. And so knowing that about the people that are working for you is a big deal. The other thing that I like to do is to have folks sort of interrogate what it is that in your culture it constitutes work.
Right.
Is it like, are we thinking about work as just deliverables on a
head down?
Right. Yeah. Or am I acknowledging that, this person that works for me has a child at home who is on the autism spectrum, and they have an elderly parent also living with them. And there's all this stuff that they're having to navigate before they ever even walk through the door. And so that's work, right? It's uncompensated work, but it's work. And so this person is also doing all of these other things. And by the time they get here, how can we support them?
Yeah.
Right. Maybe there's a coworker that just brings them a cup of coffee at 2:30 every day, just the way they like it. Sure. Right. How can this person feel cared for? It's not going to cost the company anything. It doesn't, right? It's just creating this culture of cooperation and care for each other by examining how much work someone's doing. I have a friend who is profoundly deaf, right? And that's work, just to navigate the world.
Yeah,
and so
life.
She's already starting out with like so much less energy for certain things. So how can I figure out, when I'm working with her, what's going to make her life easier?
Right? It makes me think of, I just toured this company. It's like a storage facility at the port in Savannah, Georgia. And they have a very powerful value proposition, and their set of values and the goals and objectives are laid out as well. And they have 4 main goals for 2023. One is to provide free healthcare for their entire workforce. One is to provide one hot meal a day for their workforce. So far, they're managing to do that 1 day a week. And then to provide complimentary childcare for their workers. I mean, that's huge. I was a single mother.
Yeah.
Childcare, when you got to get up in the morning and get yourself and your child ready and out the door, and if you're dealing with any weather, to have a company that provided healthcare and lunch and somewhere for your child to be cared for, oh my God, that just took the weight of the world off of my shoulders. That would have been a completely other reality for me.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
the thing is that I think it's how we go about this, where it's not like an entitlement, because I'm not down with this whole entitlement thing of, you're the company, you're the man with all the money, you owe me. It's like, no, nobody owes you anything. You need to get up, suit up, show up, and perform. And you need to do it for you, not because somebody's looking. So whether they're looking or not, you need to do it for you. Always do your best. Why wouldn't you? Who cares, right? And then there needs to be a dialogue between, the people that are in the company and the people that have the influence to create the structure of the company, so that there's like you said, a unified vision. It's like, who are we becoming as a company here? What kind of culture are we creating, and how do we want to flush this thing out? What do we want people to feel like when they spend most of their lives coming here every day of the week, 5 days a week, whatever? Because we do spend most of our adult life working.
Right. And you don't want to resent that, right? I mean, yes, I'm going to work harder if I feel like the people that I'm working with actually care about me as a human being, right? If I feel like I'm disposable, then gradually my motivation levels are going to go down to get that work done, right? So coming to work and feeling like there are people there who are happy to see me, who acknowledge what my unique skills and gifts are, right? That I have one of the other basic psychological needs of human beings is emerging mastery. We need to feel like we're not just doing the same thing all the time over and over. I need to feel like I'm getting better, like I'm learning
growth.
A new skill. I'm, maybe I have opportunities for advancement. I'm, so how do we create a system that nurtures all of those things, that nurtures relationship, that doesn't treat the human being like it's just this machine that's going to come in and do all the things for us? Because that might work for a little while, but unless we trap people into sort of being beholden to that particular job, they're going to leave because they're miserable. Like you said, I'm spending most of my adult life doing this. I would like to be enjoying it.
Yeah. And then I really feel that who we are being is what gets reflected back to us. So if we want to be treated that way, we need to show up that way. We need to come into that environment full on. This is I'm showing up, I'm communicating, I'm contributing, I'm bringing my best self as much as I can. Yeah, I'm going to have a bad day once in a while, but that's not my attitude. That's just having a bad day, and then we'll get that mirrored back to us, rather than, I think, looking for the company to provide something we're not already being is kind of foolish. Like, if we want this company to show up a certain way for us, it's like any relationship in a marriage, business partnership, parental. If you want your child to be a certain way, if you want your spouse to be a certain way, be that thing, be that energy, be that focus. And if they're not capable of mirroring it back to you, then you need to move on, because you're more conscious than they are. And if they can't rise up and connect to that consciousness, then it's not a fit. It's a values conflict.
Right. That's not, again, one of those, that's a perfect illustration of one of the building blocks of healthy relationships is reciprocity. If you're not going to meet me halfway, right? If I'm going to say to you, here I am, I'm putting myself out here, I'm working my tail off, I'm showing up, I have this great attitude, and you're just ignoring me, or, then that's not healthy. That's not sustainable. So how do we have reciprocity? Again, that doesn't necessarily mean, I'm equal to the CEO in terms of, all the work things, but it does mean that I'm seen as a unique, important human being who is also part of the shared vision of this work that we're doing together. And so how do we meet folks halfway? How do we create that sort of culture instead of, and I don't think anybody should feel like other people owe them something.
Yeah, I know.
It
seems to be rampant these days.
Yeah. If you're in a relationship, it needs to be like we're co-creating this.
Co-creating.
That's the important piece. How do we co-create this?
How do we co-create? Well, it takes two to tango, baby, right? I remember, and then I'm gonna ask you to give some information about how people can reach you. I remember a point in my life where I would go into a relationship just kind of looking to calibrate who they were being and how they were showing up. And I felt like I always kind of got the short end of the stick, so to speak. I would always go away from that interactions going, like, this is not nurturing to me at all. Yeah. And then I decided to really like look at what I was creating, and going forward, I started going into relationships, leading with what I wanted the relationship dynamic to look like and letting that play out. And sometimes they just walked away, and sometimes they struggled a little, and sometimes they met me full on halfway. I mean, it was a mixed bag, right? But I saw it as an experiment instead of it, because I'm always doing that with all of my relationships. It's like, okay, you show me who you're being, and I'll let you know if we're going to continue. But this is who I'm being. Yeah. So if you can roll at my speed, let's party. If you can't roll at my speed, then what do we need to talk about here to sort this thing out? Because I care about you, and I want you in my life, and I want to work with you, and I want to do this project with you, and whatever it is, right? Because it could be staff, team members, clients, lovers. It could be all girlfriends, whatever, all of the above. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? We need to be able to grow, and our relationships need to be able to grow too. So if there's another person who's showing up who's going, I don't want to grow, I'm kind of just here. Yeah. That, that's cool. You do you. And I'm going to be over here with people that can grow with me, right? That we can learn from. And that takes a willingness to have hard conversations. It takes a willingness to show up. It takes a willingness to listen.
And let go.
Yep. Yeah.
And let go. So how can people find you?
So I'm probably the easiest way is my website, theselfproject.com. Nice. So I work with, like I said, teams and educators and parents and adolescents around relationship, around building healthy, strong, reciprocal relationships. So go to my website, theselfproject.com, and you can see all the things.
All the things.
All the things.
And I know you've been traveling around the world, so I'm glad to be able to have you back on today. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's nice to be home for a little while. I take off again this weekend, but it's all good. It's all
good.
It's all the work I love doing. So yeah.
I know. You're living your best life, girl. That's what matters. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. And thank you everybody for dialing in today and liking and sharing and commenting. And just know that the Deborah Peters Show is on every major podcast platform. You don't have to watch us on just one network. Go to any of your favorite platforms and the show will be there. Make sure you say hi and subscribe and invite your friends. And that's how we grow. So thank you so much to Carrie for being on my show today. Remember, everybody, stay aligned, stay alert, and
I'm here with my good friend Tanner, and today we're going to talk about how style affects confidence in the gym. So I'm here with my good friend Tanner, who runs Masculine Style. You are my style coach.
I am.
And I wanted to talk a little bit about style in the weight room, and specifically how it affects confidence. We talk a lot about, people are crazy about the music they listen to in the weight room. If they're going for a big PR or a big lift, they want a specific thing to hear. That they think about the atmosphere around them. They want an atmosphere where maybe there's people watching or clapping or cheering them on, like workout partners. All of that stuff we give a lot of thought to, but we often don't think about the impact that style has, or our clothing specifically has, on our confidence and therefore our performance in the weight room. How does that apply to us?
Yeah, I think that one of the big mistakes that a lot of people make, especially men tend to make, is the association or the assumption that my style really only has an impact on the way that other people perceive me. And it's really easy when it comes to going through a good like prep routine before you try and do a squat PR, that you get under the bar the right way, or you get your pump music on or something else like that. It's easy for us to understand that the real purpose of that is to get you really present in the moment. And clothing has that exact same effect as well. And so that should be your primary purpose when you think about your clothing, is how can I dress in a way that it makes it so that I'm very present in what it is that I'm doing. That may be so that I feel like I'm performing for other people, or at least that I'm not feeling self-conscious about what I'm wearing. You can't totally omit the fact that other people have an opinion, and you will have that kind of bleed into your brain a little bit. But even more so than that, because even if I've got a garage gym, I work out at home. Yeah. And even just the ritual of putting on, like, these are my gym clothes, or this is what I wear to do this versus what I wear to do that, is different. And if you challenge that idea, go try and set a PR wearing jeans and a sport coat. That's right. Tell me that it doesn't affect your ability to just mentally be present and feel like you're ready to go in and do the work.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, vice versa. One of the things I've learned from you is that I don't wear my gym clothes on my business Zoom calls anymore either. I dress like the CEO of the company that I am. And so for me, figuring out what I need to wear to make me feel more present in the moment first is really important. And then there is a piece of this where I don't want to feel silly, or our viewers don't want to feel silly by whoever else is present in the room. Now, that's not primary for us. For me, I'm training in the garage, or I'm training in my home gym with my wife, who I've been with for almost 30 years. She doesn't really care about the way I look, and yet I've noticed that, like, I try to wear gym clothes that she compliments me on when I wear them, and she does the same for me. Like, she knows that there are certain outfits I'm like, you look great today, and we're the only audience that we have, and so both we feel good about what we're wearing, and therefore we feel like we're ready to perform and more present in the moment. But I also feel like this person who's watching me, this person who I actually love and care about their opinion of me, not the stranger in the gym who I don't know at all and I'll never see again, that I also am being able to do something for them where they're like, man, they look really good while they're performing the lift. So there is a little bit of that as secondary for me as well.
Yeah, it's not to say that it doesn't exist. You have to be a complete sociopath to say that nobody's opinion of me matters and it doesn't affect my self-perception or my ability to perform or anything to that effect. And so absolutely, but it's secondary instead of primary.
Yeah, that's great. So do you have suggestions specifically about the way we think about the clothes we wear for performance? So not just the presence of or the sort of culturally atmosphere, the way it sets me in my mindset, but how certain things, like, for example, I'll think about things like, I don't want to wear baggy shorts when I squat that are going to inhibit the depth of my squat. I don't want to wear slick t-shirts on a bench press where I'm going to slide down the bench. Have you thought about that much? And then trying to figure out, sometimes those things that are the most functional are often not the most stylish. So trying to find the combination between the two, I think, is really important as well.
Yeah, so basically what you're getting at is the idea that you have two different purposes. You have function and you have form.
That's right.
And sometimes it can feel like they're mutually exclusive. Most of the time they're not. You just have to do a little bit digger deeping. And so function, obviously, with something as physical as what we're doing in the gym is huge. Again, trying to deadlift in a three-piece suit doesn't work. It doesn't work from a form perspective, and it absolutely doesn't work from a function perspective. And so you have to be able to find and wear things that are going to work in that regard. And I think one of the things that's so fascinating about this is you look at even just the different barbell disciplines, where you look at the way bodybuilders dress versus the way CrossFit athletes do, which is different than how powerlifters do. And you get all of these little things that they start off and they're rooted in function, and then from there they start to expand and kind of extrapolate into form, where maybe colors get introduced, or the cuts are a little bit different and the materials may breathe a little bit differently or something else. And so I would say that's when you start to move into the form component of it, is what is it again that is going to make you feel the most confident and competent in the environment in which you find yourself. Because you can dress like a CrossFitter in a powerlifting gym and you're gonna feel some level of self-consciousness because you don't belong in the environment. Or if you're not totally killing it with your physique and you're wearing all the latest, like, most hype beast athletic bodybuilder gear, and there's a dissonance between what your clothing says and what your body says, that creates this self-consciousness. And so it's being able to really just pay attention to and calibrate, again, functionally, what does my clothing do? But then from a form perspective, what is it that's going to make me feel present? What is it that's going to make me feel like I'm I'm sending the right signals to other people and to myself so that I can be there and I can actually focus on the task at hand instead of always having these little things in the back, oh, like, she's looking at me this way, or this dude's laughing behind my back, or I don't really care, but you spend all this time convincing yourself you don't care, that's where all your mental energy goes. And if you get it dialed, that all disappears. And you just get to focus on the job.
Yeah, that's great. I really like that. I like too that you actually talked about like the idea. There is a concept too of dressing for who you want to be, but you can take that too far, right? So you can go like, look, if you are a completely out of shape beginner, you don't have the V-taper of a bodybuilder, but you decide to wear the super short shorts or the Zubaz pants and the string tank top. But you've got the extra side boob coming out. Like maybe you could take one step in that direction, and so a little more form-fitting clothes. Like for me, I remember back in the when I was a poor college kid, I would just take an old T-shirt, cut the sleeves off, and wear an old T-shirt. But like. And I still have, honestly, I have those. Some of those are in storage as sort of memories of what I used to look like.
Because you've injected all this meaning and symbolism onto them.
But now I like to dress in a way that it's form-fitting, it's tight-fitting, in my shoulders and my arms and my chest. It's got enough drape in the waist. The shorts are not bunchy or in a way that's going to inhibit any of the lifting. The shoes that I wear are, so I'll wear tennis shoes when I bench press. I'll wear squat shoes when I squat or deadlift or press, or knee sleeves when they're appropriate. And even things for me like making sure that the colors coordinate between the shoes, the knee sleeves, the belt, the shorts. And again, some people aren't going to care, but for me, that I'm a little bit OCD that if I get too many colors that are contrasting in a way that sort of makes me feel weird, then I'm actually thinking about how ridiculous that looks.
And so you're paying attention to that instead of the lift.
And I want to be present. So even for me in the music, I talked about this on the podcast a couple weeks ago. I've lifted for so long that I don't come up with a new song to pump me up for every single PR song. People that have watch my videos or listen to podcasts know I listen to Bleeding Me by Metallica. Now, it's not the greatest song in the world. I'm not saying there's anything special.
But it does the job for you.
It's familiarity. It puts me in the present moment. So it's not about screaming rah, 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 slap in the face, adrenaline rush. It's about almost every PR I have ever set for the past 20 years has been set with that song playing. So it takes the focus from here to here. It narrows it. And I've started to have the same thing with my clothes. I have certain clothes that I wear when I want to set deadlift PRs, when I want to set squat PRs, and they're a little different, right? Rachel thinks about she'll bench press and press with tank tops on, but she won't squat with tank tops on because too much skin is exposed to the knurl on the bar. So so she's going to wear more of a form-fitting shirt than a tank top. So the combination of clothes that make you feel confident, clothes that make you feel good, and also clothes that are functional for the performance that we're going to do, really ultimately put us in the moment.
Totally.
And as much as music or anything else that we're going to do.
Well, and you can even take it and extrapolate it beyond the gym, and you think about anything, you look at any culture and you look at ritual, okay? Whether that's a religious ritual or a civic ritual or something else, and there's always these kind of elements where there's certain body movements that happen. That's what you're doing when you're in the gym. There's certain music or chants or something else that's associated with it, and so that's the same thing that gets you present. And there's always ritual clothing that's associated with it too, because you get the combination of those three things where you take these physical inputs of what you see, what you hear, and what you do when you move, and it affects your state of mind. And so we're absolutely insane to not consciously and conscientiously think of those three elements when we're going through the ritual of making ourselves better in the gym.
Yeah, I love that. One thing which you never mentioned was brand. I'm not trying to impress people with the money I'm spending on my clothes. It's never that, right? And that doesn't mean that there aren't high quality brands out there. We have the brands that we love. We have the brands that don't fall apart. When you're training hard, low quality clothes will fall apart over time. But it's not about having the logo on the shirt or the logo on the shorts or whatever. It's more about all of those other things, the way it makes me feel, the way it performs, like that's what I'm looking for first to be present in the moment.
Yeah, and again, it's finding the brands that even they get it on that level, where it's not this kind of like crass, overt status display, or it's the kind of big name that everybody's associated with. You know, some of my favorites are really the smaller brands like Oliver's Apparel or 10,000 or Kino Clothing or some of these others that they allow the clothing to do the talking both to the audience, but most importantly to you. It's not that I'm a billboard for this particular company.
That's right.
My identity is wrapped up in this brand. It's that the clothing is there to supplement you and who you are, as opposed to you being an advertiser.
That's right. And I'm the same way. So I don't have any relationship with clothing manufacturers. I love like Lululemon shorts, like Lululemon pants. They fit really well. I like the way they perform. I wear fresh, clean tees or true classic tees, which are no logo tees. They're made to fit tight, tight where they're supposed to be tight, arms, shoulders, not overly tight, drape in the midsection, and they just make me feel better about who I am. I can see myself in the mirror and I just think like, okay, I look the part here. I don't look frumpy. I don't look, messy. And so I love that look. And then, man, this is just another place where the world has completely changed over the last several years. 5-10 years ago, we didn't have options like this. That was it. That's what it was. Like, you would go on and you'd see these ads on social media, and they were for the ridiculous bodybuilding. It was the string all the way, barely, not even covering the nipples. And that, you're like, I'm not gonna dress like that. That's exactly right. So I do love that even fitness clothing now, the way we style in the gym can actually reflect who we are even in the rest of our life. And that's really, really cool. So you've got that opportunity. And so if it's not something that you've thought about, you've probably thought about the music that you listen to. You've probably thought about the gym that you train at, whether that's a home gym or a public gym, a place that's the great atmosphere where people are supporting you and encouraging you. Style should just be another one of those variables that we put a lot of thought in to help us perform and be in the moment.
And watch it just key up everything else that you're already doing. It's such a supplement, and there's this synergy of when you get the right environment, the right music, and then you add in the right clothing, and you're better at it.
I love it. So for more of this conversation, you've been on my podcast on Barbalogic. We'll link it in the show notes. We actually also, Nikki and I just talked about this in a recent Barbalogic podcast on confidence in the gym. You can check those in the show notes. And for more great tips on accessories, confidence, and how to perform in the gym, just click the link right up there in the corner. See you next time. Hey everybody, you just met Tanner and I in the previous video that we just did. Tanner is a sponsor of this video, but he's also my style coach.
Yeah, I would love to chat with you guys, especially because you'll find out that my approach is very similar to what Matt and the Block team do. It's minimum effective dose. It's how this contributes to your overall quality of life, not making this the biggest, most important thing that you have going on. So if you want to...
And what we're going to talk about is money and kind of the really core fundamental basics that I think we don't talk enough about. So it's weird for me because talking about money and writing books about money now is my job. Which is very, very weird to me because for most of my life, believe it or not, I was absolutely absurdly terrible with money. If you think that you're bad with money, I promise you I was worse. I grew up in one of those families where you could talk about literally anything around the dinner table. You could make jokes about like farting or sex jokes. You could have a robust respectful conversation about religion or politics. Everything was allowed, but the one thing that we never, ever, ever spoke about was money. And so when I entered the adult world and I got my first job and very quickly got my first credit card, which just arrived in the post one day, I had this incredible financial strategy, which was just never think about it. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll all work its way out and whatever. And spoiler alert, it wasn't fine. By not understanding how money works, by not having these kind of really basic concepts that you understand, there's this ironic thing that happens where the less you understand about money, the more money ends up controlling your life. And that was certainly true for me. By having this very, like ostrich approach to finances. And it was so bad, by the way, that I was that person who, when I would go and draw money from the ATM, I would get the slip and I would scrumple it up and throw it away without ever looking at it so that I didn't have to see how little money was in my bank account. And at its worst, I managed to get myself into more than 300,000 rands worth of debt by my mid-20s. I don't even know who gave or offered a 20-something-year-old 300,000 rands worth of money. My brain wasn't fully developed yet. I certainly could not be trusted with these infinite credit cards. And yet I was. And things got worse for me when and one day I had this realization, and it must have been about 25, 26. And I had this realization that I hated my job. I was in a relationship that was making me really unhappy. And I felt like I couldn't leave either of those things because of my financial situation. And I'm really, really glad that that happened, because that was the wake-up call that I needed to put on my cowboy hat and confront this thing that I had seen as I thought was really terrifying, and I thought was uninteresting, and I thought this is just not something I ever want to think about. I realized I kind of had to. So I made learning about money my mission in life. I managed to sneakily get myself a job inside the finance industry, because I figured if you go into the belly of the beast, that's the best way to figure out how it actually works. So I ended up working in the finance industry, and I did everything I could to learn these basic lessons about money. And what I learned was kind of nuts. It was kind of wild. And so I became really passionate about sharing those really surprising things that I learned while I was there with other young people, specifically young people. Here's the first crazy thing that I learned. It's to do with this very large number at the top, 451 billion rand and some change. That is the amount of money that South Africans spent on gambling. And that is in 1 year alone. That is in I'm busy checking my notes. That is 2019. They spent 451 billion rand in that 1 year, and 32 billion, that is the amount of profit that the gambling industry declared in that same 1 year. Nuts, right? And this is only legal gambling as well. So this excludes online gaming, and it excludes all of those like dodgy things that your weird uncle is always trying to convince you to waste money on. And that was the first thing that I learned, really, was when I was walking around the world feeling like I missed something. There was a class at school one day about how money works, and I must have been sick that day. And I'm the only person who doesn't understand how money works and what I'm supposed to be doing. And I was feeling so ashamed of that and so scared of asking for help, because I felt like I should just know all of this stuff. I realized that wasn't true. I realized that most people feel like they don't understand what they are supposed to be doing. And of course they don't, because we don't do a good job in South Africa or anywhere in the world really teaching young people the basic principles of money. We just don't. And then we just assume everyone will sort of just figure it out on their own. And unfortunately, people are not figuring it out on their own. Time Bank ran a study, I think it was 2-3 years ago now, where they interviewed South Africans across the income spectrum. And they found that 76%, so that's 3/4 of people, run out of money before the end of the month regularly. And in fact, more than half of people, 57%, run out of money by the 15th of the month. And if you think that that's just a problem of income, and certainly in our economy, that is often part of the problem, is people just are not earning enough money. But that's not the only part of the problem, because in fact, if you just go and ask individuals who earn more than 50,000 Rand a month, which is the top 1% of income earners in South Africa, nearly half of them are running out of money before the end of the month every month also. You can't really out earn not knowing what you are supposed to be doing, not feeling like you are in control of your spending. And it was really helpful to have this realization when I made it my job to start talking to people about money, because it made me feel less alone. And the other thing that I learned, which was even more optimistic and even more hopeful, is that it's really not actually as complicated as I had been led to believe. This is the dark secret that most of the financial services industry doesn't really want us to understand. Because a lot of people, when they talk about how money works, they very quickly start talking about a bunch of complicated financial jargon, and they start talking about products, and they start saying, oh, you should know what a TFSA is, and you should make sure that you've got a retirement annuity, and you've got to think about stocks and bonds and all these different things and crypto and they throw a lot of words at you. But the good news is that the fundamental principles, the things that really matter most, are really not that complicated at all. And that's a really good thing. One of the biggest kind of mind flips, I think, happens when you start thinking about your money in a sort of fundamentally different way. Most of us, when we think about being good with our money, being in control of our money, what we're thinking about is just getting through from paycheck to paycheck. We think about, I have this amount of money left and I'm going to get paid again on the 25th, and I need to get from here to there. And if I can just do that, and it's sort of like a trapeze, right? Or George of the Jungle swinging from vine to vine. If I can just do that and never miss a vine, that's okay, I'm coping. And many people aren't even able to do that. They're not even able to get through the month, right? But really what gets really powerful and can help you change how you feel about your finances in quite a different way is to take a step back from that month-to-month picture and to sort of just visualize all of the money that you're ever going to earn over your whole lifetime as a whole. So I want you to do that now. I want you to imagine this huge big pile of money. You can imagine it with like actual physical cash, and you could imagine you could dive into it like this oak, like Scrooge McDuck, and you could swim through it. And just imagine that big pile of money. And that is all the money that you are going to earn between now and the rest of your life, right? Now, the good news is that pile of money is probably bigger than you think it is. So what I want you to do is I want you to find at the top of this graph the number that is the closest to your average monthly income. And on the left of the graph, I want you to find the number that is closest to the age that you are right now. And see where those two numbers meet, find that number. So that number is the amount of money that you will still earn over the rest of your life. It assumes a 6% increase every year for inflation, or you could remove that and do some different maths, and it assumes that you work until the age of 65, right? So that's a big number. It's a bigger number than most people realize often. So that's the good news, because every rand that you will ever earn is really a piece of possibility, because you could do anything with it. Money is what we call fungible, which means you can turn the same rand into anything. You could turn it into a holiday, you could turn it into school fees, you could turn it into whatever you want. So you have a lot of choices. That's the good news. But the bad news is you don't really have a lot of time to make those choices in. So I'm not going to do a lot of math in the next hour, I promise. This is the last bit of math that we have to look at. Imagine that you work for 40 years. So you work from age 25 to age 65, and you get 12 paychecks every year, and you never take a break. You never stop working. You work for that full 40 years. That means that you only have 480 paychecks over your whole lifetime. And really, those are your moments to decide where all of that money is going to go. Because let's be honest, once the month goes on and money's in your bank account, it just tends to vanish, right? That happens to all of us, which really means that you have 480 choices, 480 times to decide what you're going to turn all of that money that's going to flow through your life into, what it's going to fund in your life, right? And the truth is that even though that pile of money might be big, it might be bigger than many of us think about when we're stuck in our month-to-month cycle, it's not infinite. None of us are going to earn money forever. If we're lucky, many of us, the reason that we will stop earning money is because we will get old and we will not be able to earn money anymore, and we'll also hopefully deserve some good calm downtime. And the biggest flip that really helps people to start to feel more in control of their finances, in my experience, is thinking about how they can make sure that they can still pay for the things that they need, even in times when that next paycheck is not there. And that means thinking about that pile holistically. So really the goal is to think about how you can earn money during the times when you yourself are not earning money. And that's what assets are. Jobs are things where you go out and you use your labor and you go and create an income. Assets are things that you can buy that put your money to work so your money can make money for you, right? And that, my friends, is the single core, most important lesson about feeling in control of your money. Buy assets, build a portfolio of assets. That's it. That is the single most important thing to know. Everything after this is how do we buy assets, right? I have a little story that I like to tell myself to really help me imagine what this looks like in my own life. And with the story, I like to imagine that I have all these little pets in my house, and I call them snorgels, and they're cute as heck. This is what they look like. And snorgels need to eat apples to survive. Every one snorgel needs one apple every day. Otherwise, your snorgel will starve slowly, and no one wants that because they're cute, right? So every day I have to go out to the fields and I have to go pick apples and I have to bring them back home so that I can feed my snorgels, right? And that's good and well, but there are times when I can't go do that, and there are times when I don't want to be doing that. So my goal is to rather start growing my own orchard of apple trees that I can laze around, I can play Xbox, I can teach my snorgels to hula hoop, and I don't have to go and pick apples every single day. Or it's not a disaster if there are days when I cannot pick apples. I think in the last year, all of us have confronted the fact that there are times when those paychecks dry up, and that's not in our control. That's not about us having done something bad or wrong. That can happen to everyone. So the goal is lots and lots of apple trees, right? Simple. How do you do that? 3 things. You save, you get out of debt, and then you start investing. You grow that money. Done. That's it. That's everything you need to do. But obviously, it's easier said than done. And the first part of the first step, really, which is saving, is interesting to me because it is the easiest one to understand and it's the hardest one to do. Saving is a lot like running a marathon, right? It's not complicated. In order to know what you need to do to run a marathon, you don't need to go and get a degree in biokinetics. You don't need to be a doctor. You don't need to understand what proteins muscles are made of. All you have to do is you have to put running shoes on your feet and you have to actually go running every day until you get fit. And saving is kind of the same thing. It's the easiest thing to understand, but it's so hard to do. So what do I mean by saving? Saving just means creating a surplus, which is making sure that you have apples left over, that you have more apples coming in than your snorgels are eating, right? So back to the snorgels. Snorgels are eating apples. You either earn extra apples, maybe you have a side hustle, maybe you get a long overdue raise at your job, or you put your snorgels on a diet and then you have a surplus. What you can do with that surplus is you can keep them aside so that you've got a bit of a spare cash if there's a day when you need some apples. And then once that pile is big enough that you've got emergency apples, you can then also start planting some of those apples, which is the investing side of things. Saving has to come first, right? But the reason that saving is so hard, right, is everyone hears, okay, I need to start saving money, fine. And then the first thing that we all think about is, okay, I'm going to go and create this big, long, complicated spreadsheet called a budget. And then I'm going to follow that budget. And that budget is going to tell me that I am never allowed to eat sushi or buy coffee or do any of the things that are fun. And I just have to follow the spreadsheet. And then, great, excellent, I'll have saved money. Problem solved, magic. And of course, all of us who've tried creating a budget and of just following it know that unfortunately they're very seldom effective. And the reason that they are very seldom effective is that we like to imagine that our brains are these perfect computers, and you feed our brains instructions and then your brain just does what you tell it to do. And that's kind of what a budget is. It's like a set of instructions for your brain, and then cool, you just follow those instructions. But the truth is that your brain is not a computer. You have the brain of a primate, right? You are a primate with pants on. That is all you are. And your brain doesn't work like that. And we set ourselves up to fail when we treat our brain like a computer instead of treating it like a brain, which is this fallible thing. And you've got to work with how your brain really works, not pretend it's something that it isn't. So instead of just trying to save by writing down how you want to be spending your money in an ideal imaginary world, which is often all budgets are, try something that does actually work. So 3 of the tactics that are best supported by the data. So research shows that these things tend to be more effective than just trying to change your behavior. The first one is just to make saving automatic, something that you don't think about. And this is that old idea called pay yourself first, which when I was in my 20s, I told myself meant that on payday, I could take myself shopping. That's what it meant, to pay yourself first. Sadly, that is not what it means. What pay yourself first means is on the day you get paid, have an automatic transaction that goes off your bank account so that that money goes off away into a savings account or an investment or paying off debt. So you never see it to begin with. It's gone before you get attached to it. It's just away. The other thing to do is, rather than focusing on all of those small, tiny things that often give you a lot of pleasure, normally when we feel like our spending is out of control, we start off by thinking about the small things we do often, right? Because we do it often, so it feels like those are the things that matter. But really, if you look at where your money really does go, you'll find that for most people, there are 3 things that consume most of your spending, and that is where you live, how you get around, and what food you eat. Those 3 things. For other people, school fees can be number 4, even sometimes number 3. But for most of us, it's those 3 categories. And if you just make one big change in one of those 3 categories, it is so much easier to free up a big chunk of money every month. And it doesn't mean that you have to constantly feel bad every time you spend a little bit of money on something that makes you happy. So it can be much more effective to focus on the regular recurring bills in your life rather than the kind of fun money. But ironically, we always start with the fun money. And then the third thing that you can do is, there's this funny thing our brains do called mental accounting, which is we think about different kinds of money as being different, right? So we think about money that we get from bonuses or from a side hustle as being free money, and that's money that we generally spend on nice things like holidays, right? But really, what can be very helpful for a lot of people if you're struggling to find extra money to save is to just have a rule with yourself that you actually save 100% of any of that magical money. Because think about it, that is money that you were planning to do without already. So it can be very easy to just funnel that 100% into your savings. Or just in general, to have rules for yourself that maybe it's not 100% because buying things is also nice. Maybe it's 90%. But whatever it is, having these rules that certain types of money is just for saving. And those are 3 things that can be easier for people. But a great way to start is to just start seeing where your money actually goes today. I used to work for a local app called 22/7. It's now a part of Old Mutual. And what it does is, it's a totally free app. You can connect up all of your bank accounts. You can connect your investments, your credit cards, your store cards, even if you've got like a Edgar's account or whatever, you can put it in, Pick and Pay, cards, everything. And it can give you a full picture of where your money is actually going. So it'll categorize your transactions for you. So for example, if you spend money at KFC, it'll say, cool, that's eating out. If you spend money buying the last pie at the garage at 10 p.m., it'll say, cool, that's bad life choices. That's the diarrhea category. So it gives you a picture for the first time of where your money actually goes. And we used to do a lot of research with people where we'd play these guessing games with them. So we would ask them to write down where they think their spending goes. So we would say, what do you think you spend on eating out every month? What do you think you spend on petrol? And then we would get the real answer. And people were often very surprised by the differences, and often in good ways. Like, I think many people are surprised to learn how much of their money is going into these bills or these subscriptions that you've forgotten about often, that aren't really bringing you joy. And how much money is going into stuff like insurance, which is important, but a lot of people have too much insurance in South Africa, or it's been a while since we've gone and actually shopped around for cheaper insurance because it's a hassle. But when you see how much easier it is to control your spending with the boring monthly things than all the fun things for most people, it can be a great first thing to start. So if there's just one thing that you do after this evening, install an app that helps give you a picture of your true spending. It'll be insightful. Don't be like me, who was like an ostrich and just didn't want to know. So saving is the most emotional part of the process, because it's the part that's about controlling your behavior. So the good news is, once you have confronted that step and you've dealt with all of those difficult feelings, figuring out what to do with the surplus you've created, with all the money that you've freed up, that's actually pretty easy. It's not the complicated part. And it can be quite like step by step. And for many people, the next step after you have built up some savings and you have freed up a surplus every month, so you're saving consistently every month, is to start thinking about getting out of debt. So we have this idea when we talk about debt often that people get into debt because of frivolous things, because they weren't in control of themselves and, they were just being silly. And that is certainly sometimes true. It was definitely true for me. But the most common reason that people get into debt, particularly in South Africa, is because they have unexpected emergencies that come up and they don't have a savings cushion, or they lose their job temporarily and don't have a savings cushion. And we talk about debt in this really morally loaded way. And it's part of what makes people feel so ashamed when they are struggling with debt. And that shame doesn't really help anyone, because it just means that people like me who really needed help don't ask for help. So if you are struggling with a lot of debt, this is my permission to you to stop feeling bad about it and to just deal with it. Just make a plan, right? It's okay. Debt is not a moral failing. It's a consequence of our economic system. So what debt is and specifically how consumer debt works. I'm not talking about like house debt to buy a house. So go back to our lovely snorgels. What happens when something happens and you can't go and pick apples for that day and you don't have any emergency apples in your savings pile? You have no choice but to go and borrow apples from your very creepy neighbor. I call her Myrta, and she's very mean. And she'll give you apples, that's fine. And then there's an IOU, right? So like if you borrow money from a friend, you can have some apples now, but you have to give them back to me later. That's not the problematic part. That kind of debt, which is more like how we often loan money to friends and family, that doesn't cause debt spirals. What causes debt spirals is usually if Myrta, the person I'm borrowing apples from, is a bank or it's a store card, or it's a credit card, or a personal loan, or a mashonisa, or anything like that. It comes along with this creature called interest. So Myrta says, I'll loan you these apples, but you now have to adopt my pet too. And my pet is the interest monster. It's a bit gross, it's fine. The problem is that the interest monster also needs to eat apples, and it grows. And the longer that you keep it, the bigger it gets. And the bigger it gets, you still only have the same amount of apples every day. And eventually the interest monster is eating all of your apples and there's nothing left for your own snorgels. And that is a debt spiral when that interest monster is growing faster than you are able to keep up with its growth by picking more apples. And in South Africa, what that often looks like is people who end up spending 60 to 70% of every paycheck just paying their interest. So that's a real stat from Debt Busters, which is one of the biggest debt counseling services in South Africa. So by the time a customer comes to them and asks for debt rescue, on average, it's 64% of their income, their paycheck is going just towards paying their debt, keeping up with their debt, which means they're now living off 36% of every paycheck, which is really, really hard. And that's why debt spirals are so dangerous for people, specifically when we're talking about high interest debt. The other thing about carrying debt is, if the goal, we keep our eyes on the prize, which is the goal is to grow lots of beautiful apple trees, to have lots of assets so that you can, feed your snorgels even in times when you can't go pick apples, carrying debt erodes that whole plan. And that's because of something quite simple, which is that if you go to the bank and you ask for a credit card, the interest rate that they will make you pay on it is about 18% usually. And if you go to the same bank and you say, here's my money, would you pay me interest on this if I keep it in a savings account with you? They will typically give you like 4%. And the difference between 18% and 4% is the reason that bankers drive nicer cars than you do. That gap is why bankers make so much money. And the thing is, if you are sitting on debt, almost always the best investment you can make is paying off your debt first. And again, this only applies when I'm talking about high interest debt. So that's stuff like credit cards and store cards, right? But there is no investment on earth that can guarantee growth of 18% every year. And that's the growth that you get by paying off your debt. So the really thrilling thing about paying off your debt is, if you've had debt, you're used to living on a small chunk of your paycheck. So you are used to creating a surplus, and once you've paid it off, you can really start to grow your money in the future, and you can free yourself from paying for stuff you bought in the past, and you can start focusing on growth. But you can't start focusing on growth if you are carrying debt, because it makes no sense to be investing in something that might be giving you 12 or 13% growth as an investment if it's losing value on your debt faster. See what I'm saying? So get out of debt. You don't need it. Your life is better without it, I promise. Once you've done that, you can start doing the really fun part, which before I knew anything about how money works, I assumed was the difficult and boring and scary part, and now I know is the fun and also incredibly simple part and very satisfying. So you want to get to this step as quickly as you can, and that is starting to invest. I used to think that investing was something that just wasn't relevant to people like me. Investing was something that you had to worry about if you were like, I don't know, some swanky oak living in Sandton, or I don't know, you had a yacht and you would read the business news on your yacht and you'd listen to Bruce Whitfield every day. I love Bruce, he's great, but no one wants to be listening to business news every day. Some people like Simon, I think, find it interesting. Many of us do not. So for a long time, I was just like, well, investing just doesn't apply to me. It's only for people who really know a lot about business and are interested in business. But the truth is, all of us have to figure out how investing works. And the reason is that keeping your money just in a regular savings account, ironically, is the most reliable way to make it lose value. And the reason is not because of, like little kleptomaniac tokoloshes who are like living under your bed, eating all the savings you've got stashed under your mattress. The reason is because of inflation. And all inflation means is that your money is worth less every single year. So the 10 Rand that today can buy you a can of Coke, in 20 years' time will only be able to buy you half of that same can of Coke, probably even less, right? That's what inflation is. So we have to invest to just preserve the value of our savings over time. It's something that all of us have to wrap our heads around. And the other thing about investing that makes it relevant to all of us is that most of us who are alive today will, if we're lucky, statistically, live a very long time. And it's very difficult to keep working in a job after the age of 65. It's not fair, but that is the world that we live in. Most people who lose their jobs between the ages of 60 and 65 find that they cannot find another job even when they want to, right? So the reality for many of us is that we are likely, on average, to live for often almost as many decades after we're retired as we worked before our retirement. Now, imagine that. So imagine you live for 30 years after you retired from 65 to 95, which is very feasible for many people alive today, statistically. That is almost as long as many people's working careers. So imagine that every paycheck you get, you have to fund 1 month of your life now and 1 month of your life after you retire. Imagine you had to always live off half of every paycheck. It would be really difficult. Now, the good news is if you can invest smartly, you don't have to do that. You can get some of that extra money that you need by investing in that extra growth, right? So that you don't have to, like, I don't know, live on salty cracks and 2-minute noodles now. That's the goal. So investing just means buying assets. And assets is like this complicated term, but all of us instinctively really understand what assets are, I think. So let's talk about a cow. A cow is an asset, and it's a very popular type of asset in a lot of South Africa. And I think we all understand how a cow can increase in value. You can buy it as a small baby cute cow with cute little eyes, and you can feed it, and then when it's big you can murder it and then you can eat it, or you can make it produce milk and you can sell its milk, right? So we understand a cow is a really good asset. A cow produces value. I don't have a cow, I have a cat. I have tried selling his meat. No one is interested in buying it. The cats are terrible assets. But the problem with cows, obviously, is they are, I don't know if you've seen a cow, but they're very big, and I don't have room for them in my house. They also poop a lot, and then you end up with cow dung on everything, and it's stinky. No one's really got time to own cows. And that is why the type of asset that I am most unironically enthusiastic about is the stock market. And to be perfectly honest, I didn't actually know what the stock market was until my mid-20s. So if you don't know, don't worry about it. I will tell you what it is. So I want you to imagine that you go to the Pick and Pay, or you go to this shop, right? So you can picture a shop with shelves, except I want you to imagine that in this shop, you can buy literally every type of product that the world makes. You can buy cannabis oil, you can buy cat food, shoes, you can buy like gallon drums full of petrol. Anything that the world makes, you can buy it in the shop. Now, all the stock market is the stock market is that shop, except instead of buying the products, you can buy very tiny pieces of the companies that make those products. So instead of buying a laptop made by Apple, you can buy a very tiny piece of Apple, the company. And that is what the stock market is. It is a virtual market. It used to be a real place in specific cities. Now it's all on the internet. So it's more like Superbalist than like Pick and Pay. Does Superbalist still exist? Side note. But the great thing is that as a person sitting in South Africa, it is very easy as shopping online and buying jeans, to buy tiny pieces of the biggest companies in the world. So all of the brands that you already know and you already love, you can sit on the loo with your phone and you can buy tiny pieces of those companies. And you can often do so now with very small amounts of money. So it's really cool. There are two ways that your money can grow by buying shares. The first one is what we call dividends. So if you think back to the cow, if your cow produces milk and you go and sell that milk, that's equivalent in the stock market to a dividend. It's just a boring name for it's the profit, right? So when Apple sells lots of computers, they make a profit. They can either reinvest that profit back in their business, or they can pay it back to its shareholders. And if you own 1/100,000th of Apple, you will get 1/100,000th of the profits that Apple distributes, and those are called dividends. And they're awesome, right? Similar to the milk, because you still own the underlying thing. You haven't killed your cow. But if you do want to rather go and kill your cow, or rather just sell your cow to someone else, you don't own it anymore, you sell it, and hopefully you sell it for more money than you bought it for. That in the world of investing is usually called a capital gain. They're fancy words, but if you come back to just remembering what the underlying thing is and what you are doing with those businesses, I think it's actually pretty easy to understand. Now, here's the problem with buying and selling shares on the stock market. Some people find it really, really fun. They like trading. They like reading the business news. They like looking at the price graphs and figuring out, is it going to be smarter for me to buy Burger King or McDonald's? Who's going to do better? But if you're like me and you just don't know much about businesses, and you don't want to know much about businesses because you like doing other things, the good news is that you don't have to. In fact, for many people, the best way to start investing on the stock market is so absurdly easy that it almost feels like it shouldn't be allowed, but it is. And that's called buying a product called an ETF. Again, finance people give things terrible names, but it's really, really easy. What an ETF is imagine you go to this stock market shop and you take every single company that's on the shelves, all of them, just like Reggie's Rush your way through the stock market, and you just stick it all in a trolley. And you go home and you put all of those little pieces of companies into a big blender and you blend it up, and then you make a smoothie. And that smoothie contains tiny, tiny, tiny pieces of Coca-Cola, of oil companies, of everything, right? That smoothie is now an ETF. It's a blend of pretty much everything that you can buy usually. So you can get ETFs that are truly global. So they go to all the world stock markets, all the big ones, and they put everything into one smoothie. Or you get ones that are local. So you can get something that just is the South African business smoothie, and that's an ETF. And the cool thing about an ETF is it is really diversified, which is a fancy way of saying you haven't put all of your eggs in one basket. You can have a whole global pandemic even, and not every business is going to fail. Some businesses, like tech businesses, have done really, really well. So the great thing about spreading your money across thousands of businesses means that it's much less likely for something to go horribly, horribly wrong. So this is why they're a great investment for most people. There are lots and lots of different ETFs. Some of my favorites locally are, there's Satrix Top 40. You've probably heard of that one. What that means is it is just the 40 biggest companies on South Africa's stock market in a business smoothie. That's all it is. Or you can get something like the MSCI World, which is the global version of that. It's like all of the companies. And there are ETFs in every country that you want to invest in. But for many people, the easiest thing to do is to just buy a South African one that is a smoothie of companies all around the world. Because by doing that, you are making sure that all of your risk is not attached just to South Africa. You're like, something has to go wrong in Taiwan and South Africa and England and America and everywhere else at the same time for you to lose your money, and that's unlikely. And the good news is that for most people, this really lazy way of investing actually works out better than trying to do that intense trading. Trading can be really fun and it can make you a lot of money if you know what you are doing. And if you don't want to invest all of that time, great way to start, just start buying ETFs, business smoothies. And you can literally do that with as little as 20 Rand. And you can start today, and you should. Now, on average, the South African stock market has grown at about 7.2% every year. And what's cool about this number is that we have over 100 years worth of data about this. So investing in the stock market can be a bit scary because in the short term, the price is really, really wobbly. Today, something will be worth 100 Rand and tomorrow it'll be worth 200 Rand. And then the next day it'll be worth 50 Rand and it just jumps around all over the place. But if you zoom out, the money tends to kind of go back to the normal growth rate, right? So investing in ETFs is not for money that you need tomorrow. It's not for money that you need 3 months from now. It's best suited for money where you can wait at least 5 years, because then those short-term wobbles don't matter. Over the long term, there's no other type of investment that has performed as well as equities that we have this much data for. So it's a really good place for most people to start off with. And at about 7.2%, what that means really is that your money doubles about every decade, right? Which can be powerful. Sorry, I forgot to say this, which is just that the stock market has performed much better than many other types of assets in South Africa, and especially residential property, buying houses on average for most people. But that is a whole side thing. Let's not get into that. Okay, so investing in the stock market is cool. Your money can double about every 10 years. Why is this great? This is great because of a little thing called compound interest. Compound interest is also probably something that you've heard of before, but it can be really hard to understand exactly how powerful it is until you see it in action. So to see it in action, I'm going to stop talking about money for a second because that's boring. And instead, I want to talk to you about vampires, which is my true passion, honestly. So have you ever noticed that in vampire TV shows and movies and books, vampires always live in mansions and they always wear fancy waistcoats and they're drinking good wine? In other words, vampires are always loaded, right? They are rich. And have you ever stopped to wonder why that is? And the answer is compound interest. And what this means is when you invest money, it doesn't grow just in a straight line. What happens is that it grows in a curved line, a lot like COVID does, is kind of like a terrible analogy. So if you have 100 Rand and you invest it and it doubles after 10 years, which is on average what it does in the stock market, then imagine you have 2 little pockets of that same 100 Rand, right? If it doubles again, both of those 100 Rand notes that you now have double. So, and then imagine it keeps doing that. Now that's exponential growth. It's not as easy as just the original thing doubles every 2 years. And to see why that's so powerful, I want you to imagine that 200 years ago, Edward Cullen, Dream Bay, went to Capitec Bank, and all he had with him was he had one 200 Rand note. And he put it in a Capitec savings account earning 6% interest, which is more than Capitec will give you these days, but a couple of years ago, they were giving you 6%. And then he forgets about it for 200 years. Now, Capitec didn't exist 200 years ago, neither did South African Rands, but just go with it, right? If you invest 200 Rand and it grows at just 6% interest, but you leave it for 200 years, what that turns into today is 1 billion Rand. Just think about that, 1 billion Rand. That's crazy. And that is because of the power of compounding. And the thing about compounding is, and all money that you invest pretty much grows in this compounded way. And what it means is, what matters more than any other variable is how long you leave it alone for. That matters more than how much you start with. It even matters more than how fast it grows. The variable that is the most powerful is time. And you might be thinking, well, I'm not an immortal blood-sucking demon. This doesn't apply to me. But the thing is, it does, because there is a reason that you will want to invest for a very long period of time. And it's the one that we spoke about right at the beginning. One day, hopefully, you will retire. And compounding is a superpower when it comes to saving for your retirement. You might have seen this graph before, and forgive me if you have, because I think it is one of the most important things that I saw when I was learning about money. And it's this graph that compares two different people. Person A, let's call her Bella for lols. I want you to imagine that Bella starts saving for retirement when she is 25, and she saves 1,000 Rand every month. And she does that for 5 years until she's 30. So age 25 to age 30, 1,000 Rand a month. And then she stops. She never saves another cent for her retirement. So in total, I think she saved 60,000 Rand over that 5 years. Never saves another cent. Now compare Bella to Edward, who does exactly the same thing, also saves 1,000 Rand a month for 5 years, and he just starts 5 years later. So he starts at age 30 and he saves until age 35, saves the same amount of money. Now, Bella's savings by the time she's 65 are going to have grown to almost 1 million Rand because of compound interest. Awesome. And now it seems like Edward, it shouldn't matter that much that he just started 5 years later, but it does. It turns out that it's a difference of nearly 300,000 Rand, which is almost a third of the final amount that you end up with. And it's much, much more than the total amounts of money that he saved. And this fact, this truth about compound interest, is why I'm so glad that you decided to spend this time here right now, this evening. When I was young, the biggest mistake that I made about money was I told myself that this could be future me's problem. Because I told myself, you know what, I'm young, I'm having fun, I'm not earning a lot of money right now. Let me wait until I'm 30 or 35 and I'm a proper adult and I've got more money, and then it'll be easier. Then I will start saving. Then I will start growing my orchard of apple trees. But that is not how money works. You only have 480 choices, moments to choose what is going to happen with all the money that is going to flow through your life. And because of compound interest, it is those early paychecks that matter the most, which means that every month that you delay starting this process, it's not just the extra 100 Rand or 1,000 Rand that you might have saved in this month that you're losing out on. It's all of the money that little amount of money would have doubled up and doubled up and doubled up into by the time you retire that you're wasting. So it is so important to start. And starting is not as hard as you think. Well, it's hard, but it's not complicated. You already know everything that you need to know to get started. The most important first step is just to start saving. Figure out how to create a surplus so that you have more money coming in every month than you have going out. Once you do that, everything else is simpler. You already know what you need to do. You just now need to go and do it. And it is worth doing, and it is not that scary. And I am rooting for you to do it. And if you want more extra goodies and bonuses, go check out my website, which is sambeckbessinger.com. And there are a bunch of things on there, like a detailed guide for getting out of debt, if that's what you need, recommendations for apps to go and install. I hope that this last hour has given you an idea for one action you could take. It's more important to just start doing it than to stay stuck wondering and worrying. And that's it from me.
Yeah, so and I'm never going to get that vampire out of my mind. Why are vampires rich? Of course, they always are. They wear the most swag. I mean, it's insane. A couple of points.
They do.
They do. They proper in that sense. Sean's commenting costs compound similar. Sean, 100%. Hence, Sam mentions ETFs. You know, you're coming in with costs there. At Satrix 40 is 0.1%. And I've told the story often about my first unit trust, which I think was 5% plus performance fees. So costs are hugely important, and hence ETFs. I mean, I think the expensive ETFs in our market are about 0.8. So they absolutely are quite cheap. Sam, a great question coming
it's
from...
It's such a no-brainer.
Yeah, from Luzani Gugu. And the comment is that they're actually... what they return is slightly better than the cost of their debt, which is unusual. It's usually the other way around. But they're commenting that they still want to pay off the debt because it's frankly, it stresses them. And my response to that is, you know what, sleep well at night. Pay the debt. I don't like debt either. We were chatting off air before we went on. If you have a phobia around debt, and it's not a bad phobia to have, and if it causes you stress, the spreadsheet might say one thing, but do what makes you comfortable.
I couldn't agree enough. And people ask me this question all the time, and it often comes up with people who owe money. Where it comes up the most intensely is where people owe money to friends and family, and often those agreements are interest-free. So if you run that through the spreadsheet, exactly, the spreadsheet says, you know what, like rather invest and wait on this debt. But for me, I think the biggest change in how I think about my money now is understanding that my money is finite and limited, and so is my lifetime, right? So it's really important to not waste money. I don't hate spending money. I love spending money, but I hate wasting money. And for me, you're wasting money when you are funneling it into things that doesn't add to your happiness. And paying off debt might be one of those things for you that adds enormously to your happiness because it adds to your peace. And that's worth doing. Like, it's impossible to give general advice about what you should spend your money on because everyone values different things. But what I encourage everyone to do is make sure that you are being thoughtful about what you are spending your money on, and you are actually putting your money into what you value. And if what you value is relationships, sleeping well at night, totally pay off your debt.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. It's about being comfortable. Martin makes a great point, and Martin's point is, how do we get everyone to hear the message? And Martin, there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is that, let's be clear, corporates, governments the world over are not spreading this message. In fact, governments are pretty much doing the opposite of everything that Sam says, in that they're spending our future money and they're not saving, and they are the worst to follow. That means the responsibility falls on us. And I do presentations to the JC Schools Challenge, and I talk about the responsibility of knowledge. When we know something, we need to go and talk about it and tell peeps about it. There is one trick, however, with, I suppose, any knowledge, but mine is about money. You can't talk to someone about it who doesn't want to listen. It's as simple as that. The cliche, you can lead the horse to the water, but if that horse don't want to drink, there's nothing you can do. You can kind of plant seeds and then wait for people to come back to you and engage them. Sam's got 2 great books, one for adults, one for kids. There's content out there, but kind of let it be known that when people have questions, you're the go-to guy for those questions.
Do you know, it was so amazing for me becoming someone. So, I grew up in a family that just never spoke about money because, and bless my parents for this, their intentions were good. It's because they found money really scary. So they wanted to protect us from ever having to worry about it. But, it had this terrible consequence of, therefore, we just, were clueless. And what I do now is I make up for this by, I talk about money all the time. I have no scam. I tell people everything about my money. And what's incredibly powerful is that once I started doing that, other people started telling me about their money problems. So I found that that's really powerful as well, is just start being really open and honest with the people in your life about the things that are worrying you, but also the trade-offs that you are making. Like, I'm choosing to downgrade my flat because I am doing this with it instead. And, talk about those things. And that is an invitation you'll find to other people to start opening up to you. And few people feel like they can talk about money. So when they find someone that they can talk about money to, they're often very excited to do so.
Yeah, no, this is true. A bunch more coming through. Julia, you worried about 22/7 and sharing details with Old Mutual. I remember when it came out. I know folks who were involved in the process. Your stuff is safe. I mean, they at worst, what they might do is give Old Mutual your email address to phone you, but that hasn't even happened to me. I signed up was it 2012, 2011 it came out around mid-year. The Old Mutual's got, they're not going to suddenly start peaking in. I mean, it's just not in their interest. Truthfully, our finances are never that particularly interesting anyway. Here's my favorite.
I will say that.
Yeah.
So, oh, sorry, just a quick thing on that. Like, I absolutely, I will also, as someone who worked there, can tell you that it is really secure. But I do really respect that you are skeptical, because you should be skeptical whenever anyone asks for your money. Well done for asking the question.
Yeah, be afraid. Be very afraid. Sam, here's one that's going to bless your heart. I'm 10 years old and I would like to invest my savings. What do you advise? Forget starting at 25.
I love you.
25 is an amateur.
No. Buy a 3D Switch. No, that's super exciting. I'm so pleased that you are here. I wish I had started investing when I was 10. One of the richest men in the world, Warren Buffett, started investing when he was 11. So
yes,
you already have
him.
a head start. Well done. My advice to all newbie investors is the same, which is try one of these business smoothie products. But what I would suggest if you're 10 is Easy Equities, which is this really cool local website, has a demo account. So you can go on there and you can start off playing with imaginary play money, which is a good thing to do until you feel comfortable and you understand what's happening. And do get an adult to help you open a real account. But it would be the same advice for everyone else. You're investing for a very long time because you're 10. You're basically a vampire. You have forever for your money to grow. So definitely put it into something like a good business smoothie product like I spoke about, would be my suggestion.
Yeah. And you're ahead of Warren Buffett, and I think he's the 4th richest man in the. Yeah, anyway, in the top 10 is good enough for me.
But do save some cash to buy me a Ferrari later, because if you're starting now at 10, you are going to be so rich.
You are going to be so rich. A bunch of comments coming through about it should be part of schools. Some people love your book. No surprises there. Tons coming through. Question about the SAB BEE shares. Is it worth investing? Lawrence, short answer, yes. There might be a bit of a price spike as everyone rushes in. A couple of points I'll make is obviously individual stocks, so there's a little more risk than that smoothie that Sam spoke about. But what I like about BEE shares is you get them at a little bit of a discount, and I've never met a discount I didn't like. There's no certainties in life. I mean, could people en masse stop drinking beer? I mean, they could, right? I mean, we'd never heard of pandemics a year ago, so it is possible. But yeah, I do. I like it. I actually did a podcast about it. It's out this morning. You'll find it on Just One Lap. Sam, a question which I really like: is there such a thing as good debt?
Yeah, definitely. When you are able to use debt to buy an asset, and it's always a bit scary to do that because you are consolidating your risk, and leverage increases your risk like astronomically in math ways that are weird. But if you are using debt to buy something that you really, really value, that you do think is going to grow in time, then sure, it can be good. So specifically, I think that often student loans, if you are very thoughtful about why you are studying what you are studying, and you are very realistic about how that will increase your earnings, I think that can be a really good form of debt. Specifically in South Africa, we have NFIS loans. Yes. We hope one day fees will fall, but until they have, NFIS loans are fantastic. They are really low interest rate loans, great type of loan. I think in certain cases, taking out loans to start a business, if you are able to somewhat protect your personal assets or are comfortable about the realistic risks you are taking on, that can be good debt. It's very hard for many people to start businesses without debt. Your other option is to bootstrap, which is what I did when I started a business, because I am terrified of debt. And debt to buy a house mathematically often comes out as kind of neutral, as long as you stay in that house for at least 10 years on average in South Africa. It usually works out that buying a house that you fund with debt will work out over time to being sort of equivalent to what you would have paid on rent if you would have paid the same amount of rent. So you're not using the debt as an excuse to buy more house than you would have otherwise.
Yeah.
So those are 3 specific times. Simon, is there anything you would add to that?
No, that's what I would have added to it. I mean, education definitely, and even not always necessarily as an 18-year-old or as a 10-year-old. Maybe you're 40 and you want to re-educate yourself or get ahead. Be realistic. I take Sam's point. A house, but don't do. My wife and I moved to Joburg. We'd been living in a 1-bedroom house in the hills of KZN because it's just the 2 of us, a couple of dogs and some cats and a horse, but the horse had a stable. And we came to Joburg and the bank gave us a loan. So we basically made the house fit the loan, which we then had 4 bedrooms, and there was still only 2 of us and a couple of dogs and a cat, and the horse still had its own stable. A last question, because we've hit time and because I don't have a very good answer. Emmanuel's asking, how do you manage money in a relationship? I'm more conservative while my wife is carefree. So in my case, my wife is the conservative one. She would not spend a dime if she could. I'm the carefree one. I mean, I don't know. Same, relationships are tricky. Throw money into that pot.
So I encourage you to go onto my website, and I wrote a long blog post about this topic about a month ago. So I would encourage you to read that. I think that we often think that, sorry, my thingy keeps falling over. We often think that money should be unemotional and we should be unemotional about money. But the reality is that when you're talking about managing your money, you're talking about quite deep questions about what do you value? What does a good life look like? So, someone like Simon who's more carefree, that means that you value experiences, you value those things in your life. And so money is always going to be a part of any relationship, because when you are arguing about money, you are often really arguing about values, and you're arguing about quite deep questions. So I think I don't have a quick answer, but the long answer is it is worth being very thoughtful about what you are actually talking about when you talk about money. And a very practical first step for many people is to make a financial plan together. That is the expression of both of your goals. Often that plan, you're just going to throw it away, but the process of making that plan together and the conversations that it can open up can be really powerful and helpful.
Yeah, a great answer. That's why Sam Theboffen, go to the website, sambeckmessenger.com. I'm going to quickly run through. Would you pay off your car as soon as possible? Yes-ish. I mean, again, it depends how it stresses you. Balloon payments I hate, but car debt's not too expensive. And as long as it's not like the Ferrari, which someone's going to be buying Sam at some point. We've got a 15-year-old. Should it go local or offshore? You know what? At this point, you're 15, you're starting, you're so ahead of the curve. Local or offshore is not really going to be the issue. Sipa, you're worried about unit trusts. If you're worried about the price, things go up and down, as Sam says, in the short term. You zoom out, they go up. If you're worried about what's in them and the costs and the like, I'm not the biggest fan of unit trusts. They're a giant industry. But if you, again, to the point, when you're, we live in the future, and if something makes you uncomfortable, we'll change it. We can, and there might be a little bit of a cost associated. Maybe you've made some money and there's tax, but rather sleep well at night. That's always the important point. Julia, when does Monday podcasts come back? Yeah, in time. I can promise you, I have not forgotten, I have not neglected, I have not abandoned, I have just not found the answer. But I'm young and I'm patient. Well, I'm not so young, but I'm patient. I promise I will. The other 90%. And then Sam asking what happened to your podcast.
Basically, it was taking up so much time. And so I have ADD, right? So I basically I can only motivate myself by doing new things all the time. The podcast was a really fun experiment. And I am now doing other things. I guess if we can find a sponsor, I think we will make another season at some point. I do still have a podcast that I do with one of my best friends, Simon Dingle, about once every 2 months, called Take Back the Day, which is about productivity. It's not about adulting. But thank you for that question, because that tells me that someone listened to the podcast, which is always good to know.
No, the podcast was epic, and I love the one that you and Simon Dingle do, Take Back the Day. What I love almost most about it is it's completely random. It just pops into my feed. None of this, when I do a podcast, I'm ADD, but I go the other way. I'm also OCD. So when I release a podcast, it's released Monday, 12:30, every Monday, Christmas Day, New Year Day. No, not you and the Dingle. You just randomly drop this thing in.
Just basically whenever we can get our shit together.
Folks, I'm going to leave it there. We've done all the questions. We've run our time. Huge thanks to the JC for facilitating, and massive. Sam, you're absolutely epic. You're awesome. We appreciate you coming back. Thank you hugely. And to everyone who stayed and
we demystify what goes on behind the therapy room doors. Join us on this voyage of discovery and co-creative conversations. This is The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast, with Bob Cook and Jackie Jones.
Welcome back to episode 41 of The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors, with Bob Cook and myself, Jackie Jones. And this week, we're going to be talking about how do we work with the angry client.
Interesting.
It is. This was one of my big fears, I think, when I first started working in private practice from home.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, I've never come across anything untoward while I've been practicing psychotherapy, but I must admit it was one of my main concerns.
Well, yeah, I can understand. I think having your own office provides a level of safety and security.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I always felt safe when I was practicing from MIP. Yeah, because there was always somebody else in the building.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at these types of clients. Now, when people talk about expression of anger or lack of emotional regulation, so the person, I've got something in my mouth, hang on. Oh, that's bad. The most important thing to bring out, I think, is the contract you have with the client in the first place.
Yeah.
So, we get many people who phone up or over the years want to deal with anger issues. That's absolutely fine. And that's addressed in the contract. Now, I know anger can come out in the therapeutic process when there's other contracts, but quite often people come because they have anger issues or feel overwhelmed with anger issues. And so there's a contract around that.
Yes. Yeah.
And built into that contract is, I hope, with the therapist, is what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, and spelling out boundaries.
Yeah.
Before they even begin.
I have that in my contract, definitely. Yeah.
And what do you have?
There's something about no physical contact or, damaging property and things like that. I have been known on the odd occasion to let a client lob a cushion down my hallway. But yeah, no physical contact whatsoever, basically.
Yeah, and that should be in any contract, I think, especially if you want to take anybody on who's dealing with so-called anger issues.
I'm glad you said so-called anger issues, because a lot of people that come for me with anger issues, they actually say it themselves. Do you know what I mean? I have anger issues. And it's been anxiety or fear that's been underneath. It comes out as anger and aggression, but I've not found them to be angry at all.
Yeah, well, you're probably talking about a piece of theory. I mean, you're trained as a transactional analyst, so you may think this way, I think. The way you're talking anyway, it's about rackets.
Yeah.
Now, for those people listening who aren't TA therapists, might not know what rackets mean, but in the world of TA, a racket is a substitute feeling.
Yeah.
So if you weren't feeling angry, what would you feel instead? Might be a question that you would ask at the contracting stage.
Yes. Yeah.
For example.
Yeah.
So quite often it isn't the presenting anger is the underlying issues. The anger is the racket or the substitute feeling.
Yeah.
And what's underneath that might be sadness, fear, anxiety, frustration.
Yeah.
Any of these underlying processes. So that's where you need to get to.
Yes. That's what I've found with people that actually come themselves and say, I've been told I've got anger issues and I need to come, and my wife has said I need to come and speak to somebody because I've got anger issues.
So in the contracting is important though.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
In terms of keeping yourself safe and what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, boundaries, written into your contract, here is yours about, and most therapists actually, about keeping themselves safe and what's acceptable. So that's really important. And anybody comes with anger issues, I think the contracting stage is important in that sense.
Yes.
Another aspect about people who may express anger as their major emotion and the other emotions are missing is an inquiry into a person's history in terms of what's been modeled down to them.
Yeah.
Because if anger was the major currency of the day in the family of origin,
yeah,
then they may have taken on that modeling as a way of making contact or solving problems, or in fact as a way of being.
Yes.
So they may have not had any permission to be sad or to be frustrated or to be frightened or be anxious, and being angry was the major port of call, which is why I think the theory of rackets is really interesting in TA.
Yeah.
Because if somebody's got a prominent emotion, whatever it is, we're talking about anger here, then it's the missing emotions which you need to get to.
Yeah. I love the racket system. I use that an awful lot with clients. Yeah. And I relate to it personally as well. You know, as a parent, often we say to our kids, don't be angry, don't be sad. So it's like, okay, I can't be sad and I can't be angry. So what can I be? I can be scared or I can be happy. So we kind of, exactly like you say, we substitute one feeling or emotion for another one. Yeah.
So I think that's really important. And in my experience, it's usually the hurt injury in the child where you get to the child ego state I'm talking about developmentally.
Yeah.
That is often covered up by expression of anger, which I need to get to. Now, as I said, it's really important at the beginning here in terms of keeping yourself safe. So somebody lacks emotional regulation and starts getting angry in a very sort of outrageous way, then the therapist needs to move to keeping themselves calm and also feeding back to them what their behavior is. So even if you fed back, well, I'm experiencing your behavior is quite scary here. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Example.
Yeah.
Because 10 to 1, what they're doing with you, they'll be doing in other relationships. And probably that's why they've come in the first place.
Yes. Yeah. I think the only one that springs to mind specifically, and it was anger, but it was specifically about road rage. That was the reason why he came, was road rage. He just loses the plot if anything happens when he's on the road in the car. He was traveling long distances. If it was a traffic jam or if somebody cut him up or anything, he would feel himself get absolutely irate while he was driving.
So you might do a bit of educative therapy there about teaching him how to regulate his emotions.
Yeah.
That'd be one thing if you want to do that. Another one would be, if you weren't feeling angry in that car, what would you be feeling? And explore that. So I don't know which way you went, but you could do both.
Yeah, I think we had lots of conversations. It was funny. I think, I don't know whether it was the last one or the one before that, we were talking about art therapy. He was very reluctant to talk about a lot of things. It was like, it was hard work with him, let's put it that way. But yeah, I ended up saying, because he traveled a lot and he was paid for traveling, so he got, you know, a daily rate, so it didn't matter how long he was sat in a traffic jam, he got paid. And that was where the conversation went in the end. I was saying, but you get paid the same amount if you stood still in traffic or whether you're humping things up and down stairs. Have you ever thought about it that way, that you're actually being paid by your employer to sit in traffic and listen to a radio or contemplate your navel or whatever you're doing?
Yeah, that's an important technique, reframing.
Yeah.
I think, you know, working with people who are often angry in the way you described it, it's a really important technique to reframe the way you did there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think anger, you know, I have worked with many people with anger reduction. As I say, I usually think of rackets, go to substitute feelings, look at the developmental hurt, and look into the feelings underneath the anger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you just focus on the anger, or do you focus on the situation around which they get angry?
I nearly always look at, well, they come together.
Okay.
So if you say, you know, tell me a little bit about, you know, when you particularly get angry, or what triggers you in the here and now, where you feel so overwhelmed that you have to be angry and you can't control that anger. Could you tell me a little bit about what triggers you in the here and now?
Yeah.
Like, if that's what you mean by situation.
That's particularly what I was thinking about, you know, certain triggers. I work with a lot of alienated parents where, you know, they haven't got access to the children and they're really angry towards their ex-partner and get triggered really easy around anything to do with that. Whereas, you know, in other walks of life, they're absolutely fine. So it's quite specific with some people.
Yeah, so I suppose number one would be contracting.
Yeah.
Keep yourself safe, boundaries, what's acceptable and what's acceptable.
Yeah.
Contract around that. Number two, if a person starts to get angry, keep yourself calm.
Yeah.
Number three, if they continue to be angry, you need to feed back to them what their behavior is like and how it's impacting them.
Yeah.
And ask them to change that behavior, and also link it in, well, is this what you're usually like then?
Yeah.
So you're, you know, you're actually getting to some frame of reference in the process in terms of, well, what's happening here? Is that what's happening there?
Yeah.
And usually when you do that, people are able to move to their thinking or their adult place quicker because they put the two and two together.
Yeah. Another thing I tend to do with them is ask them, how would I know if you got angry with me in the room? What would I see?
That's a good question.
Which kind of gets them to really think about the behavior and what goes on in the body, or sort of thing. You know, like if I said something now and you were angry at me, what would happen? What would I see?
That's right. So that's another good way. I usually head developmentally though.
Yeah.
So I want to find out, well, you know, was it modeled to you to be angry?
Yeah.
To get your needs met? When you were angry, were other needs not seen?
Yeah.
Did you have to be angry to, you know, get heard and understood? If you weren't angry, what would happen? So I do a lot of developmental work, and usually, as I said, the anger usually is a racket, or it's modeled down to them as a way of getting their needs met.
Yeah.
And often anger, sometimes, especially with borderline clients, for example, when there's a borderline switch, which is usually involving extra, you know, anger or, you know, frustration or attacking transactions at the therapist, it actually usually is a real desire to make contact, but they don't know how to do it.
Yeah. I found that with a lot of the foster kids that we had, it was their only way of communication sometimes.
I think it's really important for a therapist to do that developmental work. But I do want to stress that if this person is getting anger in their room, in the room, I think it's really important for the therapist to say that transaction I said earlier, is this the anger issues that you're talking about that you've come into this therapy to resolve? Because actually the way you're behaving now, I feel quite scared.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
So you're shifting them to thinking.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Because touching on what you were saying then as a form of communication, the strokes, any stroke is better than no stroke. So you can imagine a young child, if they got attention for being angry or having a tantrum or throwing something, that then becomes kind of internalized, that's, if you're not listening to me, this is what I'm going to do to get your attention.
That's right. And in the process, other needs can often be missed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think if one person, comes to therapy with one expression of emotion, it usually means that other parts of the self or other emotions are hidden.
Yes.
So you need to get to what's beneath the anger.
Yeah.
When you get to the hurt part of the self and you start dealing with that, usually the healing happens there, and then the anger dissipates, or because the real feelings get dealt with.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the developmental approach. If you stay in the here and now, you definitely, I think, it's important to contract and keep yourself safe, keep yourself calm, reframe the process. If you're still having problems, go to supervision, talk to the colleagues about it. And at the last analysis, if you still can't get through that process, you can always terminate say, well, I find it quite hard to work with you because you don't listen to the contract we make. You keep doing XXX. It's quite scary working with you. Are you aware of that? And all those things don't work.
Yeah.
And pass them on.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, that's it. And I think, your own safety has to be paramount in that situation. You can't be putting yourself at risk, exactly like you said, in a therapy room.
My experience, though, nearly always is if you go developmental, help them understand how the past affects the present.
Yeah.
You usually get to the feelings which are underneath the anger.
Yeah.
You did mention something I think also is really important, another tack as well, is helping them identify the triggers in the present. So they can work out how the past affects the present and how the present affects the past, so they connect the two.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's really important. Yeah, definitely. There was something else I was thinking then. Oh yeah, I know we're talking about the angry client or clients who, with lack of emotional regulation, but there are some clients who find it really hard to express anger.
Oh, which
is completely the opposite.
But it is an interesting one, because you do get clients who come and say they have anger issues, and when they walk in, you can tell they have anger issues because, how can I explain this to you? There's a sort of passive aggressive stance.
Yeah.
And the best metaphor I can think about is a pressure cooker.
Yeah. And
usually I say to them, you seem quite angry, even though you're talking, in a quite calm way, or whatever way I say it. But do you have a situation like a pressure cooker, where there's a lot going on in your pressure cooker?
Yeah.
And you're attempting to keep it all in, and then something could happen, then it comes out like a intense fury.
Yes.
And I help people look at what's in their pressure cooker, because most people don't want to. I mean, the example you gave in the car is an interesting, but people don't want to be angry.
No.
Usually they want to try and solve this. And I think, as I just said, the developmental way. Also, and another interesting question to ask yourself, whose anger is it?
Yeah. Yeah, particularly when you were talking earlier on about how it was modeled and how emotional regulation was modeled and things like that. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so they may have been brought into an angry household. The father uses anger as a way of getting control, for example, or solving problems, and then the child thinks that's the only way to, act or behave or feel in the situation, and they sort of take on the significant other's, actual anger, and it's not theirs anyway.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting concept to try and explain to a client. Sometimes it's a slow burner, that one, I find.
Well, I think if people listening to this podcast think developmentally and help the person look at how the past affects the present, then you're going to get there, aren't you?
Yeah,
Flashing of lights have started to appear.
Hello, it's like the illuminations.
Yeah, they are.
We're having a disco, Bob. What's going on?
Yeah.
For those that are listening.
Hang on 1 minute. I've got discos. Let's see if this is better.
For those that are listening and can't actually see it on the video, Bob's lights are flashing on and off. It's like there's a bit of a disco going on in his kitchen.
What's happened? Oh, I don't know what's happened. Anyway, let's hope that's solved the problem. I'm back again from the people who are watching me on a video. People listening to me.
Somebody doesn't like you talking about anger. That's what it is.
Yeah, I haven't got angry about it yet.
No.
So going back, I think that developmental is really important to think about whose anger it is.
Yeah.
Well, that's another road to go down. And usually, if those two connections add up, then the client can give back the anger that wasn't theirs in the first place.
Yeah, because learning how to regulate our emotions is a developmental thing. There is a period of time where we learn, how to express our emotions appropriately. And if it's not handled well at that age, then how are we supposed to know what is okay and what isn't okay?
Yeah, so you might actually, as they make those connections, teach them that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to do in therapy, I think, with people who come specifically with anger issues, and it comes up in the therapeutic process.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the end of the day, though, for people listening, the therapist stroke counselor safety is paramount. So if you really can't get through this, whether helping the person developmentally through this, taking it to supervision, talking about the issues with them, then you need to, not continue. You need to stick to the boundaries, the contract that you've set up.
Yeah.
That means referring on. It's really important you do that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't know any statistics about anger towards clients. It's not something that I looked up before. I'd like to think there isn't many instances of actual physical aggression within the therapy room.
No, I mean, I worked for 30 odd years. And the other thing is, of course, in many cases their anger might be valid. That's the other things. But you need to start tracing back to the context of all this.
Yeah.
So if whether you work relationally or not, might work relationally and say, well, what I do is that I feed back to the person in the relationship in the room. If they're starting to get to angry at unacceptable levels, that I'm feeling scared, and are you aware of this? And these are the issues that you come at in the first place, and that can get perhaps to the here and now issues about failures in relationships and what they do in acting out in other circumstances. Or you can go developmentally, and as they start putting these two connections together and they start healing at the feelings which are under the surface, then the anger dissipates in the present, or you can teach them triggers. But if none of those processes work and you feel you can't go any further, then you need to end it.
Yeah. Yeah, for both parties, because if what you're doing isn't helping any, then it's obviously outside of your skill set, and it's only, it's ethical really to refer on. Yeah. Emotions are very complex anyway. at the best of time.
That's right. And I always feel like with people who feel trapped and find it very hard to express any other types of emotions. So, relationships break down, for example. I think it is important to come to therapy and explore them, but there needs to be a well worked out contract.
Yeah.
And not just to, especially with these clients, not just to, go willy-nilly into it. Have a contract worked out and what's it all about. And that'll give you the space to do the developmental work, to trace it back, look at the connections past and present, look at the triggers before you go any further. You've got an actual contract in place.
Yeah, and it's important to discuss that contract as well and why it's there, the purpose of it.
Yeah, and I absolutely. And you said something very important right at the beginning, and that was about working at home.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't want to see people with anger issues at home, don't.
Yeah.
That's not to people who work in offices where there's people around.
Yeah.
And the other thing, which is, again, I don't know if you here, but you perhaps can give me some information about this. But if I was a supervisor and somebody worked at home and they were talking about working with some of the anger issues, I'd talk about, well, have you, if you don't know this person, for example, and you haven't worked out contracts, or even if you have you got, have you got it worked out so people know that you're in the room working, that you've got maybe even a button that you could press and these sorts of things. So the safeguarding and safety issues for yourself are taken into consideration.
Yeah. I was going to mention that about having a panic button, do you know what I mean? And things like that. But in the early days, when I was, newly qualified and working from home, I think I was much more nervous about it than, potentially what I am now. Apart from I'm only working online now, so that's not a problem. But yeah, I think as time goes on, you get more of a sense of the person when you meet them. Yeah. Yeah, like that pressure cooker, sometimes I suppose it is anxiety when people are twitching and things like that, but you can usually tell when somebody's got that pressure cooker thing where they are starting to get quite angry with you.
Yeah, and I think it's very good practice to tell peers where you are.
Yeah.
To, if you live alone, particularly, I think it is good practice if you can have somebody who's got a panic button or some ways to talk to your supervisor about this.
Yeah.
Not to just work alone in your house with people with anger issues, without these considerations being talked about with your supervisor. You're right, I don't know the statistics either. They're probably very rare, and they're really important to talk about with your supervisor.
Yeah, and I think you've raised a really valid point there, that as psychotherapists, it's okay for us to pick and choose who we want to work with. Absolutely. It's okay for us to work with certain people and not with other people. And that's not to say that anybody can't get angry at any point, so we can never be 100% sure. But it's okay to choose not to work with males that have got anger issues if you're a female working on their own at home.
Absolutely. And of course, when you're working with clients, as they're working developmentally, then those anger issues might come up, as you go down the onion, and they're angry because of very valid reasons.
Yeah.
You can help them, express their anger in a safe way, in a safe setting.
Yeah.
That's a different process because the angers come up in the therapy development. You've got a relationship and everything else. But if a stranger walks in and says they want to work on therapy issues, I think you need to really think about it in terms of what we've just been talking about.
Yeah. And again, what you said then about, the relationship, I think that's really important, because it's a fine line in allowing a client to express the emotions freely in the room and know what isn't acceptable in the room as well. And I think that again is through the relationship that you build with your clients.
And the contract.
Yes, yeah.
See, I really liked what you had in your contract at the beginning. I don't know whether you actually give them the contract on a piece of paper or something.
Yeah, I sign it and they sign it. It's kind of done deal.
But then you don't, damage furniture, property. You don't, all the things you just talked about.
Yeah.
You've got a contractual process to be able to stop the process in a certain way. But I do think it's important to talk about these things with your supervisor.
Definitely, yeah.
Especially if you're feeling comfortable or intuitively feel comfortable in any way at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and trust your instincts. If you feel uneasy with somebody, then it's okay to not see them. It's a prerogative that we have. Yeah. Thank you for that, Bob. That was really interesting.
Good place to stop.
It is a good place to stop. Emotions and anger and things like that are perfectly human. We can all do it at certain times. We've all experienced it. Yeah. So what we're going to be doing next time is silence. I was so scared of silence when I first started, Bob.
The use of silence in the therapy room.
That was one thing that I really didn't sit well with me in the early days. So that's what we're going to be talking about, the use of silence in therapy.
Yeah.
Okay. Till next time. Thank you.
Okay.
You've been listening to The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast. We hope you enjoyed the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave us a review. We'll be back next week with another episode.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to tonight's edition of Unlocking Your Truth. A talk about metaphysics and spirituality. And we broadcast on 101.7 FM across the Fraser Valley. You can also catch Unlocking Your Truth on all the major podcasting platforms. And you can look at past episodes on my website, drlesliephillips.com. And I'm here, I'm Dr. Leslie Phillips, and with my
sidekick.
Corey. That's right. Unlocking Your Truth is a talk show about metaphysics and spirituality, and every week we have a different discussion topic, and we also open up to the people who are listening live to ask questions. Now, how might you listen live and be a member of the chat room, I hear you ask? If you're listening on the radio show or you're listening on the podcasting platforms, well, all you need to do is you need to join the Awaken Your Psychic Abilities Facebook group, which is monitored by Corey, and you need to tell Corey that you're joining because you were invited by listening to the podcast, so that he knows why you're there. And if you don't like Facebook, you can also catch us on YouTube, because we live stream, we pre-record the show and we live stream on YouTube as well.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do. Tonight's topic is present time.
Is it?
Being in the present moment.
It's living in the present moment.
Living in the present moment. And why might we want to do that? And what do we mean by the present moment anyway? What's the present moment? The present moment is the here and now. And I don't know if you've ever noticed, but however many years you have lived on this planet in this lifetime, have you ever experienced a time when your body was in the past or in the future? Have you, Corey? Has your body ever been in the past or the future?
No.
No, it can't.
I had to think for a minute there, has it? No.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single one of us who can say, oh yeah, my body was in the past, Because if your body was in the past, for your body at that point, it would still be in the present moment.
Yes, definitely.
So your body, your physical body, can only be right here, right now, in this time-space reality. Your body exists in time and space. You are the spiritual consciousness that animates the body. The body is your vesicle. Vessel. It's not a vesicle. Well, you can be anytime, any place, anywhere. So often, and I'm sure you've all had this experience, where while your body is in the present moment, you are not. And I'll give you a couple of examples of that. Did you ever get into your car and go on a journey from A to B? And you got in the car and off you went, and you arrived at your destination. And you were conscious when you got in the car, and you were conscious when you arrived at your destination, but you have very minimal, if any, recollection of the time that has elapsed in between. And this is really, really common, especially on a trip that we do every day, like driving to work, or even if you're on public transport. It's very, very common that we phase out of this reality. We go somewhere else. So where do we go? All manner of places. We might be in the future because we're thinking about the meeting that we're going to have with our boss when we finally do get to work, or all the to-do lists that we have. We might be in the past because we're thinking about the argument we had with our husband last night, or, oh, I do hope my child will do well in his math test. Or maybe we are, we're in the past, when maybe we're in another place. Like, oh, I have a relative that's unwell and they live abroad and I'm very concerned about them. So your consciousness can be past, future, present, but in another place than your body is. But your body can only ever be here and now. So that's what we need by the present moment, right? It's right here, right now, where your body resides. You, the spirit, you are not limited by time and space as your body is. You are an eternal, multidimensional being, and you exist beyond this time-space reality.
I think that's my favorite saying, that we live beyond time and space as a spirit being.
Yeah, you are multidimensional. So how can we be in the present moment with our body, and why would we want to be doing that anyway? Why would we want to be doing that? Think about your body as a focal point. It is a focal point. It is your focal point for focusing your energy through in this lifetime. And everything happens from this vehicle, from this vessel. You manifest your reality from here, right? This is the piece of you that's in the here and now, that's radiating energy, that's determining what you end up creating. So if you vacate the vessel, if you vacate the vehicle, then yes, you're still creating your reality, but it's happening all very unconsciously. But if you can learn to be present within the body, be grounded within the body, be awake and aware within the body, then you can direct the vehicle. You can make conscious choices about your life, and you can be in charge of the energy field that is within your body. And this is what rules your manifestation, your ability to manifest. It's determined by that energy field, by that energy vibration. So you want to be in charge of it, you want to be directing it. So that's one very good reason to stay close to your body. But how do you do it? Well, if you think about mindfulness, we've all heard of mindfulness. It's probably the most common type of meditation practice that's out there in the Western world. Mindfulness. And what does that mean? It means being very present and awake and aware. And how do we do it? By paying attention to the body. And by paying attention to the body and what's going on in the body, it draws us into the present moment, which is the point of maximum power for you to create your reality. So the body, when you think about it, it's got 5 senses. And so if we focus on the 5 physical senses, such as sound, listening to my voice talking, that's helping you come into the present moment, because I am talking in the here and now through my body in the here and now to your body in the here and now. So if you listen to that sound, any sound that is around you and around your body that your body is picking up, if you focus on that, it helps to pull you into the present. If you use your physical eyes to look at what is around you, here's a plant next to me on one side, and here's some flowers on the other side. If you use your vision to focus into the here and now, that also helps you. If you focus on your sense of touch, you feel your clothes, feel your skin on your face, your hair, anything, touch it, feel it, sense it that way. It helps you come more fully into the body. Or any tastes or smells. All of these signals from the 5 physical senses are being experienced by your body in the here and now, and by you focusing on them, it helps bring you into the present moment. A very, very common technique in mindfulness and pretty much most forms of meditation is to focus on the breath. Because if I am breathing in and breathing out, and breathing in and breathing out. As spirit, I don't breathe, but my body breathes. It's my body that's breathing. So if I focus on the breath of the body, it pulls me into the present moment. My body does some other things. It has a heart, and the heart is constantly beating, and distributing blood and oxygen and nutrition around the body. So if I focus on the heartbeat, that's happening in my body, that also pulls me into the present moment. So the more that you focus on your body and what's happening within your body, the more you are in the present moment. And like I said before, it might seem obvious, but actually it's not so obvious. Most humans are not in the present moment and not in their body. I gave you an example earlier where you go on a trip and you don't even remember how you got from one place to another. Another common one is Googling on the internet, or playing a game on the internet or something, right? It's just sucking your attention in to that virtual space rather than being present within your body. So there's lots of common examples of how we do that, how we phase out of reality. And a lot of people will be outside of the body because the body is not a pleasant place for them to be. And why? Because they've stored some unpleasant things within the body. So they start to come into the body and they say, I don't like this place. It's not a pleasant place to be. I'm out of here. Examples are, if you've been through a traumatic experience, often in a traumatic experience, our immediate reaction is just to leave. Or if you've spent a lot of time being drunk or high, then you and not necessarily in the body when you're doing that. And there can be, other reasons, other like physical pain and so on or emotional pain that's going on in the body that you are in denial of, that you don't want to face, you don't want to deal with. And so you tend to float around in spiritual space rather than time space. And it's a common thing as well, I think, in many New Age spiritual practices, to have a focus on heaven rather than earth, and to open up to up there and out there, and forget about down here and in here. But the larger part of you is always up there and out there. Meanwhile, you've created this body. And why have you created this body? You've created this body for a special purpose, to have the experience of being in time, space, reality. And then you forgot to drive the car. So we need to learn to drive the car. Take charge of the vehicle. Look after it. Keep it clean and tidy. Make it a pleasant place to hang out, because we're meant to be driving around in it all the time. And so pretty much every show, I talk about grounding, and I lead you in the direction of a free meditation on my website to teach grounding, and I'm doing it again this time. So if you go on my website under free stuff, you'll see some free meditations, and if you go there, you can download a meditation, and it will teach you two things, and both of these things help you be present in the here and now within the body. The first one is called grounding. Grounding. It's an energy technique to create an energy flow from your first chakra to the center of the earth. And it helps anchor you, the high vibration consciousness, into the body. It helps make it safe for your high vibration energy to come into the body. So this is a spiritual technique that I'm talking about. Sometimes when I talk about grounding, people go, yeah, I know what grounding is. And there's lots of different ideas out there about what grounding is. And for some people, it is go and stand outside in the grass barefoot, connect with nature in that way. And that can be a good way to focus in the here and now and into your body, because you're paying attention to your feet on the grass and all of that. But the spiritual technique of grounding is extremely powerful, and is also a way of helping you heal whatever reasons have caused you not to be in the body in the first place. So if you have pain and trauma, and when you come into the body, you say, well, I can't meditate because my back hurts, because somehow you've stored some painful situations and memories in there. Grounding helps you now to release that, to make the vessel, the vehicle, the body a more pleasant place for you to hang out. The second technique is called centering, and it teaches you to place your conscious awareness in the center of your head. Center of your head's in your body. And so, of course, that also helps you to bring you into the present moment. I have to take a break now, folks.
Yeah.
So
we'll take a short break, and after we come back, you can talk about centering some more.
Sure.
And then we'll start doing readings for people. Yay. That's in the future, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back to Unlocking Your Truth, where we're talking about being in the present moment, which is the only place that the body can be. It's always here and now, here and now, here and now, this moment, 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 this moment. Always in this moment. The moment changes, but you're always in it.
Same as your breath. Just one moment, one moment, one moment, one breath, one breath, one breath.
So before the show, I was talking, this segment of the show, I was talking about a meditation you can download from my website that will teach you 2 techniques. In the first segment, we talked about the grounding technique, and we were just starting to talk about centering, which is a technique to place your conscious awareness in the center of your head. And it's another way that you can bring your focus here into present time where the body is, because you're sitting within the seat of consciousness within the body. It also has many powers, and one of them is the power of neutrality, which is brilliant, because if for some reason you've stored some things in your body that you don't like and you don't like being there, if you're grounded and you're centered, then it's easy to be present and be neutral about what you find, and to be in a state of acceptance rather than judgment and resistance against what you find. Because if you are in judgment and resistance, then it's much harder to change that thing. So if you're in the center of your head, you can be neutral and accepting, and then it's easier to release and let go. All right, so there's a well-known author called Eckhart Tolle who wrote a book called The Power of Now, and that's all about what we're talking about tonight, being in the present moment. That's a great read. I'm sure pretty much most people in the spiritual realm have read it, but if you haven't, read it. It's excellent. So I'm just going to open up the floor to questions already, I think. If there are. If there aren't, we'll keep talking. But
yeah, I think the gurus in India have a lot of wisdom when it comes around to being in the present. And as I alluded to before about breathing, we can, each breath that we take, we're here, right now. You can't take a breath in the future, and you can't take a breath in the past. And when you look at your breath or focus on your breath a little bit, you're very much so in the present, because each breath is life-giving. You can't skip a breath. You can never skip a breath. Heartbeats can skip. Your heart can stop. But if you stop breathing, it doesn't, even hearts can come back, but once your breathing stops completely, that's it. You're done. It's a very strong thing to be in the present.
yeah, bodies need air.
Yeah. And
that's something we do when we're not present within the body, and when we are anxious or stressed out or focusing on something that isn't, we sometimes do forget to breathe, actually.
Very true. Yeah. It's I think that's one of the things. We do stop breathing, or start breathing shallower or deeper, or depending on what's happening in our lives.
Yes.
The breath has a lot to say, in essence.
It's very interesting. Everyone who's listening to the show, and actually it's okay if you're driving, you can do this, whatever you're doing, is to just focus on the breath and take a really long, slow, deep breath and fill your lungs to capacity.
But don't pass out.
And then once you're at the top of the breath, take a really long, slow, deep breath out and empty your lungs to capacity. And when you are breathing in, you are revitalizing, replenishing, receiving, taking in from the universe. And when you are breathing out, you are letting go, you are releasing, you are relinquishing. And so that rhythm of the breath is, it's helping you, giving you the opportunity to reset your energy in every moment, actually, and to, at least on a physiological level, release things that you no longer are needing within the body. like you're expelling carbon dioxide and so on. But it also can be a very spiritual inhalation and exhalation to help you reset your energy. In fact, there's lots and lots of breathing techniques that do help you to bring yourself into the present moment and reset your energy. One of them is called square breathing, where we breathe in and we count to, I think it's 6 breaths, 4 seconds. So breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, breathing out, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4. We do that 4 times, breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, exhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, and inhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, and exhale. And hold. And inhale.
That really brings you present.
And hold. And exhale. And hold. It's called square breathing, and it helps you to reset your energy, and it brings you into focus in the here and now and connects you with your body. All right.
All right. Well, I have one question from Lorraine in Facebook. And she says, centering seems very important. How do you get there?
Okay, well, take 2 fingertips. Place one fingertip at the center of your forehead. Place another fingertip side of your head slightly above and slightly behind one of your ears. And imagine that you have a line of light emanating from the end of each fingertip. It will make the sign of the cross. And in the very center of your head is the center of the cross. That point is where the pineal gland is, in the center of the brain. It's also the center of the 6th chakra. And what you do is you focus your conscious awareness right there at that point where the pineal gland is. So you need to sort of, first of all, where am I? Where am I? You know, where am I? Where is my consciousness right now? And then bring your consciousness to float above the top of your head. And then come and sit on the top of your head in the crown chakra, where the fontanelle is. And then you can enter the body through the top of your head and then just move down and into the center of your head. That's how you get there. That's how you get to the center of your head. And you must be grounded to do that, because the grounding helps your energy come into the body. You're very high vibration, very high energy, and the body is a much lower vibration. So we can make that connection and we can come into the body when we're being grounded. So those 2 techniques go together. Thank you for the question, Lorraine.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Our next question is from Prasad. So I'm going to try to decipher it a little bit. And he says, before the war, I sent with prayers rare holy ash packet of Shirdi Sai Baba, which is 1 per person, you only get 1, to Ukraine envoy in India for protection to be dropped on Ukrainian soil. But he is sacked now for being with Russia. What now this is where it falls apart. And it says, what it makes out, Dr. Leslie, can you tell us more? That's the question in the Q&A session. Can you please respond?
What it makes out.
Yeah, I think he says, can you tell a little bit more, talk a little bit more about the issue with trying to get that package to Russia. He sent it to an envoy in India to take to Ukraine and drop it in Ukrainian soil, sort of to try and bless the Ukraine, but it didn't seem to make it there, that as far as he knows.
Okay, and so he wants
Was he in one of your Q&A sessions, Prasad?
Oh, I think he went to one of the free Third Thursday sessions. I'm doing these free Third Thursday sessions, which is an hour on a Thursday at 1 p.m. And it's usually every third Thursday, except for July and August, where it's going to be the fourth Thursday. Maybe I should just change it to the fourth Thursday. So there's one tomorrow, and it's from 1 o'clock Pacific time to 2 o'clock Pacific time. And people who are interested in developing their psychic abilities and want to ask questions about developing their psychic abilities can show up to that Zoom call. You can sign up to it on my website, and also find out more about my psychic development courses. And if you can't find it on my website, just email info@drlesliephillips.com and I'll send you an invitation. Because I actually think I was doing it as an invitation only to people who have done the psychic quiz, get invited to that. So if you haven't done the psychic quiz on the website, go do it, and then it will send you the link to that live session. I'm not sure what Prasad is asking, Corey, so maybe we can get him to type a bit more and we can just on to another question.
Okay, Prasad, please just a little bit more, explain just a little bit more what you would like. Thank you. This is from Najiri. Hello, Najiri. Nice to hear from you again. I'm not sure why every time I'm about to manifest something, I really desire when I'm 98% of the way there is always a last minute delay. This is happening right now. What do I need to release? I would like to break this cycle once and for all.
That's interesting, isn't it? I'll have a look. Well, to me, it looks like connected to that thing of, it's almost like if I get it, I'll have to validate how powerful I am. And I'm a bit afraid of my own power. That's what it seems to be, some version of that. So I see the excitement building at getting the thing. And then as the excitement builds, you sense your own power, and then you go, oh, I'm really powerful and I might have to acknowledge how powerful I am. So that's what it looks like to me.
I don't think that's solely a Najiri issue. I think we all get there. I remember somebody telling me, I guess you could call it a joke around this. He says, he says, I went out to get to a job interview. I felt really good about this job interview, and I felt certain. It was really amazing. I prepared for it. I researched the company. I went to the interview, and it was amazing. It was like I was at home, and everybody loved me, and it was phenomenal. I know this is my job, and this was on a Monday. And the fellow who did the interview said, "I'll give you a call on Friday," and and with the answers. And so he waited and he waited and he waited, and there, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm going to get this job. I know it. And he sat and meditated on, I'm going to get this job. I know I'm going to get this job. And Friday came along and the telephone rang, and it was this company, and it was the gentleman that did the interview. And he said, I'm sorry to say, but you didn't get the job. And the fellow said, okay, no problem. Thank you very much. He hung up. He said, I knew I wouldn't get it. We do that. We think we're being completely involved in our intention setting, but like she says, there's that she's 98%. You can't be 98%. You got to go all the way. Just let it go. Right, Dr. Leslie?
Yeah, I mean, it's vibrational. So the more in alignment and the more you're believing in your manifestation, the more likely it is to manifest. And the more that you're doubting and disbelieving, the less likely it is to manifest.
Definitely. Okay, this is from Brian. Brian says, is yawning, coughing, sneezing, are those signs of moving energy that seems to be happening a lot lately, and it seems to be connected to energy shifts I'm aware of?
The short answer is yes.
Give us a long answer, Dr. Leslie.
Well, yeah, yawning, coughing, and sneezing, they are all crying, tears coming out your eyes. They're all ways of releasing energy. And it's funny, I had a breakthrough session with one of my students today, and she said, Dr. Leslie, I keep yawning when I meditate. Is that normal? And I said, yeah, it's absolutely is normal. And it's quite common for people who are even doing psychic readings. Actually, it looks like you're bored, but you're yawning because it's a natural way of releasing energy. Because often when we're meditating, doing a psychic reading, there's a lot happening, there's a lot shifting, there's a lot changing, and it's just one of the ways that the body just naturally gets involved to help release energy. So yeah, Brian, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Leslie. Very good. Najiri says, wow, this is quite profound. I received this. Thank you.
You're welcome, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you. This is from Carol. Carol says, I remember you mentioned to stay in the center of your head throughout the day. I find myself sitting back to front of my head. Any tips?
So I've got a number of different Carols actually in my courses. I think it's
It is Carol Mann.
Yes. So I would never have said to stay in the center of your head for the whole of the day. What I would have said is be in the center of your head depending on what you're engaged in. If you do an intellectual job, or if you're doing your accounting, then or something administrative like that, or operating machinery, then you be in the frontal lobes of your brain, because now you're doing a function that is very much in the physical, and your brain is geared to help you do those physical tasks like thinking and working things out in a logical, linear way. So be in the center of your head when you want to access your neutrality, when you want to access your clairvoyance, when you want to access your intuition. Be at the center when you want to be non-judgmental. When a challenging situation arises and you're finding it difficult to be neutral because you feel like somebody's picking on you or something like that, then be in the center of your head. Or if you want to look at a choice that you're going to make and you want to access your intuition, then be in the center of your head. So be in the center of your head depending on what you're doing and what you're wanting to tap into. Is it your intellect? Is it your intuition? And then she said she has a tendency to be back to front. I'm not exactly sure what that meant, but probably what might be happening is, as you're naturally needing to do tasks that involve your brain, you're moving forward because that's the place you need to be to do that task. So that's not a problem. The problem arises is that most people stay in their intellect all the time and then they can't access their intuition. And most people, when they're trying to access their intuition, get in their intellect, and that interferes. So they're both great places to be. It just depends on what you're doing. All right, then we have to go to another break. Welcome back, everybody, to Unlocking Your Truth, where tonight's show is on being in the present moment. But we are in that stage in the show where we open to your questions, and you're welcome to ask about anything.
By the way, Lorraine says, Dr. Leslie, you look lovely tonight.
Thank you, Lorraine. I don't
Brian.
have my thing that I put in my hair on tonight, do I?
Yeah, and Brian says, thank you. And Carol says, oh, thank you, Dr. Leslie. I must have got it mixed up.
Yeah, maybe. No, yeah, I mean, just on that question, I had another question today in a breakthrough session with a student. And she'd taken some other training, and the teacher had told her to open her crown chakra. If she wanted to be a medium and talk to people who passed away, or what you must do, she said, is you must open your crown chakra. And then this person was sort of telling people to just keep their crown chakras open. And this lady said, well, it never felt right to me. And I felt sort of disassociated from reality, and I didn't feel like I was in my body. And I said, well, of course not, because if you have your crown chakra really wide open, you are connecting with not just this reality, but everything that's out there in the universe. So there's a tip. If you want to be in the present moment, don't have your crown chakra wide open, just have it open a little bit, because that's enough to be right here, right now. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is because I often encounter that idea that to be spiritual, the journey is open your chakras, open them all up. And then we've made it when we've opened all our chakras. And my philosophy is, what experience of reality do you want to have? Because you will get a different experience of reality if your chakras are open versus, if they're more open versus less open. You can, and you can configure them differently, and it will give you a different experience of reality. So mastering your psychic abilities is not about opening them all really, really wide. It's about understanding what happens when you do that. And is that the experience that you're wanting to have? So having your crown chakra open really wide, that creates a need for a massive amount of grounding to counterbalance that level of opening. And most people float away into hyperspace when they do that. And it's often also related to, or a cause for, the idea of some mental illnesses, because now you're in touch with all these alternate realities that have nothing to do with this time-space reality, which is what we're talking about today, being in this time-space reality.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Leslie. And folks, if you're enjoying the show, please give us a like, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. If you don't mind, that would be lovely. And so this is from Katie. And Katie says, can we be present while we're multitasking, such as watering plants in the yard while listening to our favorite Psychic Abilities radio show?
I think you can be present while you're multitasking. Because if all of those things are on the physical level, right, you can be listening to music while you are watering your plants and still be very, 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 very present. I think that what sometimes happens if we're listening to a podcast is we we go into the realm of ideas, we go into the mental space, and then we sort of phase out the body level. But you don't have to. You can stay grounded and present while you're listening.
But it can help as well. It can help to focus. I know that, like, remember with that thing we did with eating that we learned from our Vietnamese monk? When you're eating, if you take a bite of your food, put down your fork, and then concentrate on eating, and you'll see that the food tastes completely different. So if you're doing something, you can do both, but you might get more out of it if you're just doing the one thing at a time and focusing on the one thing, as opposed to trying to get it over with as well. Oh, I got to get to the, because what you're doing by watering and listening to the show is you're saying, well, the watering isn't important, but the show is. But can you give importance to both equally? What do you think, Dr. Leslie?
Yeah, I think it depends. It's an interesting one. One thing I've always found interesting is some people listen to music to help them study. Now, I was never able to do that. I had to have complete silence so I could study, because if there was music on at the same time, I would drift away and I would not be able to be in that point of focus. That was before I knew how to ground, but I wonder if I still would be like that now. I think probably, actually. So I think that there are some differences between people as well.
Yeah.
Roy likes to listen to music, don't you? And you don't drift away, but I do.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. It all depends on what I'm doing. When I studied, I used to like to listen to music. And I think the music sort of, depending on the type of music you listen to, can keep you present as well.
I've never found any music that helps me stay more present than if I don't have any noise. Yeah.
Apparently Baroque music opens the channel between the two sides of the brain, the left and the right brain. And so there's there's more learning and more logical learning, but also more heartfelt learning, more don't know the word, what you call it, that type of learning, but more spiritually centered learning. Anyway,
we digress.
Thank you.
Well, not really. It's always about the present moment, wasn't it?
I'm not digressing. No. Okay, this one's from Katie. Katie says, can we be present? Oh, that was Katie. Well, this is Erica. Erica says, according to your quiz, my primary clair is clairaudience. Wonderful. Congratulations. I've been trying to connect with my spirit guides for some time now without much luck, and haven't been able to really decipher any messages that make sense or resonate. I'm hoping you could help me figure out their name and or a message from them.
Okay, sure. And I'll just also, and by the way, Erica, in that quiz, clairaudience tends to be more of a rare one in terms of what most people find. Most people, I think, clairsentience is the top one, then claircognizance, then I think it's clairvoyance, then clairaudience. So I might have that the wrong way around. So yeah. So all right. And so I'm going to look at this and give you an answer, but I just want to also mention that it's developing your psychic abilities is a bit like going to the gym. You have to practice. You have to learn how to use the machinery, how to use the equipment. So I have created many psychic development courses to help you learn the equipment and learn how to operate it and practice it so that you know what you're doing with your psychic abilities and you know how to consciously access them. And that journey begins with the Unlock Your Intuition course that gives you a grounding of spiritual techniques and also helps you to overcome the most common blocks to intuition while simultaneously teaching you some psychic development tools. Then after that, I have a clairaudience course, where you spend 10 weeks focusing on that ability called clairaudience, where you learn now how to interpret what you're getting, and you learn how to tune in to different frequencies. That, you know, all of your guides have got different frequencies. So how can you consciously tune into this frequency and that frequency and listen to that guide and listen to the other guide? You learn all of that in that course. Because it's not, you know, I spent myself 6 years in a modern mystery school from 1998 to about 2004. And I lived and breathed this stuff. And that's why I'm so good at what I do, because I've devoted my life to it. And I think sometimes people think, well, you know, I'll read a book or I'll take a weekend course and that will be me and I'll tick the box and I'm, you know, and it's like anything. The more you focus, the better you become. So anyway, that said, Erica, let's have a look at your idea of your spirit guides. Well, first thing I'm noticing is this sort of interesting energy configuration that sort of comes down like this to your throat chakra. And your throat chakra is the one that's responsible for clairaudience. And this sort of strange triangle energy configuration, the energy here is pink. It's almost like you're wearing this pink collar of energy. And I feel that that is relating to your spirit guides. So I'm just going to look at that a little bit longer. One of the things is to let go of expectations of to let go of expectations around spirit guides, and to let go of expectations around the messages. And the other thing that they're saying is to be playful and make it fun and make it light and make it amusing, make it funny. So sometimes we get serious and we get into effort when we're trying to accomplish these things, and that doesn't help. So it feels like this pink energy is trying to help you to get into more of a light, amused, fun kind of vibe. And I'm seeing one of your guides, and I'm just taking a moment to talk to them before I say anything. Well, you've got one of your guides is this lovely, the energy vibration is almost like this silvery, pearlescent vibration. These are energy beings, right? They don't look like us, but sometimes they project an image like us. And this beautiful, pearly, silvery, opalescent being is projecting the idea of a very amusing picture of it's like a funny comedy Halloween vampire with a mustache and a cape. And that's just, it's that is supposed to be, and it's almost like a funny magician as well. That's the message that I was translating into making it fun and not making it serious and not having any expectations. And that's a projection coming from the spirit guide that really, to me, looks like this silvery energy, but it's communicating with you. Well, in this case, it's communicating with me through pictures. But let's have a look at the clairaudience again. Give us a second. So there is a song playing and it says smile even though your heart is breaking, but it just means again, it's like it's always advocating this inner smile, this state of having an inner smile, cultivating this inner happiness, this high vibrational amused state as being helpful for your development of your psychic abilities. Because when we're amused or when we're smiling, then our vibration is high. So that is counterbalancing things that arise in the system that are a lower vibration, like feeling sad. But if I smile, it will uplift me. So I hope that helps, Erica.
Yep. Thank you. I'm just going to read Brian's note, and then we're going to have to sign off. What's amazing is that I've cultivated awareness, even if I'm multitasking. No matter what's going on, awareness pulls me into the present moment if I get lost. I may hear a song on the radio with a message for me, or a quote on a TV show or movie that deeply resonates, or an animal crosses my path with a spiritual gift. Suddenly I become entirely present. Something pulls my entire attention to that message. It's incredible. I've even heard it in my head when I think too much to suddenly focus on my breath. That's interesting. Cool, Brian. Thank you. By the way, folks, there's no show next week, but we'll be returning on the following week at 1 p.m. So thank you all. Dr. Leslie.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Mindfulness for Happiness and Relapse Prevention. In this presentation, we're going to define mindfulness and mindlessness. We'll differentiate between mindfulness and purposeful action, identify how mindfulness can be used in practice, and explore several different mindfulness techniques and activities that you can use with your clients. So what is mindlessness? We're going to start there. Mindlessness is on autopilot. It's when you get up in the morning, you stagger into the kitchen, you make your coffee, you eat your breakfast, you take a shower, you go to work, you come home, you eat dinner, and you go to bed. And you really didn't check in with yourself to see how you were feeling, what you were needing, and if there was anything that you could do to actually perk up your day. So we don't want to be on autopilot. We need to reduce enough stress in our life, or at least learn to focus and stop and smell the roses, or at least check in, even if we're not going to smell anything. Mindlessness is also going with the flow, being a yes man, just saying, sure, let's do it, go ahead, and not ever identifying what we really want and need. Mindlessness is also doing what has always been done just because it's always been done. And sometimes you need to check in and go, you know what? That's not all that important. If you are one of those people who has to go through and bleach every bathroom every weekend, that's the way you've always done it, and it may still work for you, and you may have a perfectly good reasoning and desire to do it, and that's great. But maybe you're going through and bleaching the bathroom every weekend and you realize you're the only one living in the house anymore. Your kids have moved out, and 3 out of the 4 bathrooms don't ever get used anymore. So maybe you can not bleach those every week, maybe just once a month. So looking at what you're doing and identifying if it's needed or if you're just doing it because it's always been done that way. Another example of it's always been done that way, from my personal experience, when I come home, and this is total autopilot mindlessness, I come home, I put my purse on the foyer table, I walk into the kitchen, I open up the refrigerator, and I find something to eat. Now, I've never stopped to check in to go, am I really hungry? Am I thirsty? Or is it just because I'm home? It's just what I do. So it's important in mindfulness to identify what you're doing and choose your behaviors, choose how you use your energy purposefully. Other examples of mindlessness: getting home and not remembering the drive. I think all of us have done it. We get in the car and we're kind of on autopilot going home, and we're totally thinking about something else. Eating without realizing it, or when you're not hungry. Sometimes people will just kind of meander into the kitchen and get something to eat and sit down and start eating, and they're like, wait a minute, I'm not really even hungry. And having intense feelings or relapses come from, quote, out of the blue. These usually don't come from out of the blue unless there's been some sort of a trauma in your life. Most of the time, relapses, whether it's mental health or substance abuse, started a long time ago, and you weren't paying attention to the fact that you were getting run down, that you were getting stressed out, that you were getting overwhelmed. So you get to this breaking point, and all of a sudden the dam breaks, and you're like, oh, where did that come from? Well, if you were paying attention, it started about 6 weeks ago. Mindfulness is having an awareness in the present. We stop, look, listen, feel, and interpret what's going inside us and what's going on around us. I encourage my clients to do mindfulness check-ins at every meal, because we usually eat at least 2 to 3 times a day. So that's a good anchor point for them to go, okay, before I eat, let me just stop, look around, see where I'm at, figure out, how am I feeling physically? Am I tired? Am I anxious? Am I stressed out? Am I hurting somewhere? And what's going on around you? How are you thinking? Once you figure out how you're feeling, whether you're comfortable, what the environment is, interpret where you are and what you need. Purposeful action means becoming mindful in the present moment and acting intentionally instead of reacting emotionally. If you are stressed out and you're exhausted and you're in the cafeteria of your office and people keep coming in and talking to you and just bothering you, and you just really want some peace and quiet, mindlessly acting people would likely just continue to sit there until somebody comes up and you bite their head off. If you're being mindful, you realize, preferably before you even go into the cafeteria, that you're stressed out and you need some quiet time. So maybe you need to eat at your desk. So you're acting intentionally instead of reacting when the dam breaks. You want to intentionally choose behaviors and actions that are going to make effective use of your energy and help you achieve your goals. So again, just thinking about biting people's heads off or getting overwhelmed, how can you prevent that from happening? If you're acting intentionally, if you do a mindfulness scan and you go, you know what, I'm really stressed out right now, I'm exhausted, I can't think straight, what do I need versus what do I think I should do? Because what you need is going to lead you towards purposeful action and get you closer to your goals. How did we learn mindlessness? As we were growing up, people have told us things like, do it because I said so, don't ask why. This is always one of my big pet peeves when I'm working with other coaches, or I'm working with clinicians in a residential setting or even in an outpatient setting. If they tell their clients to do something because they said so, that's not respecting the client's autonomy, but it also doesn't help the client learn why, so they can be mindful and make a purposeful choice about whether they want to do it or not. Suck it up communicates, don't feel, just do. Some mornings we get up, we don't want to go to work, we don't want to face the traffic, we don't want to take a shower, whatever the case is, maybe all of the above. And sometimes we do have to suck it up. But if you do a mindfulness scan and I go, all of those things are true, I'm not motivated to do anything, I've got to decide, in the big scheme of things, what works best to help me achieve my goals. Sometimes it means suck it up. But it's important to check in with yourself and feel first, identify what you need, and then make decisions about what's going to get you closer to your goals. Nobody cares, just ignore it. Means don't trust your own instincts and don't trust other people. We don't want to learn this. again, when you go and tell your boss, I'm overwhelmed, I've got 16 things to do that are due on Friday, and I need to know which is of more of a priority to you. And he says, just go figure it out. He's not giving you any direction for being mindful. Or if he says, I don't want to hear about how stressed you are, that means how you feel doesn't matter. And you need to just go ahead and do it regardless of what's in your best interest. Now, sometimes that's going to happen in the workplace. I'm not saying that we live in a utopia. It is, however, important for people to be aware of their own limits and boundaries to prevent burnout. And finally, that's what everyone does. So don't question it. Everyone else does this, so you need to do it too. And in reality, this is one of the biggest mindfulness trip-ups ever. Always, always, always ask yourself, is whatever I'm getting ready to do getting me closer to or further away from my ultimate goals and where I want to be? Mindfulness can help us transition from reacting to acting. It can help us be proactive and prevent reacting, prevent blowing up, prevent burning out. It makes more efficient and effective use of energy by making the right decisions the first time. So beginning with the end in mind, so to speak. What are my ultimate goals? Let's make the right decision about how to handle this situation to get me closer to my goals. And mindfulness encourages self-awareness and compassion. So we want to seek first to understand ourselves and then to understand others. And when I say understand ourselves, it means, what are we good at? What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What do we need? What do we want? And what are our ultimate goals? Mindfulness can help reduce inefficiency through planning and prioritizing. Instead of just kind of flying by the seat of your pants, deciding, hey, I want to build a doghouse, driving down to Home Depot, buying a bunch of lumber and a bunch of nails and going, okay, now let's figure out how to put this together. That's kind of inefficient. Whereas you could save time by going online, getting a plan, which will have a list of all the supplies that you need, and then you can follow the plan, put up the doghouse, and bada bing, Fido has a new home. Mindfulness helps balance and renew your resources, energy, and health to create a sustainable, long-term, effective lifestyle, because it encourages you to ask yourself regularly, what do I need right now? And what options do I have to meet those needs in the present while still moving toward future goals? If you can even just ask yourself those two questions at breakfast, lunch, and dinner and actually act on the results, not just go, okay, well, that was a fun exercise. It will help you reduce a lot of stress and free up energy to accomplish the goals that you want to. Mindfulness activities, head, heart, and gut honesty. I talk about this in a lot of presentations. In your head, this is your logic. What do you need? In your heart, this is, how you feel about something. And your gut is kind of your spidey senses. And if something isn't right, your gut's going to go, yeah, this is probably a bad idea. When you're behaving mindfully, your head, heart, and gut are all in alignment. They're going, yep, this is what we need to do. Now, your head may be saying, this is going to be hard, but we can get it done. Or your heart may be saying, this is not the most pleasant thing that I have to do, but it's the right thing to get me to where I want to be. Another activity you can do is the attitude of gratitude, also known as don't crap on the present. So having an attitude of gratitude about yourself. What are you grateful for? About your family. What are you grateful for with them? Your job and your life. Too often, because this is the way we've always been raised, we focus on the negative and forget to identify the positive, when in reality, we should identify 3 positives for every negative. Try that. 3 positives for every negative. Another activity is called the 5-minute focus, and this can be somewhat daunting at first. Go into a room for 5 minutes, and it may seem like an eternity. Write down on a piece of paper everything you see, what you smell, what you hear, and how you feel emotionally and physically. This gets you into the habit or practice of being more attuned to your surroundings and being more aware of not only what's going on inside, but also what's going on around you. Smells are the strongest trigger for memories. So if you walk into a room and, every time you walk in there, you just kind of feel chills go up your spine, think to yourself, what does this smell like that is reminding me of something in my past? Or is the paint on the walls a color that reminds me of something? Am I triggering a memory? Being aware of what's going on around and inside is important because they work together. Vulnerability checklist. This is something I encourage people do every single morning. Vulnerabilities are things that, when unchecked, can cause low-grade stress, making you more vulnerable to stronger reactions. So if you're under stress, if you're not getting proper nutrition, if you're not getting enough sleep, if you're in pain, if you're not sleeping well, when something happens, your emotional reaction, which would normally maybe be a 2, may be an 8, because you're over it. Your physical reactions can also be a lot stronger. Instead of just being a mild annoyance where you have a brief little adrenaline rush, you may get completely flushed and go into a full-grade panic attack. Socially, your reactions can be a lot stronger, and you can be either a lot more needy and a lot more seeking of external validation, or on the contrary, you might be a lot more withdrawing. When stress starts to build up, it affects your relationships. And when stress starts to build up and you start to become vulnerable, environmental things can also be a lot more powerful in triggering relapses and negative mood states. Yet another activity is called 3-minute thoughts. Take 3 minutes and write down or record on a voice recorder all of the thoughts that you have. Then review what you wrote down. How many of those thoughts were negative? How many were about the past, the future, and the present? And how many were just totally irrelevant? This will help you identify what your sort of automatic thoughts are that are constantly buzzing around in your head. We want these thoughts to be positive and about the present and hopeful about the future. Irrelevant thoughts happen. You may be driving down the road and you're like, ooh, bunny rabbit. Totally irrelevant, but it's a thought. So it's something that you would want to record. Colors of emotion. Most colors evoke emotion in people. Most of the emotions are learned because color reminds you of a memory. So get a big crayon box and identify how different colors make you feel. Now, certain colors, they've done research. Yellows, reds, and browns tend to make people hungry. So when you go into restaurants, you'll see a lot more yellow, red, and brown. Certain blues can be calming, but certain blues can also feel institutional, like a blue-gray or kind of a pea soup green. That may not be true for every single person, though. So look at colors, look at swatches, and just see, how does that make you feel? Does it make you feel calm, indifferent, or sad? Increase the colors in your environment that make you happy. I like purple and blues and, some of the bright, cheery colors. But I love just about every shade of purple and blue. So that's what I would use for accessories in whatever environment that I'm in. But I also like white because it's blank. And that gives me something that I can look at that's not overstimulating or understimulating. It's just blank. Smells are one of the strongest memory triggers, so know your nose. What smells to you are calming and maybe nostalgic at the same time? It's getting to be fall right now where I'm at, and the fall smells and the fall air fresheners are coming out, and I love the smell of cinnamon and cloves and all of those things that you associate with campfires and apple cider and all that kind of stuff. It makes me nostalgic, and it's also calming. There's not really a whole lot of smells that make me angry, except for maybe the smell of dog poop, because then I know I've got to clean it up. But you know, some smells may trigger a memory of something, maybe a bad situation in your past, and it will make you angry. So be aware of those smells. Are there smells that make you stressed? And are there smells that make you energetic? Now, you can do all kinds of research on aromatherapy and see what scents are typically associated with certain feelings. That doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be associated with that feeling for you. So you still want to test it out personally. When I use aromatherapy with my animals that are on my farm, I take down an array of different essential oils and I let them sniff them. And if they like it, they'll sniff it again. If they don't like it, they'll walk away. My donkeys don't like lavender. They have no use for lavender at all. Now, valerian, on the other hand, they tend to flock to a little bit more. So before the farrier comes out, I put a little valerian oil on their halter, which helps them be a little bit calmer when he's there. The ABCs. ABCs help you identify why you're getting upset about something. So the activating event, something happens. The consequence is that you get upset or you get angry. But between those two things, which are like a split second, you have all these automatic beliefs. So something happened, and you tap into schemas about this event, which are all your automatic beliefs, and it results in an emotion. Now, what you can do is dispute these beliefs and say, you know, that doesn't really apply to this situation. Sometimes your beliefs are spot on accurate, though. So then you've got to evaluate, is this worth my energy? Is my reaction useful? If you get cut off in traffic, and this is my favorite one to use because everybody gets cut off in traffic occasionally. If you get cut off in traffic, was it dangerous? Yeah, that's probably a very valid belief. But when I evaluate the consequence, is my getting angry about it and, you know, trying to convince the other person how wrong they were, is that useful? My answer is no. You know, the other person may not even know they cut me off, but even if they do, they may not care, and likely they don't. So is it worth my energy and effort to follow up on that, or do I just need to go, okay, deep breath, need to be a little bit more alert? Relapse warning signs checklist, or the black swan. Relapses don't come from out of the blue. A black swan is something that is an unexpected event to occur. Part of mindfulness is learning about yourself from past experiences. In the past, what has led up to a relapse? In the past, what has triggered my depression? Relapse prevention means being aware of your status, how you're feeling, your vulnerabilities, and your wants and needs. So being aware of that, being aware of your swan, will help you prevent the black swan. It will help you prevent a relapse from just showing up out of the blue. Developing a checklist of your relapse warning signs and reviewing it daily can also assist in preventing relapse. A functional analysis: what, whys, and hows. I like this one just because I tend to be more cognitive in my approach. What makes you angry, resentful, or guilty? Anger is a protective feeling. It pushes people away or gives you power over them. Resentment is just another form of anger. Guilt, interestingly, a lot of people don't loop it in here, but guilt is often anger at yourself for something you did or didn't do. So we're still dealing with anger. So what triggers your anger? What are you angry about? Why are you angry about it? And how can you get rid of this anger? Because being angry doesn't do anybody any good. So figuring out how to deal with that anger and let it go. Fear. Again, what's causing it? If you've got fear going on, what's causing it? Why are you afraid of this, and how can you deal with it? Being stressed out or overwhelmed. Same basic principle. Now, happiness. Here's one that we don't usually question. Why would we question happiness? Why would we do a functional analysis on it? Because you can't be happy and miserable at the same exact time. So what makes you happy? Why does it make you happy? And how can you increase that in your life? Denial. Sometimes we have to look at, somebody tells me I'm in denial about something. So what is it they're telling me I'm in denial about? Why do they think I'm in denial about it? And how can I address it? And depression and isolation follows the same pattern. What is it that's causing it? Why do I feel this way? And how can I deal with it? A daily planner can also be helpful. Each morning, spend 10 minutes being mindful of how you're feeling. 10 minutes can feel like an eternity, but do it while you're drinking your coffee. Maybe drink your coffee on the porch and watch the birds or listen to the frogs, whatever it is that you do in the morning. Identify all the things that need to happen or get done that day. Not that you want to happen or get done, that need to. These absolutely positively have to happen. Go through the list and highlight the ones that must get done today. Maybe your electric bill is due today, so that's got to be done today. Identify anybody that can assist with the must-dos, and then get going. You can only sit there and think about it and dread it and ponder it and feel overwhelmed for so long before you just exhaust yourself. So you might as well use that energy to get going and start knocking things off of your list. Our culture promotes automation and mindlessness. Mindfulness means taking time to think before you act. Stopping to think takes time, though, but it usually takes less time than making needless errors. So, do you have time to do it twice, or is it better to do it right the first time? Mindfulness means understanding your SWAN, your status, your wants and needs, and the what's, whys, and how's of your vulnerabilities, so you can make the best choice of action to get you closer to where you want to be. Here are some mindfulness-related resources that you can take a look at. They're all workbooks. They are very good. If you want to go to newharbinger.com and use...
This is Rob Johnson, President of the Institute for New Economic Thinking. I'm here with Jeffrey Sachs. How would I say, I always smile, and every time we talk, I'm paying homage to the Rommel family, George and Affie Rommel, where we both grew up in Detroit, and our parents were good friends with the respective Rommels, and perhaps that inspired my curiosity, even as an undergraduate at MIT, to learn more about Jeffrey Sachs, and it's been like a North Star beacon for me in thinking about what's important through my entire career. So, Jeff, thanks for being here. I'll describe just briefly. You've done a tremendous amount of work. You're at Columbia University, the highest ranking professor. You ran the Earth Institute for many years. Currently the president of the U.S. Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And I would say, just as a signature, I see you always have, there's a gift that I perceive and that I admire and I try to turn people on to about your career. You always seem to choose important questions. People can do all kinds of dances with technique, but how do they say, they might be fiddling while Rome burns. And you seem to zoom in over and over on things that matter, not just to your country or not just to prestige, but to humankind. And I greatly admire that. I just want to refer, you've written many, many books. We've talked about the age of globalization in one of our previous episodes together, but sustainable development, the two I underscored today because the questions related to the Ukraine that I've seen you writing about in Project Syndicate and other places recently. To Move the World, JFK's Quest for Peace in 2013, and A New Foreign Policy Beyond American Exceptionalism. What I see there First book 2013, second book 2018 is a prescience. You're seeing ahead of the challenges that we're going to have to address. So I'm very excited today that you're with me and we can talk about what you see, what scares you, and what's the way out.
Well, thanks so much. Great. It's great to be with you, and thank you for focusing on those two books. The book about JFK, which I wrote in 2013, was to commemorate an incredible speech and initiative of President Kennedy in 1963, which was just months after the Cuban Missile Crisis. Now, here we are, Rob, 60th anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, with another kind of showdown between the United States and Russia. And so I'm going back to that speech, to the Cuban Missile Crisis, to the lessons that I drew in that book just about every day in my thinking about what events are telling us right now. The 2019 book, A New Foreign Policy Beyond American Exceptionalism, is also directly core to my thinking right now. I do think the United States doesn't get or accept its realistic, constructive place in the world right now, and that this is at least a part of our problem in a world that is increasingly destabilized. I think that both books focus on one fundamental idea, which is that peace is better than war, and peace comes through a constructive engagement with the other side. President Kennedy said in his remarkable speech given at an American University commencement on June 10, 1963, that peace isn't some magic solution. It's not an event. Peace is a process, a way of solving problems. It is a constructive engagement with the other side. It is what I've learned in 21 years of advising the UN leadership. It is diplomacy at its finest. It's not guessing what the other side will do. It's not playing a game theory where you take as given the other party's move, which can have disastrous consequences, but rather you engage. And I think that this has been my central theme, partly from my own life experience of working in cultures all over the world, very different communities, different religions, races, ethnicities, nationalities, geographies. It taught me something about the common fate of humanity, I think. And it also taught me about the wonders of dialogue, communication, and diplomacy. Well, here we are with war, with incredible tensions with China, with the inability to solve major global problems like the increasing derangement of the Earth's climate system. And I believe that in all of these, what we're seeing is a failure of statecraft, a failure of concepts of cooperation, really an application of crude ideas that are like the game theoretic ideas that assume the worst of the other side, for example, and assume you know what's in Putin's mind, assume you know what is in President Xi's mind. And when we behave that way, we get very bad outcomes. So this, I thank you for focusing on those works. And for me, they do reflect my underlying feeling that there's a different way for us to approach global problems, different from what we're doing right now. And it would be much, much safer, more prudent, and more constructive to follow a different approach.
I find it fascinating just putting like what I'll call pattern recognition. You're talking about what John Kennedy did. I remember the old, what I'll call the Bismarck playbook. I took a bunch of courses in arms control and disarmament, and they said that one of the big dangers is when you're failing at home, there's discord. The Bismarck playbook is a metaphor. Find an external enemy so everybody can agree and focus on that. But sitting behind the Bismarck playbook, in the first appendix to that playbook, is the need to cooperate on climate change. So we're not in a place where, forget mutual assured destruction for a moment. We got to cooperate.
Well,
there's another way we can exterminate Earth if we don't collaborate. And then the last thing I'll throw into this mix is a wonderful book by the scholar Orville Schell and his colleague John Delury called Wealth and Power. And what Orville, who's a good friend of mine, said, he said, Rob, we've got a situation where the Chinese went through centuries of humiliation, Opium War, Japanese invasion, etc. America thinks it runs the world and wants everybody to fall in line behind it. To use the big Brzezinski's metaphor, we have tectonic plates crashing between two philosophical systems at the head table of the G7, or excuse me, of the G20 that used to be the G7. We are in a situation where you can't even play game theory with different philosophical systems because you're projecting things onto your counterpart that may never have been in their imagination or in their training. So you've got this instability, what I'll call the Bismarck playbook. You've got the end game of climate, and then you have this tension that centers on U.S. China. But we could bring, why didn't Russia, after the de-escalation, the end of the Soviet Union, and I know you've worked a lot there, so I don't know the answer to this at all, but why didn't Russia get the equivalent of an aid program to integrate them into the EU, regain prosperity, dignity through that? And I'll ask you a question. Is the political economy of the military-industrial complex a little bit of the evil that hides inside this dilemma of danger?
So there's a lot of intertwined issues there. And let me start with the very specific issue of climate change and the energy transformation that we know we need. We need to move to a zero carbon energy system. Excuse me. And that requires actually a lot of long-term thinking and a lot of international cooperation. So every day in the context of the Ukraine war, I'm asked by somebody, and it happened again this morning, what's the implication of the war for climate change? In other words, you see Russia cutting off or threatening to cut off natural gas to Europe, or Europe putting on sanctions on oil and gas imports from Russia. Will this accelerate the energy transition? And the answer is basically no, because it may change the calculus in the very short term. It's actually opening up more coal mines again, or pumping more gas and oil to make up for what has been lost from Russian supplies. Maybe by raising the price of oil and gas on world markets, it's making some new solar projects more economical and financeable. But all of that misses the main point, which is that the real changes we need are long-term strategic changes in the energy system. And that requires a stable, peaceful, cooperative environment. Even renewable energy, to be efficient and effective, needs to cross borders. It needs to be regional, even globally connected in some ways, maybe in the new hydrogen economy. We can't do this if we're in conflict. We won't do this if we're in conflict. So this is the first point, that almost everything of real value for development, and what we now call and should call sustainable development, meaning economic development that is also socially just and environmentally sustainable, requires a long perspective. If you have a short perspective because of huge uncertainties, because of war, because of conflict, then you can't accomplish anything real of the transformations that we need. You can improvise, you can maybe keep your footing in the short term, perhaps, but the truth of the matter is real development of any kind requires years, even decades of hard, continuous work, educating children, building infrastructure, cooperating across riversheds, building power transmission grids that are, again, transnational. And that is a long-term cooperative effort that depends on peace. And we're not getting there right now, partly because our mindsets really are wrong. And unfortunately, what I have inveighed against in the US context is the idea, which is very popular, it's in every speech of US leaders, that the world is safe when the United States leads the world. So primacy, or what the political scientists call hegemony, is really built into the American thinking. I think Henry Luce did an unfortunate thing to America when he, in 1941, christened this as the American century. It was a great turn of phrase, by the way, so inspiring and so ennobling. But it actually basically went to the heads of the permanent state that they took it literally. This is our century. In the past, it was Britain's century in the industrial age of the 19th century, or it was the Mongol century, or it was the Roman centuries. Now it's our century. Oh, what a dangerous way to think about things, because you get way overstretched. You act provocatively without even attempting to understand the other side. And that, unfortunately, is so much of what happened in Europe after the 1990 remarkable transformation. And as you know, I was there. I was physically present in the Kremlin in December 1991. You couldn't even believe, I could not believe, and especially you'd appreciate it, a kid from Detroit sitting in the Kremlin in this huge office, and who walks in the far door? Boris Yeltsin. And he walks across the room, and he sat down right in front of me because I was leading the delegation. And he said, "Gentlemen," because it was all men, he said, "Gentlemen, in the next room is the leaders of the Soviet military, and I have just agreed with them to the dissolution of the Soviet Union." I heard literally those words.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is exactly right. It was weird.
Huge turning point.
No, so yeah. I thought, and I had been working in the Soviet Union before that. I was told, I don't know if it's true, that I was the first person to brief the Gosplan leadership in its entirety on the top floor of Gosplan, just outside of Red Square, in 1990, to the Politburo leader who headed Gosplan on the transformation to a market economy. And they were taking notes, 50 Soviet leaders on the other side, all with notebooks open, taking copious notes about market economics. But the fact of the matter is, Gorbachev and Yeltsin wanted a common home. Gorbachev, who I regard as the greatest statesman of our age, and who's reviled in Russia for having lost the Soviet Union and for inflation and everything else, he's the greatest statesman of our age because he understood that what we needed was peace rather than a cold or hot wars. And he was ready to even let the system fall rather than shoot people to, quote, save the old system. But his idea, which I know, was a common home from Rotterdam to Vladivostok, that we have a common European home. I believed it. I went to work for his team in 1991, promoting what we called the Grand Bargain, working with Graham Allison, who was then head of the Kennedy School at Harvard, and Stanley Fisher and others. And we recommended a significant financial assistance program to the Soviet Union to support its economic and political reforms. What was the White House response? Complete niet, nothing, nichevo, not anything. We're not doing this. Okay, that was a disaster for, the failure of Western support definitely undermined Gorbachev. Yeltsin emerged after the attempted putsch against Gorbachev, which was in the summer of August 1991. And then I was contacted by Yeltsin's economic leader, Yegor Gaidar, and I came to Moscow. And Yeltsin said to me and said to others, I want a normal country. I want a democratic country with the market economy, and I want normal relations with the world. I said, absolutely wonderful. This is exactly what we want. And, Gaidar, who was then the acting premier of Russia, which was about to become the sovereign country, was meeting with the G7 finance deputies in November 1991. And Russia was running out of foreign exchange reserves. This was a fulminant financial crisis. So I knew a lot about financial crises and their history and their resolution, and worked with Poland a couple of years before. And I suggested to Gaidar, well, look, tell the U.S. and the other 6 deputy finance ministers, you need a standstill on the debt payments because you're running out of reserves. And Russia's about to become an independent country, and we can't have a financial collapse. And he came out of the meeting just absolutely ashen-faced. He said they wouldn't even consider it. They said, you have to pay to the penny. We will not allow anything right now. We're not authorized to allow anything. We will not allow anything. You continue to pay. Russia ran out of reserves at the beginning of 1992 as Yeltsin came to power. In other words, a fulminant financial crisis. I couldn't believe it. I spent 2 unbelievably frustrating years trying to get the US and the IMF to do something, and they wouldn't do anything. And Larry Eagleburger, who was acting Secretary of State, explained to me at one point, said, Mr. Sachs, it's not even about what you're advising. Even if I agreed with it, it's not going to happen. And he said, this is an election year. It's not going to happen. And the truth is, this didn't determine all the future, but God, did it show an attitude of obtuseness in the United States. And I didn't appreciate then that Cheney and Wolfowitz were working on their great neocon illusions that now we're the sole superpower. Now we get to do what we want. And they really were working on the next wars because they were going to take away every Soviet ally or Russian ally in the Middle East, knock out Libya, Syria, Iraq. This was a plan already from the early 1990s, according to Wesley Smith. And I didn't know it at the time. I just couldn't believe here we are, this historic moment, a chance to cooperate. No, we're not going to cooperate. We're going to be the sole superpower. And I just found that obtuseness year after year from the U.S. And by the end of the 1990s, I basically had it because I had seen the U.S. now from all sides. I had seen it from the Latin American perspective. I had seen it from the Central European perspective. I had seen it from the Russian perspective. I've seen it from the Indonesian perspective in 1997. We just were not a cooperative country that aimed to work with other countries to solve problems. We were the unipolar great power of the world. We were arrogant, and we were not paying attention to what other countries said. And this manifested itself in a number of financial debacles of these countries that had big effects on the world. It also manifested in what brings us to the war in Ukraine today. Though this is a very unpopular view, it's right, and that is NATO enlargement. What John Mearsheimer has said is right. Kissinger said it, and so many other wise people. George Kennan said it in 1997. Don't do this NATO enlargement. It'll lead to a new Cold War. Now we have a hot war. The Secretary of Defense under Clinton was deciding whether to resign or not when he learned that Clinton indeed would go ahead with NATO enlargement, because Bill Perry, who was the Secretary of Defense, said, look, we're starting to improve relations with Russia. Do we really need to risk that right now by peremptory moves of NATO enlargement, especially since unequivocally both the Germans and the Americans had promised Gorbachev and then Yeltsin no enlargement in return for German reunification. Then we lied about it. Well, it's not in writing. We brought out all our lawyers, but good historians know that those commitments were made, and we just want to deny that. And given, the predominance of U.S. government in our media, you can tell any story you want. This is absolutely true. But the long and the short of it, Rob, is that NATO enlargement started. We weren't giving any financial help. We were plotting wars against Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, Assad, all the allies of the former Soviet Union, or of the Soviet Union, and then of Russia. Russia has military naval base in Syria, so Assad would be our target, and so forth. No cooperation other than superficial. And in the 1990s, the NATO enlargement started. And then during George W. Bush, well, actually, Clinton did something that, in retrospect, we didn't even see the significance of, but it was hugely significant and misguided. And that was the war against Serbia in 1999 to force Serbia to give up Kosovo. So there was a rebellion of Kosovar Albanians, or Albanian Kosovars, I should say, in Serbia. And the U.S. took sides and said, let them break away. And when Serbia said, no, they're part of Serbia, which is the normal way that diplomacy works, the U.S. bombed Belgrade for several weeks. And we set up the precedent that if you want a breakaway state or you want to weaken the other side, just go bomb them. And then when Russia says, well, when we do this, we're called the crime of humanity, but when NATO does it, that passes as defending freedom fighters. So isn't there no standard or a double standard? But just to carry on to the current day, in the early 2000s, after the Belgrade bombing, and then after 9/11, of course, Bush pushed the enlargement of NATO to, I think, 7 countries under his watch, an extraordinary increase of the number of countries. The Baltic states, to begin with, the Romania, Bulgaria, Slovakia, Slovenia, if I remember correctly, all during Bush's watch. And then to the shock of the Europeans in NATO in 2008, he said Ukraine and Georgia will become members of NATO. And just take a look at a map and I encourage everybody to take a look at the map of the Black Sea. What was NATO's idea? What was the U.S. strategic idea? The U.S. strategic idea was basically to own the Black Sea for NATO, because you'd have Turkey, Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine, and where's Georgia? All the way over on the eastern side of the Black Sea suddenly is going to be a NATO country, whereas NATO was originally to defend against an invasion by a now defunct, non-existent country in Western Europe. So suddenly it is an expansionary force moving straight across the Black Sea. It reminds me a lot of the Crimean War of the 19th century. Who controls the Black Sea? And, well, one thing has led to another, and we have the war in Ukraine. And if in our media you say, you know, the United States played a provocative war, you're immediately targeted. Oh, you're just purveying Putin's propaganda. Well, this is really nonsense. We need a serious discussion, some context, some history, and we should not have pushed NATO right up against Russia's edge and right around the encirclement of the Black Sea. But we did so, and now we're also paying consequences for this, but especially Ukraine is paying consequences for this.
Yeah. I remember some of my teachers at MIT in that arms control disarmament. This was years after I was a student, but I ran into Bill Kaufman and I said, you know, this doesn't feel like game theory to me. It feels like the chain store paradox, which is you never should engage in each of these things, but you act like you got to do it to show you're tough to the next 3 episodes. But with consequences being so dangerous, first with regard to nuclear war and now with regard to climate, this is madness. And this is not leadership. Why are our leaders so afraid of our population at this juncture that they have to put on this ritual of toughness as opposed to doing what needs to be done?
Did you play the game of Risk the board game Risk? Okay, so the board game Risk really is a marvelous model of how Washington thinking is. You have the map of the world, and the aim of the game is to have your piece on every space of the world. And as you move forward, if you're successful and your armies are advancing into new territory, every new territory you have has borders with the enemy. And suddenly, every new border becomes the conflict zone. Every new border becomes vital for your national security. And so you have to have every space on the board, or suddenly you're at risk. Now, American strategists get this or behave this way. I think it's mind-boggling, because we shouldn't be playing a game of Risk where you're trying to conquer the world. But this is the American strategist approach. And a good example of it is the Solomon Islands. Tiny islands, 3,200 kilometers off the coast of Australia, that had the audacity to sign a security pact with China. And suddenly the United States and Australia are in a tizzy. How dare they? This is a threat to security. And you hear the voices in the U.S. Congress, completely unacceptable that there's a security pact because you give China 1 inch, they'll take the world. But when the United States says, NATO should enlarge to Georgia and Ukraine, and Russia says, no, that's a security concern, we laugh. We say, why is it a security concern? We're peace-loving. We're wonderful. And that's their choice. That's not our choice. We didn't say, well, that's the Solomon Islands choice. We dispatched the deputy of the National Security Council to Asia on an urgent mission to express the U.S. displeasure at the Solomon Islands' decision to enter this pact with China. So much, Rob, comes from the unwillingness to really have rules that apply to yourself as well as to others, or to think empathetically, what is the other side thinking? And it comes back, by the way, to the Cuban Missile Crisis, and I think we should talk about that because it's absolutely relevant.
Yeah.
When Khrushchev put the nuclear or the atomic weapons in Cuba, all of Kennedy's advisors, except Adlai Stevenson, said from the start, you must attack and take them out. We need a military operation. Many things can be said about that, but I think the bottom line is it would have started World War III because the CIA had every fact wrong. It thought that the missiles were not yet operational. It completely underestimated, roughly by a factor of 7, how many Soviet troops were actually in Cuba, how many would be killed in a military operation and so forth. Kennedy did a remarkable thing. He kept asking one question. What is in Khrushchev's mind? What is he thinking? In other words, Kennedy behaved empathetically. It didn't mean he sympathized with Khrushchev. He was thinking, what is Khrushchev thinking? What is his point of view? Does he want war? What is he trying to prove? Kennedy had to learn, actually, the details that there were U.S. missiles in Turkey. What are they? Why are they there? Who put them there? And so on. But by the second week of the crisis, Kennedy realized Khrushchev didn't want war, but he did want to put America's face in it, because the U.S. had its Turkish missiles, or its missiles in Turkey pointed right on the border of the Soviet Union. The U.S. had invaded Cuba in the Bay of Pigs operation and so forth. Kennedy realized, you know what? We got to get out of this by a compromise. You remove your missiles. We remove our missiles. We commit never to invade Cuba again. And that's how the crisis was resolved. It wasn't, we demand victory because Khrushchev has done the most dastardly deed, so we must defeat that man, which is the rhetoric that we have today. Must defeat Putin with his 1,600 active nuclear warheads. We must defeat Putin. This is mind-boggling that even on an anniversary like this, 60 years anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, we're not taking care to learn the real lessons of how you diffuse a crisis. And you start with empathy. You say, if we care about the Solomon Islands, maybe Russia cares about Ukraine and Georgia in the same way. Maybe we shouldn't be quite so provocative. Maybe we shouldn't be talking about humiliating defeat and so forth. Or maybe we shouldn't be saying this is the worst crime in modern history when the United States is engaged in so many wars of choice. And maybe we should find a way for both sides to stand down.
Yeah. Well, I remember reading Daniel Ellsberg's book, The Doomsday Machine.
Absolutely.
About that there were many nuclear weapons inside of submarines off the coast of Cuba, and we started dropping depth charges on them. But for, I can't remember the gentleman's name, who overruled firing the missiles, they were terrified. They're underwater, and the depth charges are going off trying to essentially kill them all and drown them all.
Absolutely right.
And this guy wouldn't allow the missiles to be shot. But it's that close. It's that close to extermination.
So reading list for everybody listening, Daniel Ellsberg, The Doomsday Machine, and Martin Sherwin, Gambling with Armageddon, which is the finest book ever written about the Cuban Missile Crisis. And Martin Sherwin tells this story that you're so importantly referring to, Rob. And I think it has many lessons. But what happened is, even after Kennedy and Khrushchev had agreed on the way out, a disabled Soviet submarine in the Caribbean that was out of radio contact, so it had no news, was disabled. It was overheating. It needed to surface just to breathe. Sailors were fainting, and it started to surface, and a jackass in the U.S. Air Force, instead of dropping depth charges, dropped live hand grenades on the submarine as a joke. And he's, we'll scare the hell out of them. So the commander of the vessel ordered a nuclear-tipped submarine to be put into the a nuclear-tipped torpedo to be put into the torpedo bay and called for its launch. And it happened by coincidence that a Soviet party official, a Communist Party official, was on that vessel named Antipov. And he had the ability to override the order of the skipper of the submarine. And he said, no, we're going to surface. We're not going to fire this. And under U.S. military doctrine, described by Ellsberg and by Sherwin, if the U.S. was attacked by a nuclear weapon, even a nuclear-tipped submarine, our military doctrine said we would unleash the full-scale response of a complete attack on the Soviet Union, China, and all of the other countries of the Soviet system. And the estimate was 700 million dead. But what they didn't know was about nuclear winter, because such an attack could have ended life, human life on the planet. We came within seconds of this. We're stupid if we think that things can't get out of hand. Today, I read about a U.S. general saying, well, we may need to break the Soviet blockade of the port of Odessa to let Ukrainian grain supplies. I'm sick of these generals telling us about things that are so unbelievably risky without a proper public debate and understanding, because we could end up in nuclear war. And this is mind-boggling that we are having generals opine on these kinds of military operations, which would be tantamount to direct U.S. war with Russia in this kind of way.
And you're talking about the extermination of life on Earth. I mean, these are not rumors. I've seen in Nature and Science magazine studies of what happens to the upper atmosphere if there's a nuclear exchange. And I encourage many people now. I've been doing a little bit of work with a group called the Quincy Institute, Andrew Basevich.
Excellent.
Hartung in this group, and exploring some of the ramifications for how our military decisions are being made. And it's really quite haunting to try to understand this dynamic as having anything to do with representing the well-being of America or mankind. And
I learned in thinking about American history and politics, which I've been doing pretty much nonstop for 50 years now. It turns out the president's main job in the world is to keep a foot on the brake of the U.S. military machine. Because it's like those old cars that are poorly tuned, that though they're in neutral, they're always revving forward and they're always jumping. You take your foot off the brake, the car jumps forward. And good presidents, great presidents, have been the ones to have the foot on the brake, like Kennedy had the foot on the brake in October 1962. Johnson did not have the foot on the brake, and we escalated in Vietnam. We know that Bush, I don't even know if he was in the driver's seat, much less having a foot on the brake, but we went to so many wars. Obama was no good at this either. So this is a real question.
It's a systemic process.
It is like the game of Risk. You're always looking, we're, in Romania and Bulgaria, we're at risk unless we're also in Ukraine. So we better expand. Well, then there could be losses in the eastern Black Sea and the Caucasus, so we better expand to Georgia, et cetera, or the Solomon Islands, or what we're doing in East Asia, and just so much chit chat about war with Taiwan and U.S. war with China and Biden piping off and so forth. All of it is provocative. All of it requires actually our good luck that a president says, no, we're not going farther. Korean War, again, had MacArthur had his way, he would have invaded China. We would have used nuclear weapons at the time. Truman, his right decision, no, stop. He had to fire his top general. This is really the job of the American president, because the underlying revving machine doesn't have a natural stopping point.
Yeah, I remember I had the late Charles Johnson was a good friend of mine, and I was doing a lot of work in Japan at the time, but he was working on the books like Blowback. He wrote that trilogy about the dangers that foreshadowed the attack of 9/11. Saying if you're aggressive, you are going to have these consequences, putting the American people at risk. But let me shift, Jeff, as we're coming down the home stretch, to the relation of all of this to budget and the well-being of America. What concerns me is at the level of medical care. The OECD data shows that America per capita spends more than twice the average in the OECD to have some healthcare system that is ranked 38th in the world by the WHO. The second dimension is we have a baby boom creating a demographic bulge where elder care is going to be a priority. We are going through technological transformation that requires transforming the education system towards knowledge-intensive things. What was his name? Sir Ken Robinson, the most famous TED Talk of all time. How schools kill creativity. We got to change that. That involves investment. Now, we've got this military urge and climate transformation. I guess I worked on the Senate Budget Committee under Pete Domenici, and I'm thinking, how are we going to get all this stuff done if we keep playing these aggressive military games? And how are we going to harness the political economy? I always laughed. Domenici said to me one time, well, you're an economist. You know that thing called Say's Law? I said, yeah. He said, how supply creates its own demand? I said, yes, Senator. He says, well, you watch every year when we put up the budget, about the time that the military budgets come up, you're going to see all kinds of news about how dangerous the world is. They're using fear to create their own demand. And Adam Curtis, the BBC documentary, he created a series, a 3-part series that you can watch for free on thoughtmaybe.com. And it's called The Power of Nightmares. And so, Jeff, I'm loading you all up, but you can't sit there and be, how would I say, self-righteous budget hawk, tolerate a military-industrial complex that's spending 22 times what any other country is, neglecting older people, neglecting young people, and letting our healthcare system cost twice what it should. And with all the discord of not reconciling those things, the Bismarck playbook comes back into center stage.
Well, one of the expressions of Joe Biden that I really like, though I haven't heard it from him recently for an obvious reason, he said, don't talk to me about your values, show me your budget, and I'll tell you your values. And what he means by that is where you put your money, that's what counts in the system. Yeah. And the United States has really messed up the budget. It spends far too little on many areas, like education, like well-being of children. It spends far too much on other areas, like the so-called modernization of our nuclear fleet arsenal when we should be negotiating long-term nuclear disarmament. And in general, our budget is a mess. As you say, also, the way we organize key parts of the economy, like healthcare, is to give private monopolies to a crucial sector, ending up overpaying roughly by a factor 2 for our healthcare. We spend almost 20% of GDP on healthcare compared to roughly 10% of GDP in our peer countries. So I've written a number of books, The Price of Civilization being one of my favorites, about what a budget would look like for a civilized country. And interestingly, and one of the better parts of a speech that Secretary of State Antony Blinken just gave about U.S. Approaches to China, he said the real approach is we need to invest in ourselves. We need to strengthen our capacities in science, education, our well-being at home, because that's what makes us the competitive model vis-a-vis the rest of the world, including vis-a-vis China. And that's true, but we're not doing it. And we have lost the budget debate and the budget narrative in the last 2 years. Biden came in with the idea of a package to build back better. It did not appear. What happens in the United States is essentially key sectors are in the hands of powerful lobbies. And military-industrial complex is one of them. Big oil is another, or fossil fuel industry is another. The healthcare, private healthcare sector is a third. Those are favored by the budget. They are favored by regulation. And areas that don't have such powerful lobbies don't see the light of day. And in general, the United States under taxes, even though we're told all the time that we're being crushed by taxes, the total government revenues in the United States for federal, state, and local are about 30% of GDP, of national income. But in Northern Europe, which ranks much better in healthcare and longevity, in many quality of life indicators, about 45% of GDP. So the fact of the matter is the budget's a mess. And what foundered for Biden in the end, why didn't his package go through? Because nobody wanted to pay for it with taxation. And it all unraveled when Senator Sinema said, I don't want to have a rise of the corporate tax rate. And Manchin said, I don't like that billionaire tax. And we ended up with nothing. Biden ended up empty-handed, ineffective politics, by the way. So I think a president ought to be able to keep a couple senators in the fold, and he failed to do so. And that's part of his job also, is to know how to twist arms or cajole or give whatever side payments for new projects in West Virginia. You get something done, you make a deal, but he could not make a deal. He failed on that. So we have nothing. So we have a budget mess. And by the way, a budget mess also with a mountain of debt, now 100% of GDP of public debt. That's actually consequential. With interest rates going up, the burden of that debt is also going to be quite significant. We need to raise some taxes and we need to restructure what we spend, but we're a blocked political system. So we are not showing a way forward on this, and I'm not holding my breath. Nothing's going to happen. Probably the Democrats are going to lose one or both houses of Congress in the fall. If that happens, I would guess there would be no significant budgetary reform or action until 2025.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, I mentioned at the outset that you and I grew up in Detroit, and I remember one of my father's friends said to me, You know, Detroit is the place that America divorced because they wanted to believe in the American dream. And when we had our stresses in the 60s, 70s, things like Tom Sugrew's book, The Origins of the Urban Crisis in Detroit, he said they'd had the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, and all the Democrats in the South were afraid to vote to support the transformation of a black majority, black governed, meaning Coleman Young as mayor. So we got divorced from, we were no longer America. We were a bad example. And you and I have done work together in Detroit and been at numerous meetings. And I often think of the kind of pressures that I remember in 1990, there was this headline in CNN, Detroit is the shadow that looms over the future of America. It's, in other words, it's an indicator. It's an early warning, like the canary in the coal mine, of toxic political economy. And so when I thought about talking with you today, I often go back to my musical origins. There was a guy that actually played my senior prom named Bob Seger.
Oh my God.
And as
well
I
done.
followed you,
I missed
as
that
I
prom.
followed you, I followed you for many, many years as a younger person from Detroit, but with family, mutual friends who were guiding me to look at your example. Bob Seger wrote a song that made me think of you. It's called Travelin' Man. And at the end of the song, as he's reflected on all of this, he says, sometimes at night, I see their faces. I feel the traces they've left on my soul. Those are the memories that make me a wealthy soul.
Wow.
Jeff, you give me that kind of inspiration, curiosity. I follow your work. I have since I was, I guess, a senior in high school. And I think it's amazing how you, after we might call the woundedness of Detroit, all the things you've described today and all your international involvement remain so constructive. And I'm very grateful for that.
Well, Rob, I'm grateful that we do it together, and thank you for those lovely words. But we've been on a journey together, and your leadership of INET and constructive new approaches to these issues is essential. So I really thank you, and how great to be together with you today.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll, how would I say, pause now and wait for the next turn of events in the next chapter. But I look forward to working with you in the days ahead. And once again, I'm very grateful for the example you set for our.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for joining today's Civil Society seminar dedicated to the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. My name is Marie-Therese Bitterlich, and I work in communications here at the ECB. I'll be moderating this event today. I'm delighted to be joined by Frank Smets. Frank is the Director General Economics here at the ECB, and as the coordinator of the strategy review process, able to share your first-hand insights onto the strategy review process and, of course, on the new monetary policy strategy itself. We're delighted to have you. To get a better understanding of what this new strategy is all about, what has changed, what has remained, and what it means for us as citizens, we'll be structuring this seminar slightly differently than usual. We'll be starting with a conversation between Frank and myself for about 25 minutes, before we'll be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour of this event. A little bit of housekeeping just before we get started. In case you have any technical problems or questions, please feel free to reach out to the colleagues in the background via the chat function, and just make sure that you're chatting with all panelists. As we mentioned in the invitation of the seminar, we'll be recording the seminar and uploading it to the ECB's website afterwards. With that out of the way, let's get started. Frank, last week the President announced the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. The President referred to the new strategy as a strong foundation that will guide us in our conduct of monetary policy in the years to come. Can you explain what this new strategy is all about and how it differs from the previous one?
Sure, Marie-Therese, and let me first of all welcome the participants to this webinar on the new monetary policy strategy. One way of describing the new monetary policy strategy is to use the words of Chair Powell of the American Central Bank when he introduced their new strategy. This to say that it's an evolution, not a revolution. And the main reason for that is that, of course, the strategy is anchored in the treaty, which gives the primary mandate to the ECB of maintaining price stability. So the ECB is requested to stabilize, to maintain the value of our money, of our currency, the euro. And that's the best way in which it can contribute to the welfare and the well-being of euro area citizens. And of course, that's very much an anchor. I mean, the strategy in the end is about how to achieve that mandate. But of course, the last strategy was about 18 years ago in 2003, and many things have changed. And of course, and for that reason, an update of the strategy was overdue. And this is really why President Lagarde, when she became president at the end of 2019, sort of initiated this whole process. I mean, the biggest change is probably that we've moved from a relatively inflationary environment into sort of a low interest rate, low inflation environment. Why is that important for central banks? And this is a global phenomenon. So everywhere in the world, central banks were constrained in terms of using their traditional interest rate instrument by this low interest rate environment. Why? Because interest rates can go negative, but not infinitely so. They cannot go very negative. And so central banks have used other tools to try to achieve their price stability objective in that context. So that's one important reason. There have been many other structural changes in the past two decades. One is the process of globalization. Remember the integration of China in the world economy. That has put downward pressures on international prices. Another important structural change has been digitalization. Think about the emergence of e-commerce. Again, everything else equal, this has a downward impact on prices. And so it was important to analyze those phenomena and to see what are the implications for our monetary policy strategy. And now I have not yet mentioned, of course, what is probably the biggest challenge for humankind in the coming decades, which is climate change and the policies to combat climate change. That's also a part of the strategy. And so the purpose of the whole process was really to make our strategy fit for purpose for the coming years.
Thank you very much, Frank. What do you think is the most important change that came with this new strategy?
Well, there have been a number of changes, and we can talk about those. But let me maybe first focus on what is the core of the ECB monetary policy strategy, and that is how to formulate and maintain price stability. I mean, the most visible change is probably the 2% symmetric inflation target. So the Governing Council considers that in order to maintain price stability, it best aims for inflation to be at 2% in the medium term. And let me emphasize two aspects of this target. First of all, there's a small inflation buffer of 2%, which is important in order to reduce the risks of deflation and to give some policy space for interest rate policies in response to these inflationary shocks. The other feature of this target, which is very important, is that it is symmetric. So the Governing Council, the ECB, views upward and downward deviations from this target as equally undesirable. We don't like high inflation, we don't like deflation or low inflation. And so this is a very important part of this announcement that the 2% is not a ceiling, which is sometimes how our previous sort of definition of price stability was perceived. 2%, of course, is very much a norm amongst central banks in the global economy. If you look at the Fed, the Bank of England, Bank of Japan, they all have 2% inflation targets. The second important change in the strategy statement is that the Governing Council recognizes that in order to maintain this symmetric inflation outcomes around 2%, it has to take into account the effective lower bound on interest rates. Again, the fact that interest rates cannot go very negative. I mean, the current policy rate, most important policy rate, is minus 50 basis points. We probably can reduce that more, but not by much. So what are the implications of that recognition? I mean, the first implication I already mentioned, and that is that we need other instruments. And that's, again, that's the asset purchases, that's the forward guidance, that's the lending operations, the refinancing operations towards banks. And so part of the statement is to recognize that these unconventional, what used to be called unconventional tools, are part of our tool set, in particular in the vicinity of this lower bound. A second implication that you will find in the monetary policy strategy statement is that the fact that the central bank is more constrained in responding to negative shocks to inflation means that it has to take especially forceful and persistent actions to avoid that these negative deviations become entrenched, that they affect inflation expectations, that they de-anchor inflation expectations. So this realization that when you are close to the proximity of the lower bound, that policy needs to be persistent, that it needs to be patient, that you should avoid a premature tightening is a very important part of the overall framework. And of course, in those circumstances, it can also mean that inflation for a temporary period is moderately above the inflation target because of these patient policies. And the third implication is that, other policies can help in those circumstances, and particularly fiscal policies. And that is something that we have seen in response to the pandemic. Fiscal and monetary policy have worked hand in hand to provide sort of the bridge to companies, to households across the pandemic. And particularly when interest rates are concerned, fiscal policy seems to be more effective in stabilizing the economy and helping also to increase the space for monetary policy.
Thank you very much, Frank. You explained the change in the 2% and also the importance of the zero lower bound. Are there any other topics that are relevant to European citizens that are mentioned or addressed in this strategy?
Yes, I would like to here mention two specific topics. The first one is the concern that we've heard in many of our listening events, particularly by young households, about the costs of housing, of shelter, in particular the owner-occupied housing. This is something that the Governing Council took very seriously, and therefore it recommends to Eurostat, which is the European Statistical Institute that is responsible for the construction of the price index, to actually include measures of owner-occupied housing in our HICP index, the index that we use to measure in inflation. Now, of course, the ECB realizes that this is a multi-year project, and in the meantime, we will continue to use the HICP, so the main index to measure inflation and price stability, but we will also include initial estimates of owner-occupied housing costs in our set of indicators that we regularly use to measure inflationary pressures. And so that should allow over time to have a more representative index of the full cost of living. The second important concern, of course, that we heard was climate change. And of course, also there, and this is really a new element in our monetary policy strategy. Also there, the Governing Council has committed to take into account climate change considerations in all aspects of our monetary policy and of central banking more generally. And it has basically committed to an action plan. There was a press release last week which sort of gives some of the details and the timeline of that action plan to do so. This is a crucial element of our monetary policy strategy for a number of reasons. I mean, first of all, climate change and the policies to combat it, to address it, do have a profound impact on the economy. I mean, we all are witnessing the weather shocks that we face. They affect harvests, they affect prices, and so they affect the working of the economy. And as a central bank, we need to upgrade our tools to really understand the impact and take those effects into account when we make monetary policy decisions within our mandate. The second reason is that climate change, of course, comes with risks. There will be sectors that will be affected, that will benefit. Some of them will have to change their business model. So it's important that as a central bank, we have a big balance sheet, that we really assess those risks correctly. And so risk assessment, upgrading our risk assessment is another part of our sort of action plan. And a third reason is, or a third element I would like to highlight here, is the importance of disclosures and making clear that indeed the transparency about where those risks are is important, and how to take those into account in our collateral framework and in our asset purchase program. So I would highlight these two sort of important additional elements of our new strategy.
Thank you. As part of the strategy review, the ECB reached out to many stakeholders. On the one hand, you have the experts, the academics, and also citizens and civil society organizations. What do you think has the ECB learned from listening or engaging with all of these different stakeholders as part of the review?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, a big difference in this strategy review compared to the 2003, in which I was also involved, is indeed the enormous outreach that we have done to many stakeholders. If I counted correctly, we had like 17 events organized, not only here at ECB, but also by the national central banks of the Euro system. And of course, we received many suggestions and comments by citizens all over the Euro area. We also listened to expert audiences, to academics, to analysts, the European Parliament, civil society organizations like the ones you are representing, and as I mentioned, individual citizens and also our own staff. Of course, the messages were sort of diverse and depended very much on the personal perspective of the respondents. But many of the issues that we heard, we already discussed in our conversation. I mean, one is climate change. Another one was the affordability of housing particularly for young people. Of course, the employment situation during the pandemic is an important concern for many citizens. And then finally, also the side effects of our non-conventional policies like the negative interest rates was an important question and concern. So many of these elements we have looked into and we have analyzed. But one element that I would like to highlight at this point is also the importance of clear, consistent and credible communication. Because clearly our often technical style of communicating may be okay for experts and for academics, but it's not always easily understood by citizens and civil society more generally. And so one of the lessons learned is indeed to improve our communication, both of the decisions that the Governing Council makes, but also about what are we as the central bank for the euro area about? What are our goals? How do we try to achieve them? Because that's very important to maintain the trust in our institution, which is really important for the effectiveness of our monetary policy. And so going forward, we will, on the one hand, try to have sort of a more direct communication, more accessible communication, also more visual communication on our monetary policy decisions, on the one hand. And on the other hand, we have had a very good experience with the listening events and hope, and the Governing Council commits to continue this type of bilateral outreach.
Thank you very much, Frank, for elaborating on the pillars of this new strategy. I am sure that by now, many of the participating organizations will have questions or comments that they'd like to raise. So we'll now be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour. You can start raising your questions by raising your virtual hand. Your virtual hand should be a small button that is located on the right-hand side of your screen. It should be located underneath the participants list. And once I see that you've raised your virtual hand, I will call your name and my lovely colleagues in the background will connect you. So just bear with us for a moment or two, as it might take a while to get you upgraded. And then whenever you're ready, feel free to take the floor. You'll be automatically unmuted, and we do encourage you to turn on your camera as well so that we can see you when you ask your question. Please introduce yourself first and your organization before you address your comment to Frank. And do remember to lower your electronic hand after you've asked the question, as this makes it easier for us to identify if you'd like to take the floor again. And with that, I'm going to take a look to see if we've got somebody who's raised their question already. I can see the first question comes from Ms. Orintuya Batsaikan. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, and I apologize in advance if I did not. Please bear with us for one moment, and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you very much. I'm Urintoya Batahan. I'm an economist here at Positive Money Europe, an NGO based in Brussels. I have a question on the targeted longer-term refinancing operations. Given its volume, the TLTROs represent one of the most important ECB monetary policy operations, yet they were not included in the climate roadmap. Also, green TLTROs in particular have been deemed as an interesting idea by President Lagarde at the European Parliament during the monetary dialogue in September 2020. So my question is, was there any discussion on greening the refinancing operations during the strategy review process? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, on your question on green TLTROs, so of course, in the work stream, we had a work stream that looked into the relationship between climate change and monetary policy. A number of possible measures and modifications of our operational framework were looked into. This initially included some of the measures that you mentioned, but in terms of the actual action plan, the Governing Council decided to focus particularly on the issue of disclosures, because this can have a very beneficial impact also on sustainable finance by increasing the transparency of the market and and sort of openness about where climate exposures and climate risks are. And secondly, by focusing on both the collateral system, which of course is part of our lending operations, and the corporate sector purchase program. So our existing programs, rather than setting up new programs, which of course also in the context of our price stability objective at this point would not be granted. On the question of sort of green asset purchase program, again, basically it's the same answer. It was seen as more important to actually look into our existing corporate sector purchase program, where, as you may have seen from the action plan, we will have a work stream looking into the issue of market neutrality and market efficiency and how that may lead to sort of alternative benchmarks for our purchase programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got the next question coming up from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace.
Hello?
Hello. We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Me?
Yes.
Yep.
Hello?
Hello.
I can't hear you.
Maybe that's a technical problem.
That's strange.
We can hear you and see you very well. Maybe we will try to sort out this technical problem and continue with the next speaker for the moment. And we'll try again to upgrade you at a later stage to hear your question. So we will take the next questioner for now. This next question comes from Ms. Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money again.
Hello?
Hello, hi, I hope you can hear me and see me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, again, it's Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money Europe. As an organization, of course, we recognize the importance of setting inflation target at 2% right now. But, well, unfortunately, the ECB has constantly missed the target in the past year. So we were wondering whether, well, if ECB continues to struggle with reaching the inflation target, will it consider introducing new instruments, new policy tools such as helicopter money? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, at a general point, I mean, the statement does explicitly say that obviously not only did we look into the existing instruments and sort of confirmed that they are effective and that they have contributed to avoiding risks of deflation and supporting the economy and the reflation of the economy. But also, if necessary, the Governing Council, as it has always done over the past years, will of course consider other tools if appropriate to achieve its inflation target. And of course, that's where sort of the commitment to, particularly in response to negative shocks, to have an especially forceful and persistent response and action is important. That's where that is backed up by this commitment to use other instruments. Now, on the specific example of money drops, of course, there it very much depends on the details, but didn't look in as part of the strategy review into the details and the parameters of particular alternative instruments. This was seen as part of sort of the stance discussion rather than the strategy discussion. And of course, particularly money drops in some variants has a number of legal and economic questions, and also interact with fiscal policy, which would raise concerns. But in terms of the general stance, the Governing Council is open to consider alternative instruments.
Thank you. We're going to see if we have anyone else who would like to ask a question. Please feel free to raise your electronic hands now. And then when you've raised your hand, I will be able to pull you out, and my colleagues will be able to upgrade you so you can take the floor. We have one more question from Adua Dalla Costa, also from Positive Money, I believe.
Hello?
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 Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
That's great, thank you. I'm Adua Dalla Costa from Positive Money Europe, and I have a question on the engagement with the public. So recently, from May 21st to July 2nd of this year, the Bank of England has opened a consultation on options for greening its corporate bond purchase scheme. And the bank will implement its new approach on the matter on the fourth quarter of 2021. And in the past months, President Lagarde has affirmed the ECB intends to increase the involvement of the public. And today you have confirmed this by highlighting the success of the ECB listening events. Indeed, the large participation to the scheme and to the consultation on a digital euro have shown society's great interest in being involved in the ECB decision. So my question would be, would the ECB consider a consultation on the corporate sector purchase program to improve its engagement with the public? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, in the press release and the annex, which consists of the action plan, the various elements, and also the timeline of the various areas in which we, as a central bank, will take into account climate change considerations in our strategy are very much laid out. At the same time, and this is also has been also made very clear again in the statement, the Governing Council has indeed committed to have a regular exchange and outreach with civil society, with the general public, and of course, I think differently from what we had over the past year, it should not only be about listening, but also about explaining and interacting. Whether this type of exchange will be explicit in terms of on a specific program, I mean, that's something that at this point I can't really say, but for sure there will be interaction on the various aspects of the action plan.
Thank you very much. And it seems that we can try again with Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace. Please bear with us and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello, can you now hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. And just let me comment that from my point of view, the strategy, at least related to your climate plans, don't seem to be very ambitious to me, but perhaps you can convince me otherwise. So I'm really excited, and I have two questions. The first question is, what is the concrete implication of the new climate strategy that you proposed? I mean, you provided a plan, but I think it's quite vague, no? So therefore, for example, it would be nice to know, for instance, what concrete changes the strategy will be for your CSPP portfolio. So could you elaborate a little bit on the potential changes we might see? And the other question I have is, why haven't you taken any concrete actions yet? I mean, you mentioned the urgency of the climate crisis, but your plans, like your timetable, doesn't seem to be very ambitious neither. So why haven't we seen any concrete results? And therefore, a third question, from a kind of precautionary perspective, wouldn't it be necessary to end at least some support for very carbon intensive companies right now, until you have a detailed plan? So thank you, and happy to listen to your answers.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. I mean, I would beg to differ and sort of claim that the action plan that the Governing Council has decided on is quite ambitious and with clear sort of timeline and deliverables. What's of course true is that still a lot of work needs to be done in order to take some of the concrete actions that you seem to adjust. And of course, I should also emphasize that some of those actions also depend on the progress that is being made at the European level, in terms of the various initiatives that the EU has taken. So we're not acting in isolation. But if you look at, first of all, the timeline, which is ultimately within a 4-year period, but there's two steps, but also the breadth of the actions, then I think we compare very favorable to any other central bank in terms of the ambition that we have. In terms of concrete actions and quick wins, I mean, let me just remind you that we have already taken some actions. For example, in terms of including sustainability-linked bonds in our asset purchase program, in terms of announcing that we will disclose the climate risks in our non-monetary policy portfolio, and probably one of the first actions that may follow relatively in the first part of this timeline will be to do the same for our monetary policy portfolio. So it's not just words. We actually are also following up and acting. And I believe it is sort of a wide-ranging action plan that covers, of course, the core of our business, which is how can we better understand the impact of climate change on our mandate to achieve price stability, but also our risk assessment. I mean, part of the action plan, for example, is also to examine and investigate and make sure that credit rating agencies have the relevant methodologies to take into account climate change risks. So there's a catalytic role here that the bank ECB wants to play. But finally, then we are also looking at what I think are probably the most important parts of our operational framework. That is the corporate sector purchase program and our collateral framework. In terms of your last question, I mean, should we already exclude? I mean, this is, again, it will be subject of what is it, line 9 of the action plan, point 9. But it's not obvious that that is actually the most effective way of in terms of reducing climate change risks, because many of those comments will actually have to be some of the drivers of change, we hope. So extreme decisions like that may not be the most optimal.
Thank you for that, Frank. We have the next question from Mr. Roger Casale from the Europe People's Forum. This is just a kind reminder to please lower your electronic hand after you've taken the floor so that we can see if you'd like to take the floor again, and an encouragement for everybody to raise their electronic hands and take the floor.
Thank you very much. I think you can hear me. I'm not sure you can see me. Sorry.
We can hear you well.
You can hear me. Okay. So, well, thank you again. And thank you also for, in the earlier presentation, both in the question and in the answers, for the discussion around the engagement of citizens and civil society in drawing up the strategic plan. And I think all of us who are engaged in this enterprise of promoting citizen participation, something that we focus on at Europe's People's Forum, are very well aware that it's an easy thing to talk about and it's a difficult thing to do. So I wonder if you could comment on the challenges and the difficulties that you faced in reaching out to civil society and to citizens in particular, what you have learned from how you went about doing that, that you would want to apply in relation to how you conduct future consultations and engagement of citizens. You mentioned that there's going to be another phase of the consultation, and that's very welcome. I'm sure you agree that it's very valuable information that comes about from the engagement with citizens and civil society. Perhaps there's even, and this would be my second question, the thought in your mind that it would be good to put such consultations on a more permanent basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and particularly on the last suggestion. I mean, I will just take it as a useful suggestion. I mean, in terms of our experience in reaching out to various parts of society in the euro area, of course, I mean, the first thing that comes to your mind about what are the challenges and the difficulties for an institution, European institution like the ECB, is that, of course, the audience are very diverse in a number of ways. But I mean, first and foremost, in terms of language and culture. I mean, our union is about unity with diversity, and so to ensure that sort of that diversity is acknowledged and that we can reach out to the different parts of the society, I mean, is a challenge, even a bigger challenge than I would say in a national environment. Fortunately, we are not only an ECB here in Frankfurt, but also a system, the Euro system of national central banks. And I mean, it's obvious that the NCBs, the national central banks, will continue to play a key role in this outreach to local audience. I mean, at the ECB, of course, our comparative advantage is to reach out to pan-European civil society organizations like yours, to the European Parliament, to other European institutions, and of course, more generally through our communication on our website. But an important role clearly has to be played by the national central banks. And so they are, of course, very much on board on this commitment to have more regular outreach programs with citizens. I mean, the other challenge I would sort of highlight, and I think I already mentioned it in the introductory Q&A, comes from this diversity, but is also more general about the difficulties to reach out to citizens in a sort of a direct, clear, coherent, easily accessible fashion. So what we learned is that actually the knowledge of the ECB, of the central bank, of the euro, is not very great. And so we need to really make more efforts in explaining really what we are about. And so that's another important challenge that hopefully in the coming months and years we will try to address. So I would say these are probably the two most important challenges that come to my mind.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we have the next question from Mark Beckman, also from Positive Money.
Hello. Can you just confirm if you hear me well?
Yep. Yes, we can.
Thanks a lot. I just wanted to come back to the last question actually on citizen engagement, because we as Positive Money have been organizing a big outreach project called the European Citizens Bank, where we built a platform similar to the Conference on the Future of the European Union, where we put up content on the monetary policy issues, where we organized webinars where citizens could learn about current debates, and where we organized citizen assemblies where we drew citizens into a one-day, two-day workshop and let them discuss monetary policy issues. And so we've been doing that project in several countries, and some countries are still to come, and we're assembling the recommendations that citizens formulate in these assemblies together. And so my question would be, if you are in the spirit of your commitment to public engagement, the citizens would be interested in meeting with the citizens who came up with these recommendations, and maybe to have a session where we can compare and contrast what the citizens in our outreach program have come up with, and maybe the outcome of the new strategic review that you now finalized. Thanks.
Thank you. Of course, we are aware of your initiative, and particularly our communications department very much sort of follows what is going on. And I would say that it's very important to have those initiatives, because basically I think it can help better understand what the ECB, what monetary policy is about, and of course subject to sort of what the communications department is doing. I'm sure we would be happy to interact and to contribute where we can.
Thank you. So this is just to let you know that we have got a little bit more time in case anyone else would like to take the floor. Please raise your electronic hands now. Otherwise, allow me to take the floor, Frank, and ask a question. Seeing as the last review was such a long time ago, do we already know when the next review is going to take place?
Yes, in the sense that the Governing Council, in its statement, indeed also announced that from now on, it will periodically assess its monetary policy strategy. And so initiatives for future ideas and so on will be very useful as an input for these future assessments. And it has announced that sort of the next sort of meeting point will be in 2025. So in about, expected to be in 2025. So in about 4 years time. And we very much hope, I mean, this is very much in the spirit, you know, of continuing this conversation about what we as a central bank are about, and how we go about in achieving price stability and achieving the mandate in the best way for the well-being of citizens in the euro area.
Thank you. I can see that we do have one last question, and this question comes from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace again.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll take advantage of the chance to ask a second question. It's, of course, related to your climate action plan. And there's another thing which I think remained very unclear, and would be very happy if you could help me to understand what's meant with the following sentence. When it comes to the CSPP, the ECB, or you were writing that corporates have to be aligned with, at minimum, EU legislation implementing the Paris Agreement through climate change related metrics, or, and that's what I really don't understand, commitments of the issuers to such goals. I think it's really a good thing that you refer to EU legislation and the Paris Agreement, but I totally don't understand why you implement a sentence where you're saying, and on the same level, you accept commitment of the issue itself to such goals. So what's the meaning of the second part of the sentence?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand sort of the subtleties of those two parts. But I mean, the sort of idea in general terms is indeed to make sort of commitments of some of the issuers to and implementation to the EU legislation that is related to the Paris Agreement, to make that sort of an eligibility criteria. Now, the way in which one does that, again, needs to be discussed. Is it, and again, this is will also be sort of a function of making sure there is enough of a transition period. But sort of the general idea is really to provide incentives to issuers to basically commit or to align their own plans with respect to climate change with the EU legislation implementing the Paris Accord.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we don't have any more questions. So with that, I would like to close this seminar. And thank you all very much for participating. Thanks to you and your active and lively contributions, we had a very engaging seminar. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to say thank you very much to you, Frank, for taking the time out of your day to explain the new strategy and what it's all about. As usual, we are very interested in hearing your feedback. So if you have one moment, we'll be posting a link to a survey in the chat function, and it should take about 2 or 3 minutes to fill out, and it would really help us to improve the way we structure these seminars better and to tailor them more towards your needs. So we would really appreciate if you could fill out the survey. And otherwise, there isn't much left for me to say other than to wish you a lovely afternoon and hopefully a nice summer break. If you'd like to get in touch with us in the meantime, please do so by sending us an email at civilsociety@ecb.europa.eu. Thank you very much and have a lovely afternoon.
Today's video is going to be all about summer essentials. Specifically, we're going to be talking about how to style your summer essentials and take them from basic and boring to banging and bougie. New here, my name is Chi-Chi, and on this channel we cover fashion, beauty, and lifestyle. So if you love hauls, lookbooks, vlogs, sis, you found your tribe. All you have to do now is subscribe. Sometimes just adding an additional piece can make all the difference. If you've been looking for ideas for styling pieces you already own, this video is for you. Keep on watching. Make sure to stick around all the way to the end so you don't miss any gems. So we're going to be styling 4 basics. They are as follows. A white tank, a summer must-have. White jeans, another summer essential. Shorts, and a summer dress. So without further ado, let's get into it. So we're gonna start off with this white tank. My favorite one comes from Target, and I always recommend that you buy multiples of your summer essentials. I have about 3 or 4 of these white tanks. I not only have this tank in white, I also have in a plethora of colors, just because I feel like the high neck really kind of works for my shape. So I decided to pair the white tanks with some shorts. This is a very quintessentially summer look. This is the kind of look I would wear to run errands on the weekend. To kind of take this look up a notch, I decided I would layer on some necklaces just to add a little bit of, you know, je ne sais quoi, something to the look, right? And then finish things off with a light layer in the form of this oversized white shirt. Oversized white shirts are a must-have during the spring and summertime. If you don't have one, sis, run, don't walk. I will link some of my favorites down in the description box. I actually have a couple. I have like 2 more in my current cart right now because I wore my oversized white shirts to death. I would wear them as a layer on top of my outfits. I would wear them as cover-ups. Some of them I actually wear as dresses. So you can do a lot with this. So if you don't have one, get one now. Now for the next look with this white tank, I decided to pair the look with a bias cut maxi skirt. I actually have this maxi skirt in 2 other colors because I really feel like this style and cut is super flattering. Now to finish off the look, I'm gonna throw on a pair of slides. You can keep this look just like it is right now. It looks pretty good to me. However, I feel like, you know, the look it needs something. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna swap out those slides for these gold platforms. So what I really like about the platforms is that the gold in the platforms tie into the gold accents in the bags. And something about the metallic really helps to elevate this look. I would totally wear this look to brunch. I feel like the other look I would probably just wear to run to like Target or something because of the additional height that I got from the platform and the addition of the gold. I really feel like it does a good job elevating the look. So let me know your thoughts, right? Do you prefer the original look or do you prefer the updated look? So next essential we're going to be styling is going to be the summer dress. This is another must-have and essential for the season. I love wearing dresses in the summer because they're flirty, they're girly, they're perfect for like brunches and bridal showers and date night, etc., right? And I always look out for dresses that are easy for me to dress up from day to night. And one of the things that I love to do with my flirty and frilly summer dresses is to juxtapose and pair them with things that are a little bit more masculine, a little bit more grungy, kind of tough. During the winter, I would totally pair a summer dress with combat boots, but it's too hot for that, so we're gonna opt for some dad sandals. They don't have to be dance sandals. You could go for something just a little bit more grungy and kind of tough. I have a pair of Doc Marten sandals that I picked up last year. That's another example of a tough looking shoe that you can use to kind of add a little bit of interest to your more frilly dresses. And to finish off the look, let's not forget a bag, and voila, you have a look. Now again, this look is perfectly fine just as it is, but I feel like we can tweak it slightly to make it even better. What do you think? I agree. So I went ahead and threw on this straw hat. I always get questions about like how to, you know, accessorize and dress up an outfit during the summer because it's hot. You know, it may just be, the weather may just be too hot for you to do any kind of layering, for you to add a third piece. Well, never forget a hat, sis. A hat will do that for you. If you have an arsenal of like straw fedoras, baseball caps, not only do they add some interest to your outfit, but they also help to protect your scalp from the sun. So I've had this hat for years. They bring it back every single year. It's kind of like a cult favorite. So I'm going to link it down below. And what I like about this hat is that it comes in sizes. So if you have a bigger head and you struggle with finding hats in your head size, I promise you, you will find one in your head size. Well, I hope so. I'm wearing this hat here in a size extra large and it goes up to a size 2XL. And I will link it for you in the description box down below. So let me know, which look do you prefer? The before look or the after look? Did the hat make the look better? I'd love to know your thoughts in the comments down below. Now, remember when I said I love to go for summer dresses I can pair that I can dress up or dress down and take from day to night? Here is the perfect examples. We're gonna ditch our sandals and then we're gonna opt for a pair of heels. I'm personally partial to mules because they don't have any buckles, they don't have any ties, you just slide your feet in and go. And then I opted for a pouch bag, and I really love these pouch bags because they can fit everything, okay? Everything, right? From your slides to your makeup, your phone, your everything, a whole change of clothes if you need, you can fit into these pouch bags. That's why I always opt for them, because I feel like I can fit all my crap in there. So this outfit is pretty good on its own. I think so anyway. But I'm thinking, like, I think we can make this look better. I think we can make this look better. And so how are we gonna make it better? I think we could swap out these mules for something a little bit more fun, right? What do you guys think? Yep, I agree too. All right, so I decided to swap out my mules for a pop of color. Don't forget, you can have fun with your footwear, with your bag. Once you have a nice collection of like neutral color accessories, don't be afraid to invest in some color, because just the addition of that pop of color can really take your outfit from boring, okay, to banging. All right, so what y'all thinking? Do you prefer the look before or do you prefer the look after? Let me know in the comment down below. So now on to shorts. Okay, shorts are already a quintessential staple for the summer season. They are a must-have. So how many ways can you style a pair of shorts? I should make a video on that, like maybe 10 ways that I style shorts. Anyways, I digress. So I have these brown paperback shorts, which I believe I featured in my how to find the perfect pair of shorts video. If you haven't seen that video and you're struggling with finding shorts that fit your curves, sis, that video is a must watch. Okay, I will be sure to link it for you in the description box below. Fingers crossed that I remember. So with these shorts, I decided to go for this tan colored top. The shorts are brown, the shirt is brown, kind of like a monochrome look. You can't go wrong with that. And continuing on with like my tan and brown family, I finished off the look with some brown nude sides. This is a super easy outfit that you can wear to brunch, you can wear to run errands. I love the fact that the shorts are tailored, so it really helps to elevate the look. You totally catch me in this outfit. But on the days where I feel like adding a little sauce, you know, to my look, I feel like this outfit could be better. So I'm thinking we're gonna ditch the brown or cream colored shirt because it's cute and I'm digging the ombre look, but I think we can have a little bit of fun by adding a print. That's where this shirt comes in. So as soon as I saw this shirt, it was an instant add to cart. It was giving me 70s vibes. I loved how billowy the sleeves were. It's a brown color, but even though the colors are kind of muted, I loved how billowy the sleeves were. I loved the print on it, the pops of orange. And I really think it helps to bring out the orange in the brown of these shorts. Now, I typically don't go for shirts like this that are super billowy around the chest because, you know, when you have a fuller chest, these type of tops tend to emphasize that. But how I was able to combat with this top was that I opened up some of the buttons to help create that deep V and elongate the neck. Okay, that was one of the tips I shared in my big bust styling video. So if you haven't seen that video, sis, make sure to check it out, especially if you have a bigger bust and a fuller bust. All right, I'm really digging this shirt and how it just added a little bit of something to the look. I personally think that it really took this look from the original look from basic to, you know, hanging. I think so. But let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Do you prefer the original look or do you prefer updated look? If you're enjoying the video so far, sis, hit that like button. Also, this is a great time to share the video. Not only does it pay it forward, but you may know someone who's been searching for this video. So the next basic we're styling are white jeans. So we're gonna start off styling these white jeans with my tan t-shirt. I think we're gonna go for these clear sandals, my cream colored crossbody bag to kind of keep things all in the same color family. And this is like a super easy look that I would wear again to run errands, to have a casual meal, etc., etc. Although there's absolutely nothing wrong with this outfit, I would totally wear this look. I feel like we can make it better. I think we can make it better. So instead of our tan t-shirt, let's have a little fun. Let's add a little texture with this H&M mesh sweater. What I really like about this sweater is that it has holes all over it. So you can pretty much wear it now up until, I would say, mid to late June. I felt like the other look was very tonal, very bland, and the addition of this texture to the look, you know, does something. What do you think? Let me know. So let me know in the comments below which look you like better, the original look or the updated look. So we're gonna ditch the sweater. Okay, so if you're wondering about like how you can wear white jeans, there we go. The lightweight chiffon shirt. This is actually the top from a two-piece that I picked up last year from Pretty Little Thing. It's super lightweight, like it's almost non-existent. So if you're wondering about how you can layer in the summertime, chiffon tops are your best friend, especially if you're someone who is new to wearing crop top, isn't quite comfortable showing maybe all of your belly or maybe even your arms. This is a look that always works, and it just makes your outfit look like you thought about it, but really all you did was added a shirt. That's it. And again, what I like about this shirt is that when you get to the beach, you can totally ditch the rest of your outfit, and that shirt would act as a really cute cover-up that you can pair with your bathing suit. So let me know your thoughts with this look. Do you like the before look or do you like the after look? Let me know in the comments down below. So this is just a fraction of the summer essentials and basics that you will need. I actually have a summer wardrobe checklist. There will be a link in the description down below. All you have to do is sign up for our newsletter and you will get an email from us with a link that you can download the checklist, right? I know I've made at least one video where I talk just about summer essentials. So if you're interested in more summer essential talk, I will also link that video for you in the description down below. And if you're curious about this gorgeous pink overshirt that I have on or this tank top, I always link all of my outfits in the description box of this video. It's going to be under the shop my outfits link, and that's going to take you over to my LTK. If you're wondering what LTK is, it's basically an app where I link all of the items that I feature, all the stuff that I have my eye on, that I'm looking to buy. I not only link my fashion stuff, I also link my beauty stuff. So my favorite foundations, lip gloss, I link everything on that app. While you're there, just go ahead and just download the app and follow your girl, okay? I promise you, you won't regret it. If you enjoyed this video just like this, all you have to do is subscribe now. Check out this video and this video.
Hello superstar. Hello. I'm so excited for you to be here today. We have a very special guest. Her name is Alyssa, and she has, honestly, I'm in loss for words because her transformation over the years has been incredible. And what I'm very proud about this particular episode is the fact that she's so direct with the way that she approaches coaching. You know, she's had corporate backgrounds. She has a whole bunch of different unique set of skills that has led her to become this dynamic coach that focuses on emotional intelligence. But what I really love about Melissa is who she is as a person. So giving, so loving, so attention to detail, y'all. When you're looking for a coach, you need to know that that person has a good heart, has the results that you're looking for, and is actually willing to see through you. What I love about Alyssa is that she does all of that and more. Not only does she take the practices that she's learning each and every day, committed to her growth, committed to her education, committed to her community, committed to her family, her friends, all of that, but she still has a holistic view of how to get you from maybe not excelling within your relationships to the next level, and how you can become that dynamic factor and that person that you envision, just, you know, shifting a couple things within you that can open up something new about yourself. And also helping you get to the next level within your career path. So what I'm really, really, really excited about is for you guys to see the directness about Alyssa. She's so good with articulating, moments in life where it could be challenging, it could be difficult, but she helps you see the BS in your overthinking, or she helps you see the BS when there's nothing really there. That's what you want to look for in a coach, someone that can actually push you to the next level while still embracing your strengths and helping you build up that courage along the way. So make sure to check her out. She has amazing courses and she has amazing programs that you can definitely take advantage of. Make sure to check them out. We will definitely put the links in the description below. She's an amazing person, one of my favorite people on this world. So make sure to check her out. I don't say that lightly. So welcome to the call, Alyssa. You are a superstar, and we're so excited to have you here.
Thanks for having me. It's an honor.
Yes. Yes. So, we have a couple of questions for you because, you do so much work within so many different levels of leadership. So we wanted to, before you got into coaching, tell us a little bit more about Alyssa before the whole coaching phenomenon happened in your life.
So I gifted 10 years of my life to corporate America. And in that gift of my time and my soul, I was managing corporate fitness centers. So I'm originally education and health promotion business graduate, college graduate. Originally always wanted to be a wellness coordinator because I really fully believe in the mental, emotional, spiritual, financial, and intellectual element of the body, the person. That's really hard to find in Chicago. So got into the fitness component, which is great. I love fitness, but it was really having those conversations in the PT sessions, running the weight loss programs, teaching the group X that there was a common denominator of middle-aged people not having the mental, emotional, relational, and habitual intentionality. They were doing the domesticated lifestyle of providing for their families, going to work, busting butts, but they weren't feeling and having those results that they wanted, those relationships that they wanted, the freedom that they wanted. And it became a really ethical thing for me, to the point to where then I had to cross-check who I was being, and working 15 hours at one location and then on the weekends subbing classes or teaching group X classes or cleaning. I never had one job. So it really forced me to be like, Alyssa, what the hell are you doing? You're literally here teaching people how to take care of themselves, but you're not able to take care of yourself. You're not getting enough sleep. You're making unhealthy choices. You're not showing up in the dating world like you want to be showing up. So I just had a come to Alyssa moment. And had to get out. And it was the scariest thing that I ever did, but I just kind of did it and never looked back. So 6.5 years later, here I am.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm right here, Isabel over here. I am proof, okay, that Alyssa speaks her walk, or speaks her talk and talks her walk. That whole saying, right? Because I've got to see you in person. And we've had other, encounters with people that we've actually looked up to a lot. And then we meet them in person. And it was yeah. And it was scary for us because we don't know what to do in those scenarios. More that'll be the last time, that will happen. And it hurt a lot. But when we got to meet you in person, we were like, she's a lot taller than we thought, but she's
really a lot shorter. Oh, wow, they're short. Okay. But we all love food and wine, so let's do it.
Yes. And what I really love about you, Alyssa, is that you're living authentically and that you come from a place that you actually do the work. Okay.
Oh yeah.
A lot of coaches, what we've seen is like they'll try to help others and then they haven't gone through the work themselves to actually prove that they've gotten the results that need to be gotten to help another person get to a different level in their life and in business, right?
Yeah.
And you're really great at that. So thank you for being authentic. And that's why we really wanted to do these type of interviews, to celebrate the people that are true and authentic. So curious, I mean, did you get certified? Did you go through that route to start coaching? Yeah,
I did. And part of it is, again, I'm going to keep saying it's the domesticated way in the fitness arena, especially because you have to have certifications to be able to teach class, to personal train. Then there's like these CECs, the continuing education that you constantly have to do. So I was just in like that rhythm of, oh, I need to take a class. Oh, I need a certification. Oh, I need this, which is great. I actually was certified through the Czech Institute as a holistic lifestyle coach. And that was really woo-woo. I got through it and realized I'm not going to be able to use any of this. Like, this is a problem. My corporate professionals that I want to coach are going to have plastic in their homes. They have little kids. Like it was like really holistic. So then I found Health Coach Institute. I'm like, okay, there's a life coaching. This is more my speed. And there was a business component to it. So I'm like, all right, here we go. This is just going to be my real kicker. So I did it. 6-month program. It was great. Went on, did their 1-year mastery, which was more ecology, therapy based, which was great. And that's it. Like, that's the only certifications I've gotten since, because I'm fine. I'm good. I don't need any more certifications. In fact, I coach for Health Coach Institute as an empowerment coach 10 hours a week. And that's one of the things that I tell students or coaches that are becoming coaches. There's 2 questions they always ask me. It's like, one, like, how do you have success? And I'm like, step 1, get a coach, like, get support. In the last 6.5 years of me being an entrepreneur, 4 to 6 months has been the longest I've ever went without a coach. You have to have support. You have to have support. You have to have a system. You have to have a community. Like, get on board with it. Find the finances for it. Step 2, or risk 2, is don't get caught up in the grow, certification. You can have all the information in the world, but unless you're going to integrate what you have, you're not going to get clients. So don't make that mistake of like, I need this. No, what you need is a client. So do the work, find the system, find the support, and coach and integrate it, and then move from there.
Yeah, that's really great advice. And I mean, the people that are looking to get into the space and that are kind of timid, or maybe they haven't gotten the courage to go out there and find a coach yet, what advice would you give someone to be like, this is the 3 main questions that you should ask someone if you want to hire them as your coach, to set yourself up for success, especially in this industry?
As a coach hiring a coach, or as a human hiring a coach?
Oh, that's a good question too. Because, okay, so let's go with a human, because first of all, you need that guidance to get you to a certain level, right?
Yeah, I would want to know first and foremost why they got into coaching, right? Everyone's why is a really integral part of who they are. It's not necessarily what a person does, but their why is important. Kind of like on the reverse flip of why someone's going to hire you and why not. So why did you decide to get into coaching? The second thing I would probably want to know is like, what has been your most memorable experience or like win with a client? Let me know, like, what's your what's your greatest testimony, I guess is the best way to say it. And because again, I want them to brag. If they can't brag about themselves, how are they going to be able to get me to brag about myself? And that's a very important part about coaching.
Oh, that's a good one.
And then what are your core values? What are your top 3 values?
Wow.
Because if your values are like work, food, and finance, well, that might not, like, maybe I'm a workaholic. Maybe I'm overweight, and like, if your core values are those things that could negatively impact me or like influence or affect the way in which I'm wanting to go, we may not be a good fit, you know?
Yeah. And what has been one of the major like hell to heaven moments that you've experienced with your clients that honestly that you get to dig even deeper within your core values that really justify your core values?
Are we talking about past clients or current clients? Like, I guess an example of that is when you tell me that I had a client who came to me to lose weight. She had lost over 100 pounds 2 times on the ideal protein diet, had surgery, had skin removal, everything, gained it back. She signs on with me because she'd been personal training with me, and she had only lost like 30 pounds in 4 to 5 months. She signed on for another 4 months. And what had happened in the like 6 to 9 months that we were working together, we realized that there was a lot of inner belief, identity, family of origin stuff going on. And so we worked together for a full year. And then a year after that year, I was sitting at her wedding at 51 years old. She finally allowed love in and married her best friend.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Like, it was awesome. So, I mean, that's like obviously one of the most memorable. Anytime I can help a client get through the blocks that they have within themselves to be able to connect and to like lead a more loving life. I think love is something that's like lacking, especially in the digital world of disconnect. Love is like so important to me and to like my clients, especially now in the arena of working with a more male engineer minded scope of practice. For them, like, I just love being able to help and see them celebrate how much connection or respect they feel for themselves and their teams, because they are coming from that authentic, grounded space of like knowing themselves. And with that then also comes the emotional and psychological anxiety, depression, unhealthy work-life balance. So like, it's just, coaching is amazing. I don't know how people don't have coaches.
Right. And especially when you're going into a new transition into your life, you might be going from corporate and now you're looking to get into this dynamic field of coaching. You know, you must get someone that has been there or can actually tap into all factors of coaching, right? Because you deal with not only the emotional intelligence within everything that within you, but you also deal with business, right?
Yeah.
You're very strategic and tactical and like very technical. So like, what are some ways that, you know, you see coaching as like an evolution to people, you know, because what we've seen, and correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of people start with the unknown, like the naive self of being able to be like, I'm going to help the world and everyone in it, and everyone's going to be drinking the Kool-Aid and everything's going to be great. And then they need to make a landing page. And then they need to drive people to their first webinar, or they need to fill up something. And then they get stuck. You know, what has been one of the ways that you've been able to stay focused and energetically focused and positive in your business?
The first is understanding that, and one of my business coaches probably 4 years ago said, Alyssa, There's a difference between being a fluffy, passionate coach and a purpose-driven entrepreneur. He's like, you cannot be a higher percentage of this fluffy, passionate coach. You've got to step in to this purpose-driven entrepreneurial space, because if you do not step into this space, there ain't going to be no fluffy, passionate coaching going on. You have to get the fundamentals. So for me, it was really about re-identifying myself as I am a purpose-driven entrepreneur. I am a woman in business. I can do hard things. I cannot tell you how many times I said to myself in the mirror, Alyssa, you can do hard things. Alyssa, you can learn this. Alyssa, you can learn this. And having certain thresholds and like checklists of small tasks. Sometimes when I was developing the landing pages or going through some of your guys' trainings, I would have to set a timer, because I struggle with anxiety. So I would get so worked up about how foreign it would be. And I would just say, Alyssa, watch 10 minutes of it. Just give it 10 minutes and then go leave. And I'd go and I'd take the puppy around the block, and then I'd come back and I'd sit back down. And so a lot of it, again, is knowing that inner game, and also catching all the bullshit that's going on. Like, catch your mindset, catch your subconscious that's blocking you. Because if you're not willing to identify as like, I'm a person in business, I am a purpose-driven entrepreneur, you're not neurologically going to be able to have the beliefs firing to create that reality. Wow. And that's a shame. So having small increment things to do that are not overwhelming, but a lot of it is being able to look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself, I'm a purpose-driven entrepreneur and I can do hard things, and have some humility in it. Because I am, like, I tell my partner, Amanda, you guys met her, in the winter, I really struggle. Again, I will tell her, babe, I need you to tell me that I'm good enough. I need you to tell me that I can do hard things. I need to tell you to tell me that I'm going to rock this day, or that I'm going to sign a client this month. And she would. Because again, if you can't do it in yourself and you find someone that loves you and can support you, have them do it. Because you have to create that. You have to create it. You have to create that image.
Wow, that is so, so, so powerful. That's a mic drop moment. That was beautiful. You know, one of the key core values, going back to that, because you're very ethical, you know, that's a really strong word, but you embody that to me. One of the core values that we've always been so passionate about is being location independent. Mm-hmm. And we love it, you know, and we also want to ask you, being location independent, what has been one of the greatest gifts of being location independent, but what has also been a thing that you don't like about being location independent?
So location independent, prior to the pandemic, y'all, I was doing 12 countries in 12 months, and it was a joy. So location independent, I love observing. I think that anytime any of us, I know, I've read books, I've read research, like, I know that anytime a human can move to and put themselves in a different environment, a different space, a different country, a different culture, it opens us up. We become more creative. We just naturally are sponges. We expand, we grow. We are living from a more vulnerable space that, like, in your home, in your little domesticated way of like, this is how I live, this is who I am. Like, you don't get vulnerable easily. Like, it takes work to become vulnerable in your domesticated space. So by removing the space, I just love the growth and the food. That's that. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a fat kid. The food is my favorite thing about being location independent, as well as being able to grow. And then what was the second, my least favorite thing about it?
Yeah.
Least favorite thing probably would be structure. So I'm very type A, OCD. I like rhythm. I like routine. So when I go to a new space, and whenever you go to a new space, it takes like a week, 7 to 9 days to like get the lay of the land. Like, how do I walk home? Where do I want to go work? This, like, what do I like? And where am I going to work out? Am I in the time zone? Am I in a rhythm? That to me, because efficiency is also like a large part of who I am, I feel sometimes that time is like wasted. It's not, because I learn a lot in doing that, but that's probably my least favorite thing of being location independent, is how long it takes to get into a flow, and the fact of like, obviously I'd be away from my puppy, so I would miss her.
Yes. And how many puppies do you have?
We have one. We foster failed one, but we also foster, and sometimes I board. So again, until we get our puppy to be 2 years, which is only 1 year, 1 month, we're still going to be shuffling dogs to create a wonderful personality. But because she is such already a beautiful personality, she's a really good teacher to the puppies in the shelters. So we bring them and we have her teach them some life skills, and then we get them adopted.
Wow. Wow. Y'all, if that isn't filled with love, I mean, what else is? I love that. And I mean, I know that you're a very busy coach, and not only that, you have a lot going on, and I appreciate your time. There's one question that we always ask, and it's probably going to be one of my most important questions to ask. And it's something that I take extremely serious.
Okay.
What does freedom mean to you, Alyssa?
Oh, freedom to me is the ability to live, laugh, love, and learn however, wherever, whenever I want, right? It's the ability to do what I love, but be able to share experiences and places and things with the people I love, while being my authentic self in all of it.
Yes. That's awesome. I love that. I feel like you already knew that. You know, sometimes I ask that question and it takes someone a moment or two, but I feel like you live in freedom.
Yeah, I'm very, Amanda and I were talking about it before. That was one of the last things we said when we went to bed last night. We had a fucking hectic weekend, but we're like, you know, we have like such a good life. Like, life is so fun with you. And I'm just like, I didn't feel like we had any fun this weekend. He's like, but it's so fun. Like, we got Gordon adopted. We brought Willie home. We organized. I'm just like, the sun was out yesterday. Like, the sun was out today. That's the cheer. But it's also a level of perspective too. So I think that anyone who's watching this that feels kind of like in that contractive, that stuck space of, you know, what the hell am I doing, or how do I leave? Like, I also want you to just check in with yourself and let you know that like the freedom starts with you and the way you think and the way you feel about it and interact with it or associate to it. And a simple example of that is, are you a this or that person? Or are you a this and that? And if you're a this or that, like, you're not going to find freedom.
Wow. Ask yourself those questions, ladies and gentlemen, because that was strong.
You can't feel freedom if everything, like, if there's a good or bad, a yes or no. It's this and that. And that's where gratitude, mindfulness, meditation, like, it's all important. But that's also where, like, catching your thoughts on what's true and what's not true, and taking ownership and accountability and how it's keeping you in this little like stuck circle. You are the owner of that. You're the master in creating that. So change it. And it's okay if you don't know what freedom looks like. I talk to tons of people that they're like, yeah, I don't know what it is. And that's a great thing to become aware of, because then you don't have really anything to complain about. You get to create something.
That was so good. That was so good, y'all. If you have not checked out Alyssa, make sure to check her out on Instagram. You're on Facebook. You have a website. Make sure to check her out. She is amazing. Where can people find you easiest, Alyssa?
I mean, everything's under my name. Like, my website is alyssapajoli.com. And then from there, if you want to go to my YouTube channel, if you want to go to LinkedIn, Facebook, like, they're all on that page. But otherwise, any platform, just searching Alyssa Pajoli, you'll find me.
Can people DM you?
I'm even on Twitter. No, I don't accept DMs. Yes, of course. Voice messages are preferred, but if you want,
nice.
If you want to hide behind text, I'll also accept.
Awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you definitely heard it from the woman herself. Alyssa, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for being you. And thank you for being authentic and being consistent with everything that you do. Really appreciate you.